it, put it all on the floor. All heads turn when I walk through the door. They know I'm hot, better yeah, ice cold. Heart full of chrome, you can tell when it's on. They can't stop me when I get in my zone. I don't even answer when they call on my phone. Baby, myself, I ain't make no wrongs. Here with me, I don't condone. I'm way too up, but I'm so far gone. Here with me, I don't condone. The man down doing up, beating up the beat till it's going up, chewing up. Look at me, look at how I'm moving, she tickle me, wiggle me, looking good, got the remedy, hitting me, deep pulse energy, complimentary, they can never be fantasy, when they stare me, they like legacy, legacy, gotta leave them white when I feel like I'm milk. Watch me, you wanna taste like what you see, come get close. Watch me, standing low, I guess you want, what you gon' do? Watch me, I make it hot, blow the spot, ready or not. Watch me, 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 pretty, watch me do it, watch me slow. Watch me, make me feel it, take control, make me go. Watch me, tell me, watch me, with my legs, if you, whoa. Watch me, better than me. Cocky, you like a fool. Watch me, who's better than me? Watch me, you like a fool. Watch me, you wanna taste like what you see, come get close. Watch me, tell me no, I guess you want, what you gon' do? Watch me, I make it hot, blow the spot, ready or not. Watch me, watch me.
Yo, one thing's for sure, you're gonna recognize me when I walk in the door. And the tactic get the haters to give an applause. I can get an uncle without giving them more. But wait, I'm giving them more. Every 7 days I'm giving them 24. You can't make the cut if you ain't gonna bore. These ones don't know about war. I grew up cold, hungry and poor. I wasn't grateful, I wanted more. I wanted women, I wanted tours. So I grinded and grinded some more. Woke up depressed, I had to fight more. So I burnt out, I couldn't do more. I had to put ascension on pause. Now I'm back like I want no war. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. It's cold outside and I thought I couldn't do it again. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. I'm in my bag like loose change. Self-proclaimed hero like Bruce Wayne. Out the sight even if you bought new frames. All this talk about weight but got no gains. How you gonna do a sight with no aim? Marathon longevity is my lane. I get dark like under the duvet. And don't roll with a weak link like a broke chain. Self-ignorer when I was poorer. My struggle gave me a god flood of the Torah. I didn't stop me pleasuring somebody's daughter. My cup running over to the spoons of the saucer. Call me true to author. My battle plans rapper terroristic torture. These hands can bend water. Boom boom exploring like Avatar Korra. nursery. Still my style, you will reimburse me. Plus 30, big hands and they're sturdy. I'm Drew the first, I'm back like anniversary. I came back worthy, like I swam in lava till it no longer burns me. I walked the desert for my ego's perjury. Working for that zone where you can't outwork me. I'm a big man, but I ain't 32. I came to the front line with like 32. I'm a Rex, that's a shout out to 32. I'm a danger and I play 32. I'm just so 2032. Ahead of my time, so I'm hard like broom. Flows the bomb like I shook the room. I stay lit like Christmas and hot like June.
Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. Winning again, I won't stop till I win.
It's cold outside and I thought I couldn't do it again. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. It's cold outside and I thought I couldn't do it again. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again.
my way to the top, I never stop. It's coming ready or not. Do you have what you say you got? Go till you drop. Go until we hit the spot. Light gonna shine bright. Anything I like. Put it on the line. I've been taking chances all my life. I've been patiently waiting, and we're gonna take it like endgame. You can't stop what we began. It's the wild flame. We burn this world right down, and then we rise again, like phoenix from the flame. The players in the game, we want it the same. We at the finish line. It's one day at a time, to make you feel alive, to make you feel alive. I on my way to the top, I never stop. It's coming ready and now. Do you have what you say you got? Go till you drop, go until we in the spot. I climb my way to the top, I never stop. It's coming ready and now. Do you have what you say you got? Go till you drop, go until we in the spot. The game, yeah, we running the same. I've been patiently waiting, and we're gonna take it like endgame. You can't stop what we began. There's the wild flame. We burn this world right down, and then we rise again, like phoenix from the flame. The players in the game, we want it the same.
Yo. I don't think they're ready for it. On the loose, on the loose, on the loose, on the loose. With the beast, on the loose, say the truth, on the loose. Off the chain, it's all the gauge. Yeah, getting wild, shot me out the cage. It's getting wild out here. One by one, we watch them all falling. It's getting wild out here. But I'ma be the last one standing. You can't stop what's begun. You can't stop a revolution. Come in, come in. It's getting wild out here. Yeah, it's getting wild, it's getting wild. Eating them, beast, eating them, feast. Fire the most, tire the least. See them admitting defeat, and they so useless. I'm so ruthless. New phone, who this? Give no reply to excuses. Got no bite, man, I'm toothless. Living a lie and the truth is, got this power, bringing it. Play my anthem, singing it. Every mountain, ringing it high. I soar, I rise, reborn. Shots, I'm back like never before. Taking my final form. It's getting wild out here. One by one, we watch them all falling. It's getting wild out here. But I'ma be the last one standing. You can't stop what's begun. You can't stop a revolution. It's coming, coming. It's getting wild out here. Yeah, it's getting wild. It's getting wild. For the revolution.
Watch.
Waiting on an evolution.
Yo.
It's coming, coming.
Yeah.
If you wanna come and get some,
Yo.
nothing we can't overcome.
Running,
running. So as we rise with the sun,
Yo.
we wanna rise and become stunning, stunning. Watch for the revolution. You can't stop what's begun. It's coming, coming.
Wait.
It's coming, coming.
Wait.
It's coming, coming.
Just you wait. Just you wait.
Yo, 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 yo. It's getting wild out here. One by one, we watch them all falling. It's getting wild out here. But I'ma be the last one standing. You can't stop what's begun. You can't stop a revolution. Coming, coming. It's getting wild out here. It's getting wild. It's getting wild.
Ain't nobody in my lane. Me and you, we ain't even playing the same game. Take my own credit, no need to drop names. Drop the weight, clean slate, I'm insane. It's giving insanity on a melody. More flow than a manatee. Levels that I reach, man, I defy gravity. Heart so strong like it runs in the family. I've got the haters out of breath. Ain't talking about dinner when I got them distressed. Giving palpitation when I say it with my chest. Do the calculation, it's time to invest. Acquiesce that I am the empress. Going so sick, someone call the vet. I just can't be tamed, that I'm the Loch Ness. So blessed, they can't comprehend. I turn a skeptic to believer. I am a leader, resurrected like it's Easter. If you step to me, you'll get the misdemeanor. They can't defeat her, they can't connect the reader. Can't decline, don't worry, I'll be fine. Cause all I see is ups in the line. Did I plan this? Is this by design? Come reflect, my light can't be denied. Come correct, cause this moment is mine. It's mine. Tell me you're feeling the. Tell me you're feeling the. Do it like nobody does. Sipping that haterade, right to the finish line. Tell me you're feeling the. Tell me you're feeling the. Do it like nobody does. Sipping that haterade, right to the finish line. I got the haters out of breath. Ain't talking about then and when I got them distressed. Giving palpitation when I say it with my chest. Do the calculation, it's time to invest. Acquiesce that I am the empress. Going so sick, someone call the vet. I just can't be tamed, that I'm the Loch Ness. So blessed, they can't come. Tell me you're feeling the. Tell me you're feeling the. Do it like nobody does. Sipping that haterade, right to the finish line. Tell me you're feeling the. Do it like nobody does. Sipping that haterade, right to the finish line. Tell me you're feeling the.
You don't have to guess who in the building. One of the realest. Never catch me slacking. I was born, that's the illest. They call me a champion. I got there with a win. I'm a round breed walking. I am one in a million. Guess who in the building? One of the realest. Never catch me slacking. I was born, that's the illest. They call me a champion. I got there with a win. I'm a round breed walking. I am one in a million. Yeah. I am back in the place. Don't have to guess who in the building, cause I'm back in your face. Ready for anybody coming. I am here on my toes. Never was settled for defeat, cause I'm raising the stakes. Yeah.
and I'm not coming to play. I got my game face on and I'm ready to shake. You see my name will be known everywhere in the world, cause I'm a king, get it strong, and I never will break. Hey, one of the chosen, going that's the illest, watch me kill it like a sposter. Never catch me slipping on my pippin', I'm the coldest. The best I ever do it, I'ma show you how I know it. Notice, I am on my way. I'm here to handle business, I ain't come here to play. I see they in their feelings, I don't care what they say. I am one in a million. You don't have to guess who in the building. One of the realest. Never catch me slacking, I was born, that's the illest. They call me a champion, I got the will to win. I'm a rare breed walking, I am one in a million. Guess who in the building? One of the realest. Never catch me slacking, I was born, that's the illest. They call me a champion, I got the will to win. I'm a rare breed walking, I am one in a million. I'm a rare breed walking, I am one in a million. I'm a rare breed walking, I am one in a million. And I'm at it again. I'm a bad man walking around and tell all your friends. And whoever wanna test me, I am standing my ground. As they come closer, I am focused as I sprint with a grid. Yeah. Cause they know I'm a fool, and they know I'm that dude. I don't follow their rules, never bow to their principles, never choke when I move, never fold under pressure, never vouching to lose, yeah. I am on my way, I'm here to handle business, I ain't come here to play. I see they in their feelings, I don't care what they say. Cause I'm one in a million. You don't have to guess who in the building, one of the realest. Never catch me slacking, I was born, that's the illest. They call me a champion, I got the will to win. I'm a rare breed walking, I am one in a million. Guess who in the building, one of the realest. Never catch me slacking, I was born, that's the illest. They call me a champion, I got the will to win. I'm a rare breed walking, I am one in a million.
We on the way. We came to play. We on the way. Showdown. Let the games begin. You can't stop us. I came to win. You can't stop us. It's only us in the end. You can't stop us. We the best in the world, and that's a promise. Let the games begin. You can't stop us. I came to win. You can't stop us. It's only us in the end. You can't stop us. We the best in the world, and that's a promise. Yeah. What? They can't beat us now. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it, get it. Let the games begin. You can't stop us. I came to win. You can't stop us. It's only us in the end. You can't stop us. We the best in the world, and that's a promise. Let the games begin. You can't stop us. I came to win. You can't stop us. It's only us in the end. You can't stop us. We the best in the world, and that's a promise. Watch this. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Who want it? I got it. Yo, I got it. Woo! Let's go. Let the games begin. You can't stop us. I came to win. You can't stop us. It's only us in the end. You can't stop us. We the best in the world, and that's a promise. Let the games begin. You can't stop us. I came to win. You can't stop us. It's only us in the end. You can't stop us. We the best in the world, and that's a promise. Soaking the fire under my feet. Soaking the fire under my feet. This is what we came for. Watch out. What we got you can't handle. We don't ever stand still. No doubt. I'm ready for the gamble. I'm ready for the gamble. Ready for the gamble. I keep feeding the flame, chasing the fame. This world will never be enough for me. I feel it run through my veins. I sharpen my aim, soaking the fire under my feet. Soaking the fire under my feet.
Yo, I swear, wonder how I have the nerve. Leaving the heat on the track, too hot and I'm lighting the match. Now blasting off our rocket, grab the mic just to drop it. My Fahrenheit is shocking, amazed, dazed by the sense of grade. Come now, don't be phased, follow the trail I blaze. First place, no second to waste. Pyromaniac, fanning the flames, burn the brightest they've ever seen. Giving armor that third degree on the kerosene, and I smoke them out. Fire away, counting down. 2, 1, ready for the gamble now.
I keep feeding the flame, chasing the fame. This world will never be enough for me. I feel it run through my veins. I sharpen my aim, soaking the fire under my feet. Lights out, this is what we came for. Watch out, what we got you can handle. Never out, we don't ever stand still. No doubt, I'm ready for the gamble.
I'm ready for the gamble now.
Ready for the gamble.
Reach out, top out, lights out, lights out.
Yeah, I'm moving automatic. See the top spot, but I move right past it. You're not number one, man, you thought you had it. I got what I want, now it's more than average. We are the masters.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Let the weak melt away. Killing spree.
Call Easy, let's take the kill back. Run time, baby.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
I'm good.
Who do we have up on the floor? What have you been waiting for? I'm the one that they adore. Make it loud, make it roar. You know how we do? You know how we do when we come through? Yeah. Who do we have up on the floor? What have you been waiting for? I'm the one that they adore. Make it loud, make it roar. 3, 2, 1, let's get it. Open my door. I'm the one they can't ignore. I'm the core. You a bore. I know I'm winning. What's the score? I need more millions, not just 3 and 4 millions. I need billions. I need trillions. I need buildings. I am brilliant. I'm resilient. Vibes, leave the haters outside. Vibes, leave the haters outside. Vibes, leave the haters outside. You got the right one, tell 'em I'm a
Feel the Lord. What mau terjadi? Unik ID kali ini.
Live in Jakarta, welcome back everybody to the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters. Once again, we are seeing the best of the best here today in day number 2 to finish off this group stage here. My name is Gideon Q as your host here today, but we've got 2 professionals loading in, rendering in a matter of fact. It's going to be Eterna and as well as Leo at the helm. Boys and girls, how you guys feeling today, especially after day number 1?
I feel great. Salamat sore, magandang hapon, and good afternoon to everyone joining us. We're starting a little later today, but I've seen the schedule, you have too. I think we're in for quite a treat. There's more cross-regional bouts happening today.
Absolutely. It's going to be exciting to see how far we're going to get through the groups, and maybe we'll get a little bit more of a taste who will be moving forward by today.
Yeah, I didn't download the language packs, but I'm going to assume that that was just hello in every other language possible. But after day 1, we did see a couple of interesting things actually sort of happen, right? Especially amongst the international spectrum here. Let's pull up the standings just for you guys in case you just tuned in. It's a little sad if you didn't tune into day number 1 because Stream A was banging yesterday, but sitting right on top of Group A, it's going to be the world champions Onic PH once again, taking at least 1 game loss. Not a series, just 1 game loss, putting them at 5 points. But right under them, Papara Supermassive with 4 points. Guys, do you think they're going to be able to hold this? Because, again, Southeast Asian dominance has been a thing. Other regions are climbing up pretty fast.
I agree. I think a lot of things happened yesterday that we were kind of shocked with. Not just Papara, but also from Influence Rage that finally we get to actually cast 4 in our opening match of the day. So I'm excited to see how they were able to perform yesterday and how that translated to today's match because, I mean, if we're talking about the difference in both the teams that they're going to be facing, I think this one is going to be a lot more challenging.
Yeah. Us Influence Rage and Papara Supermassive definitely has my attention now. If not out of curiosity, now out of fear. If this could happen to BTR, who's to say that my boys and Falcons might stumble? Because yesterday they did struggle.
That's a good point. Let's pull up the standings for Group B here because again, Group B has been pretty shaken up after a couple of interesting plays that have been brought on the through, but even so, Falcons Mina as well as A7 aren't doing too well. Currently haven't won a single series just yet, currently at 0, but RRQ sitting at the top of the standings at even a pretty huge upset as some may say, or others might be not so surprised with Onic Indonesia or Onic Esports taking down Team Falcons PH. Surprisingly enough, again, yesterday that prediction was a gut feeling, but the fact that they are a point ahead, there is a good reason for that fear.
And that's the fear I'm talking about. For that Falcons, all right? It's this Falcons, not that one. Obviously, Falcons Mena, in case you guys missed it yesterday, they were here for the experience. They're here for the lessons, and they picked up a lot. Now, the question about Aurora Turkey, a lot of eyes are on them. I wonder if they'll get more than just 3 today, you know?
I definitely think it's possible. Anything is possible here today at the Snapdragon Pro Series, especially for Mobile Masters, where anybody can truly show why they are the best. Now, let's have a look at the schedules for each of the streams. Keep in mind that the Snapdragon Pro Series is happening concurrently with 2 other streams. Stream A, obviously the best. TLID is going to be facing off against Influence Rage. After that, Onic Esports versus RRQ The Kingdom. And then TLID once more will have to face against YBG, YBin Game. China is interesting. I want to dive a little bit deeper into this, but let's pull up the Stream B schedule. And honestly, I think Stream B might have some of the more interesting games. When I say interesting, it's more so can Bigatron take on this Chinese team. BTR versus YBin Game, Falcons versus Falcons, and then Onic PH against Influence Rage. But what do you think about the Chinese teams, the Chinese team so far?
I am always on the lookout for anything coming out of that region, right? Whether it be talent that have joined other teams or a homegrown team like YBG, because last year, when finally China broke out into MLBB esports, we knew of 2. Well, 3 technically. DFYG, XYG, TLG, and then now YBG. Man, if I was Brigatron, I would be scared.
Stream C. Let's pull that up onto the screen right now because this is leading into whether Papara Supermassive can maintain their spot. Now, first off, they already have a huge litmus test right at the very beginning with against Onyx PH, and then afterwards against BTR. I'm assuming that Aurora Turkey should be able to take on A7 considering the standings, but for you, Eterna, do you think that Papara Supermassive is going to be able to maintain their standings or at least top 3?
I think they do have a good chance, right? Especially seeing the performance coming from Bigatron lately that hasn't been as consistent as, of course, Mirkotron would like. I think it's a valid idea to say that today they will be reeking up some points. Maybe not that first match, but maybe their next one.
Maybe their next one. It's definitely a possibility here. It's I don't know what's going on with BTR.
They want to
man.
sweep. They gotta sweep.
They have to sweep. They have to do really well today because again, the matches are getting short. There's less matches as the group stage goes by, and I think even tomorrow is going to be one of our shorter days before we start heading over into the playoffs. Speaking of which, as we were talking about the Chinese teams, YBin Game, we've actually experienced one of their players before. Previously, he was taken over by KBG during M6, so we got a little bit of a taste of what they're capable of, especially when we're talking about the gold lane.
Yep, Balexi started his career with YBG, went over, and then came back. So there's a reason why this is one of the most in-demand gold laners out of China in MLBB esports.
Speaking of which, aside from the gold laners, we've got some massive problems here at the SPS, and I think more prominently so with Suyo taking over the meta. I mean, he's always been there, he's always been good. We say he is versatile, but I think this is the first time people are like, he is too OP. He's gotten to the Bruno levels without the Granger counterpart to deal with him.
You know what? He's worse than Bruno. The reason why Bruno was broken then in M6 was because of the tweaked numbers. He was just way too efficient at dealing damage from such long range.
Plus Malefic Gun.
There you go. New item, you know, so this combination of things that you could tweak individually made it such a nightmare. Now Suyo, on the other hand, you know the problem with Suyo?
What's the problem?
His kit. Just the way the hero is built, there's nothing he cannot do. So what does Moonton do here? What does a developer do to tweak him? Maybe change something specific, because the last time he was nerfed, they just reduced his sever damage. That kind of leveled him, but now teams have worked out that number doesn't matter, man. It's just he's able to fight in the pit. He's able to dash away. He's able to deal critical damage from multiple ranges. Lifesteal.
And one of the main problems I think with the Suyo now is how good he is early game, right? We've seen a lot of trends coming in from these teams, especially in the Snapdragon Pro Series, where a lot of the teams who are able to have control over the early game usually will be able to take it before we even get to the late game. So the fact that the Suyo is already strong at level 3, it bodes a problem for other junglers like the Joy, like the Hanzo, who needs a little bit more time to get to the ultimate peak of the hero.
Yeah, I mean, let's not forget even the side laners like Gold and EXP especially. Speaking of gold laners, we actually do have some stats on the one who's taken a lot of punishment. I don't know if there's going to be a correlation between how well Suyo is doing compared to how much Granger is not doing so well. He was a prominent pick in the previous internationals, but coming into the SPS, his win rate is kind of abysmal.
This is a matter of sample size.
I agree.
A lot of teams and players that just throw the Granger into random lineups suffer the consequences. It doesn't happen with Suyo, because for Suyo, it's the kit that's just broken. You can just put him in any situation. You could steal Lords, Turtles, push. For Granger, you have to snowball. You have to ride that wave and make the most of the first 12, 13 minutes. Maybe even 8. But for some, we've seen Trinity's built for Granger at 8. And if that doesn't change, if you don't hit that and your team, the rest of your team gets beat up, then you reach this, abysmal number. What's that, 4 out of 14?
Yeah.
It's not good. It's really not good. Most at least even out their win rate roughly around 50 to even 40% is not the worst. But if we're talking about heroes who aren't performing well, let us talk about Kalia then. The brand new hero that we were all like, broken, busted, so good. She's got everything that you ever wanted in a support, but it just doesn't seem to be working. Kalia, 45.5% win rate so far. It's doing better than Granger for sure. 11 picks, 9% bans. Its presence, it's felt in the draft, but sometimes in game, it's kind of not really there, non-existent, as teams just not integrated it well, or is it just more so we're just hoping for the best?
I think Kalea is kind of tricky, right? Because when we're seeing the Kalea piloted by a lot of Filipino teams, it looks like we do see the impact, right? The healing is there. There's so many times in the early game where there's a lot of miscalculations that happens. Momentum is usually been able to find by this Kalea. But on other teams, it seems like they're just not ready yet. And it makes sense, right? Because up until this point for MPLID, it's been banned.
Oh, it has.
So
it has.
It hasn't been put up to the test. And that's considering MPLID, number 2, number 3, maybe region that we're considering in the world for the MLBB professional landscape. And so if we compare it to the rest of the world, maybe they're just not comfortable yet, because I think the Kalea requires a particular composition for it to work.
Let me just hopscotch off of that. Leo, I think that right now, because there is so many bans happening towards Kalea, towards that red side in particular, do you think that the impact of the red side is, I mean, I'm looking at the win rates. Blue side right now, based off of sample size, looks to be the higher number, but ever so slightly, not abysmally like it was previously. Do you think that that's going to be an inevitable problem, or people are just going to be like, you know what, let's just get better at Kalea?
Yeah, no, looking at the way teams have been playing around or with Kalea, I think Red just has that extra baggage, especially when they're playing up against teams that have played Kalea. So if you're watching a match that has a Filipino team and to some extent an Indonesian team, then Red side becomes like, oh no, it looks like we only have 2 bans here because you have to watch out for that Kalea. Filipino teams are not afraid to go Kalea 1 here or X Kalea here. So if you're not ready for that, then you're drafting halfway. So with that said, I think there's very little to worry about if you're playing against anyone from outside of Southeast Asia. Because I don't think it's a safe solution to say, let's just get better at Kalea. Because Kalea, the way she works, if you saw the highlights, is you have to play in the paint. You have to make sure you're clumped up to some extent and understand the length and the girth of the team fight you're going into, or else you're useless because you're healing like already dying dudes anyways.
I think that's a valid point that Leo's making, right? Because even in the match that we saw, I think it was Onyx PH and TLID, the Brusco and Kalea, right?
Yes.
We saw that they tried to trade it in with the Jushin first pick from the side of TLID, because I think coaches around the world are kind of looking at these mid laners, especially other cores, but particularly the mid laners that can pick up the Purify efficiently. So we're looking at the Sicilian and the Jushin. But it hasn't worked out just yet. Because technically it should work, right? Kalea's ult is around 50 seconds, and then Purify's around like 90 seconds. So.
Yeah. It makes sense, right? And there's definitely a threat, and I do think that previously thinking that it was going to make Gatot or maybe even Kaja. I mean, Kaja already not exactly in the place in the meta right now, but maybe this suppression could be something we could revisit back if the meta continues to develop the way that it's going. In terms of drafts so far, I think that teams on the red side are going to struggle a little. We've seen that even some of the teams are looking towards those win rates and like, Suyo is a bit of an issue. Against some of the better teams, let's just axe it out.
Now you remind me, it's not just the Kalea you're worrying about if it's a Filipino or Indonesian team. You now just have maybe one legit ban because you also want to take out the Suyo.
Much to discuss here, but guys, if you want to join in the discussion, quickly hop on to social media. Go find us on X the Everything app at ESL MLBB, Instagram ESL MLBB, and of course Facebook. We got you guys covered. And make sure that you tell us, what exactly do you think about the meta? Who's some of your favorite teams? Or is there anything we could do to improve the show as we're watching it live? With that being said, Snapdragon Pro Series is going to go on a short break, and when we come back, the Mobile Masters continues between TLID versus Influence Rage.
Halo semuanya, nama gua Aran, gua explainer dari tim Liquid ID. Hari ini gua bakal kasih tahu kalian pro tips cara untuk split push dan landing di XP. Kali ini gua pakai hero favorit gua pakai Benedetta dengan emblem settingnya ini. Jadi kita main Bennett damage. Untuk awal-awal cara main Bennett itu karena kita cepet nyampe ke lane-nya, jadi coba jalan secepat mungkin. Bisa buat ke elbush atau bisa buat untuk cut lane itu juga bisa. Jadi gimana kondisinya aja. Untuk sekarang gue mau coba untuk cut lane langsung. Jadi tinggal cut lane. Habis itu bisa lakuin apapun, bisa rusuhin jungler, bisa jalan ke mid. Jadi kayak terserah kalian bebas mau ngapain. Di sini gue coba rusuhin jungler ya, kayak gini ya. Kita bisa dapat kill di sini. Kalau udah cukup, bisa lari. Habis itu bisa cut lane lagi. Kalau bisa free untuk cut, tinggal cut lagi aja. Ya, kayak gitu doang sih. As a explainer, kalau udah ada menit 2 gitu, ada turtle, sebisa mungkin kita untuk join ke turtle buat fight. Kita bantu jungler kita untuk dapetin turtle. Itu sih, itu untuk mid game ya. Jadi kesimpulannya, sebagai explainer itu sebisa mungkin bantuin jungler kita untuk dapetin objektif. Jadi kayak dari early game-nya, dari landing phase-nya, abis itu di menit 2 ada turtle, kita join turtle. Ada lord di menit 8, kita join lord. Jadi kayak as a explainer itu harus bisa join bot fight sih. Thank you semuanya yang udah nonton. Jangan lupa dukung tim Liquid terus di turnamen ini karena kita bakal lakuin yang terbaik buat kalian semua, buat kita juga, buat Indonesia. Jadi tetap dukung kita terus.
Welcome back, everybody. This first best of 3 of the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters Day number 2 is going to be on its way shortly. TLID will face off against Influence Rage to kick Day 2 off. We have 3 best of 3s ready to go, and my name is Gideon Q. I'm going to be your host. This is going to be Leo, as well as Eterna being your casters for this very first match. And boys and girls, what do we? I don't want to spoil the predictions so far, but what are your thoughts about the matchup here? Because Influence Rage, one of the few teams who have taken an entire series against the one and only BTR. And I mean, we're talking about TLID. Pull it up onto the screen right now because these are the runner-ups for the M6 World Championships. If you don't know, it's Aran, Fabian, Yehezkiel, Witty, and Aaron Shiki.
And it's still with the same 5 lineup as well, right? You know, coming to the Snapdragon, I was wondering, you know, are we going to see someone new in the gold lane? But it looks like... Yes. QY?
QY?
Yeah, for some reason our producer's like, we should call him QY.
QY?
Yeah. But yeah, having Aaron Shiki back into the lineup has been quite interesting. We have seen a little bit of an improvement when it comes down to his laning phase, but you know, it's not a fair way to say that he's been outperforming what he was able to do in the past MPL because that was up against Onyx Philippines, and I think they're still the tournament favorites. They're still #1.
Yeah, but that doesn't change the fact that Liquid ID are looking better than they have ever in, I don't want to say 2025, but since Season 15 started, right?
Yeah.
So if that's our point of comparison, you have to look at their anchors, and Yehezkiel is one of them. Given that maybe Eve isn't as big of a pick now, you watch his games here in Mobile Masters, and you even look back to Season 6 of Snapdragon Pro Series, and you can tell that even if Fabian had his moments, Aaron Shiki had his moments, you look at the Ghost of Jakarta, you look at Yehezkiel, maybe not here, he's dead, but all right, look at the other clips, and you'll see that, look, even on the Jushin, even on heroes that are, you know, very hard to get a grasp on in the current metagame, he's there to serve it up.
He really is. I think Yehezkiel is just one of those few anchors on the team that just makes the team really push themselves, right? If you have solid foundations, you're able to reach even higher heights, and I think even Aran kind of falls in that lane. I think throughout SBS, he's been having one hell of a matchup. Every single time we see him play Hilda into higher loss, he is doing a phenomenal job, winning out his lanes and getting that early game pressure, like you said, Eterna. But that doesn't change the fact that we have to talk about Influence Rage. Now, for all of you guys who are like, who is Influence Rage? These guys have come all the way. It's a Brazilian organization. We have Monsters, Jotun, Chan, Paquito, and as well as Fury. If you recognize some of these names, well, some of these faces you've actually seen before in previous iterations, playing on Malvina's Gaming and even having an international appearance. Jotun in particular coming in from IESF 2022 and 2024.
That's right. This squad that is, again, playing in MPL Latam, in that space, is made up of both Brazilians, Argentinians, and an Indonesian.
And a Chilean.
And a Chilean.
And a Chilean.
Because they were previously playing for a Chilean organization in Malvinas. So, with that said, watch out for Chan. If Yehezkiel is one anchor that you have to put a spotlight on for TLID, that's the same for Chan. He has been around since about last year, maybe some change before that. Actually, no, much longer, because M4 was in late 2022, early 2023.
Yes.
So he's been playing professionally to that standard for more than 2 years now.
Well, here's the thing. Let's just put it into context because his international experience also includes MSC 2024 wildcards, right? So again, he hasn't been able to actually reach the latter half of the tournaments and bows out pretty early on, but he does have that international experience. And some may say that that might not be enough, especially since the evolution of the competitive scene in Mobile Legends, but even so, it does give a lot of hope. So let's bring up the head-to-head because again, Chan, one of the few players actually whipping out the Selena this time around in their previous match. I'll pull that up in just a little bit. But so far, if we compare the stats, Yehezkiel and as well as Chan's GPM, definitely leaning more in towards Yehezkiel, but the KP is looking super similar, and the KDA is where we see the big differential.
I find this so ironic, having the Selena on the side of Chan, because, you know, Yehezkiel in MPL ID has forced this pick a couple times, a little bit more than we would like, especially for the, you know, cavalry out there. And it hasn't worked out.
Keyword forced.
Yeah. So the fact that he's been, you know, forced on heroes like the Jushin, maybe that's why we're seeing the statistics that we're seeing right now. It's not one of his power heroes, not one of his signature heroes. He's more known for the Farsas, the Eve, back when he was still Syndrome for Aura. What do you think about the the GPM and the KDA? Do you still see that there's like a difference in playstyle maybe between the two?
Yeah, no, there is, because this is the KD I want to see from Yezgil. The reason why he got the well-known moniker that is used all over the world by everybody, goes to Jakarta, is because he only dies once. So I want to see that KP go up. I mean, that the KDA go up.
Yeah, I do want to see his KDA go up, but it feels like he's playing not a completely different role, but there's definitely moments where he is more in front to absorb damage.
Yeah. I don't like that. I don't like that.
I mean, it happens.
He's artillery, bro.
I want him to be on that artillery, but sometimes the draft just doesn't let him. Speaking of which, actually, we do need to talk about Influence Rage just a little bit more, specifically about the roamer Paquito. This guy, he long-time teammates with Jotun, but at the same time, we've got him on the line with Rose. Let's throw it over to that interview.
But I'm nervous. I was nervous, But after that, I think just very exciting. Is that like so
motivated?
Nice.
Yes, they're extra motivated.
Yeah.
Jadi benar-benar dari sebelum matchnya itu sebenarnya dia ngerasa nervous karena kan mereka baru aja ngalahin Bigetron 2-0 kemarin. Rose tuh nanyanya kayak gimana nih perasaan kalian udah ngalahin tim Bigetron dengan skor 2-0. Dan ketika memang di match ya ternyata dia benar-benar ngerasa termotivasi dan excited, semangat banget sehingga akhirnya mereka bisa ngalahin tim Bigetron.
Yes, we like that. We like that. Oh, he just translated what you said in Indonesia. Yes. Okay, now Paquito, you're going up against Team Liquid Indonesia. If we think about it, in M6 they did amazing, right? So are you scared or are you extra motivated because you won Bigetron yesterday?
Very motivated. I think we can win them. I think I don't know if 2-0 or 2-1, but I think I can. We can.
You guys feel good today?
Yeah.
Wow, jadi Rose nanya gitu, saat ini mereka bakal bertemu dengan tim Liquid Indonesia, yang dimana ketika di M6 kemarin performanya tuh juga luar biasa. Gimana nih perasaan di hari ini? Dan dia bilang dia benar-benar gak nervous dan benar-benar ngerasa excited untuk ngalahin mereka, dan kayaknya mereka bisa ngalahin tim Liquid ID dengan skor entah 2-1 ataupun 2-0. Intinya mereka pede banget buat ngalahin tim Liquid Indonesia.
Okay, Paquito, before I let you go, is there anything you want to say to Team Liquid Indonesia before we start?
I don't have anything to say them because I see I'm thinking about the game, just play, have a good game, have a good game.
Alright, jadi memang gak ada apapun yang ingin disampaikan oleh Paquito karena memang dia juga lagi mempersiapkan gamenya. Pokoknya berikan aja yang terbaik.
Alright, thank you very much to Paquito. And with that, let's throw it back to the panel.
Thanks, Rose and Kolios. Here's the team head to head. Look, Latam is a region that we need to see more of because these guys are legitimate characters. They're so charismatic. But let's see how this game is going to play out between Team Liquid ID and as well as Influence Rage. Here is the head to head. Let's compare the stats before we start heading into the draft.
All right. In the head-to-head between Yezgil and Chan, Yezgil has him trumped, right? But look at this across the board. Influence Rage has better stats as a team than Team Liquid ID.
They do.
Hey. Average kills does not mean that you're a better team.
I didn't say that they were a better team. I'm just saying
they didn't win in stats.
Numbers-wise, Influence Rage.
I feel so offended right now.
Hey, look, I don't get in the middle of this argument here. Okay, let's pull up the predictions to stir the pot just a little bit more. Because as much as you love either one of these teams, it's important to keep a baseline of what we think is going to happen in the game. Now, here's where I have beef. Being Leo 2-0-2-0, why break the streak here? What's with the 2-1?
Yeah, no, you're offended that I praised the Influence Rage, and you're like, I'll give them 1 point.
No, I wasn't offended that you praised them because I know that they have what it takes. They're like a wild card in the groups right now.
They're very good. They beat Bigetron.
Exactly, and it turns out because they do have some experience under their belt, and if we're looking at the hero pool that they've been utilizing, they have been working with the meta too. So I think they do have what it takes. And considering TLID, I'm saying that they have been better, but I'm not saying they're at their peak yet. And I think that Influence Rage might be able to get the game.
You know what? You're right. Because even Fabian admitted that he was so much better at M6. We talked to him yesterday.
Exactly.
He's like, I'm still better at M6.
They're not there yet. It feels like they're still struggling with the meta. But to be honest, that's how I feel.
I am for positive reinforcement. These is my boys, all right? Me and them, we go way back. Axiata, you know?
Yeah, that's fair. Axiata was a good time. And I'm hearing a lot of glass half empty talk here, and I need that support. You guys can show your support. Scan the QR code to show your support to your favorite teams here at Mobile Masters. If you're watching all the way from South America, now is your time to show what you guys got. Bring in the numbers. Bring in that support, because the draft is about to start between these two teams. I'm curious to see who's going to be blue, who's going to be red this time.
I'd reckon whoever gets the choice is blue. You still want to stay blue.
Blue Yo?
Yep, Blue Yo. Yeah, because of Blue Yo, because of the fear of Kalia. And there it is. See, I'd reckon Liquid chose blue.
Whoa.
That's the Coach St. DeLucas trademark.
I don't know. Mr. SDL going in with the first pick Fanny. We're not going with the Suyo. It's been let through.
Somebody's gonna get a scolding. I don't think this is a St. DeLucas kind of thing. Maybe he just, my theory. He said, okay, first game of the day, you guys can pick whatever you want. Fabian goes, Coach, give me Fanny.
Because usually most teams would ban Fanny, especially when you're on that red side. This is one of the few times you see Fanny actually let through. But at the same time, Team Liquid ID also got rid of the Phobias, which is kind of raising some alarms. However, I like the first two picks from Influence Rage. Suyo going straight into the Cho. All right, checking the boxes here. Team Liquid ID going to go back to the classics.
This feels like a let's see what happens first. That Fanny. A couple of Fannies yesterday didn't work out.
Yeah, but it's not Fabian though. Right? It was Annabelle who was able to pick up the Fanny. Who else picked up the Fanny yesterday?
Kyrie.
Oh.
Yeah. Really bad time to take that comparison.
Right?
I mean...
And the Fanny was faced off against a Moskov NHO. The Moskov is still open.
Exactly. I was thinking the same thing. Influence Rage, they have a really good opportunity to make sure that this Fanny's not going to have like a lot of pressure overall.
Do it, Fury. Do it. See what I tell you.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff coming in from Influence Rage. Now we're seeing that at least, you know, even from the Latam side, they've done their homework, and more importantly, they're really taking advantage of some of these key picks to make sure that TLID won't be able to just kind of walk over them in the draft.
But there's this thing about TLID. Sometimes their draft doesn't make sense.
Correct.
All right? Sometimes they don't make sense, but if they fall back into comfort, then it still works.
And this is still comfort, I'm
exactly.
saying. Yeah.
Hilda for a run. Or it actually can still be flex. You know, sometimes Woody has picked up the Hilda before. So coming into the second phase, I'm looking at heroes for Woody in particular, right? Because the Jawhead's been banned out. He's been performing okay on the Cho as well.
He played all Jawhead all day yesterday.
Exactly. So what hero are we looking at? I'm worried about this type of thing. I'm worried about the comfort.
Mans can
Hylos?
Yep, Mans can pick up a Hylos. Mans can pick up a good Tot.
He's got options. I think out of all the positions, like Rome is one of the safer ones. I mean, you can play Badang if you want to, right? Just to have some form of disruption against both the Suyo as well as the Cho.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like a witty thing. My man's Christian Witty don't like that, Badang.
Well, okay, we'll see. Because Selena's going to get banned, so it even looks like Mr. SDL himself has decided, hey, I've done my homework too. You guys may be trying to punish my Fanny, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to win on everything. And maybe for once, we might just see a draft that's centered around Yehezkiel.
Yeah, weirdly enough.
Eve is open.
Yeah, I was going to say, since we agree that Witty doesn't like Badang, what if you throw the Hilda onto Witty, put a Badang on Aran, and then give Yehezkiel a Vexana? That's a good combo right there. That's money. You sweep the bushes with the Hilda, and you do the combo, and you blast them.
Okay. I like that. I like the idea here. Let's see what else, because Farson as well as the High Loss getting banned out for Influence Rage. So really, they've done good homework as we start moving. Badang gets banned out for the side of TLID.
They don't want to risk it, because Influence Rage doesn't have an XP laner yet. Nothing on Fury. Rather, nothing on Jotun. So what they're doing here is... they're afraid of the Badang, because the Badang kind of soft counters the Fanny too.
Are we agreeing to call him Jotun or Yut? Because it is technically...
It's Jotun.
It's Jotun.
It's Jotun.
It's technically
So
Slavic.
Jotun.
It's Jotun.
We're
With
just
a Y.
agreeing on this because man, I don't want to say that it's
Or
Slavic.
monsters,
That's a terrible way of calling it. But initially, it means giant
Yes, it
in
does.
Norse.
He is quite the...
Norwegian? I don't know.
He is quite the giant of a man.
He is.
Yeah.
He is. He stands very tall. But even so, now with these bans coming through, really intelligent from both sides. Red side will take first pick in the second phase. It looks like lock-in's in, and it's going to be the Valentina. Actually, I like this as a blind pick.
It makes sense, right? I mean, technically, Lucas is still open.
Uh-huh.
And plus, okay, the Jushin is actually left open, so he's going to be able to take that up. I thought it was in anticipation of the Eve
my
that wasn't banned
God.
out just yet.
But
so
no.
maybe TLID forced on the Jushin instead of the Eve.
Yeah, they changed totally. Because by that Valentina pick alone, you block out the Vexana, you block out the Eve, and then they're like, okay, I guess we're as we say, playing the paint. We're going all in.
Exactly. But at the same time, I thought that TLID was going to like avoid the key ults here, right? You make sure that you have your Crimson Beacon ready to go. It's not like you wanted to steal Jushin's ult, but then you lock in the Kali almost immediately after. Now IR have 2 ways of actually finding strong initiations against your team.
But this is a lineup you don't want to initiate against. You kind of want to ult that gives you space. The best thing you can do here is the Crimson Beacon. That's it. You just have a dash out.
And then the final lock-in of Glue. I'm not going to lie with you. I think IR have a really good draft on their hands to make sure that Fabian isn't able to accelerate this game. This game is going to be like based on what it looks like, both Witty, Aaron Shikin, as well as Aran to kind of create the tempo for those opportunities for Fabian to come in.
I agree, and we saw him struggling on the link because of the exact same reason. So the fact that IR now have a lot more tools to utilize, this might be a problem.
It could go either way here. Our first best of 3 is going to kick off as we're ending off the draft. TLID versus Influence Rage in a best of 3 banger here. I'm going to leave it to our lovely, lovely casters. It's Leo and Eterna taking you guys into the Land of Dawn.
Let's get it, ladies and gentlemen. Our opening game, our opening match of the day here at the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters. And we're going to see exactly what IR are made of. A huge upset yesterday when they were able to take down Bigatron Esports from Indonesia 2-0. Let's see if they can slay yet another Indonesian titan.
Yep, this is the defending champions of MPL ID. Team Liquid ID. Here's what's scary, all right? Here's the reason why I'm so adamant on defending why Liquid ID drafted this way. I don't want this powerhouse team to not be learning from yesterday. I don't want to see them force strats where clearly they could be doing better. Fabian coming in, all right. They could keep doing that, and then IR is just going to keep learning. It's going like, yeah, they just want to have us get baited out. Let's just not give it to them.
I mean, at this point of the game, they can, right? Because most of the ultimates coming from Influence Rage aren't there just yet. Those that are very integral to be able to stop Fabian. So we do see him playing a lot more aggressively, and here is another example.
Oh my lord, did he steal? Yes, he did! Oh, that's a buff denied! As well as the silver lining, the kill on Yotun!
Yeah, which is not as great for Influence Rage, especially they have the Suyo. We talked about the Suyo a little bit in the pre-show. The fact that he's already very strong in the early stage of the game, and you do want to try to look for a snowball. Meanwhile, again, a little bit of trade and damage onto the mid laners here from the side of Influence Rage, but it's still a-okay. But again, this is what we're going to be expecting up until that level 4 point. So right before the turtle, I think things can kind of shift in favor of IR.
I'm thinking how you recover with that. Quick jump in by Witty. Forcing the retreat from Yotun and Monsters. The jungler from Natam, I'm wondering how he is thinking about approaching this turtle fight, because if that happened to me, my purple got stolen and I got killed like that, I'm not touching anything close to it. Now Paquito in trouble, goes down, Yehezkiel gets a kill, and as well, the cavalry scores a big early game objective.
Yeah, he can't right now, right? The fact that they're already, what, 2 levels ahead? 3 levels ahead, rather. Fabian onto Jotun. Not the best way you want to play around this. No contest, Fabian, though.
Oh no, Monsters gets the grab. Did he even get the orange? Yes, he does. So there is a punish, yet still Team Liquid ID walks away with a little something.
Okay, so that's...
Oh, another grab and a takedown! Monsters, the hometown advantage. Will get one down, though, as Witty punishes.
But he traded for 2.
He did.
He traded for 2.
It was
one
worth
of
it.
which was Fabian,
It was
right?
worth
So
it.
it definitely was a worth it trade, considering... Oh, wait a second, in the bottom lane! Aaron
Shiki! 2 on one.
That's unfortunate.
How did that happen, Shiki? They touched you, man. Come on.
I mean, Aaron Shiki, not the best of laners. Sometimes he gets a little bit egotistical when it comes down to the laning, so not really sure what happened earlier on before. I'm maybe looking at a pick coming from Paquito, considering he doesn't have the Way of Dragon up. But, well, that's what their composition is now for, right? For IR, maybe they can't take the early game, but they're looking to try and work around Fury and the Moskov and maybe wait for that power spec to hit.
Yeah, earlier. Oh, we're looking at one more. Paquito goes. Weedy gets another. And Chan here does have the Tsunami Slam. Gets repositioned. 4 members of Liquid ID circling around. Currently, TLID are at what? Eternal, would you agree? Like a half step ahead? They were 2 steps ahead earlier.
Yeah.
Now, with the trades and, you know, the give and take, I think they can do better at getting a more advantageous position. Influence Rage know exactly how to punish.
They can be a lot cleaner, but we did talk about their composition earlier on. The fact that Influence Rage have a lot of tools to kind of be like, hey, Fabian, okay, we get you on the fanny, but we have tools of our own to kind of shut you down. So it does make sense why we do see some trades over the board, except for, of course, what happened to Aaron Chiki earlier on, but Monsters already quite aggressive.
Turtle currently at a quarter of its health. Look at the back line here. A scramble, a kick coming in from Paquito. That's a revitalize. Popped already. Oh, rather, no. This is a flicker. Witty, it was actually the passive on the Kalia, and Aran just suffers a death there. There's a little too much damage in the back line. Now Jotun wailing away, looking for that choke slam. Does get the Crimson Beacon off, but that's another death suffered down, missed out on. That is Aran sent over, and a turtle scored by Influence Rage.
Yeah, he actually misses it. Fabian doesn't get the retribution down. And so that is actually going to be given in favor of Influence Rage. Leo, we were talking about this just a second ago. TLID being half a step behind of Influence Rage, and they're catching up real quick, real fast. Jotun was, what, 3 levels below Fabian earlier on? He's now level 8 to Fabian's 9.
Yep, and I'm wondering why that is exactly. Is Fabian changing his priorities, like suddenly going for fights, suddenly going for steals? And here he's forcing a response from Chan and Monsters, and he's, I don't know, does he get what he needs? Oh, and Paquito comes in with a full combo right underneath turret range, so I'm not so sure they're going to get that done. Fury goes, Witty helps Aaron Shiki get revenge, and they're going to push down that turret.
Okay, so we do see some trades over the map. TLID pick up yet another tower in the bottom lane, and Aaron Shiki finally gets a kill under his belt, considering he did commit to the Sky Piercer. So that is, what, 1 stack right now?
Currently.
Not the best, right? He has 2 items, Hunter Strike and the Sky Piercer. Meanwhile, for Influence Rage, we're looking at Fury, who only has the Corrosion Scythe. So it will take them a little bit more time to get online. But for the most part, their mid-prio, their mid-trio from Influence Rage, they already have a lot under their belt. Fury Hammer, a little bit more damage as well onto Jotun.
Yep. Still amazing how Jotun is able to maintain a level of competition here. Threatened, even took that second turtle now, the last one spawning in that same spot. How does a map do this? Team Liquid ID, they can do better to play cleaner. The kick here, caught in by Aran, still surviving, dashing out. Paquito gets punished hard, and a Tsunami Slam on the one. Chan serves up a double kill for Aaron Shiki in the split. Looking for that grab. Will the untouchable one get one on him? Nope, the answer is no, sir. Weedy keeping back Jotun, and right now, currently the cleanest engagement Liquid ID has, converting into that tier 1 in mid.
That's why I was a bit confused. Did Influence Rage want to commit to the turtle take? Was that the plan? Because even the setup was a little bit messy as compared to TLID. SID doesn't land, so the entire thing falls, and this is a conclusion. TLID will be able to pick up this neutral objective, and the gold lead that they had shrunk down has now increased to 3,000. Yes, kill.
Forward, Crimson Beacon. Monsters in the front line. There's way too many members of Influence Rage here. In the paint, Yehezkiel gets punished. The way of the dragon keeps him down. Impressive how this young man on the show keeps up the aggression. Like he knows that his kick is worth something, and even if it's a target that isn't ideal, if it's not Aaron Shiki, if it's not Fabian, he'll still pull the trigger.
That was a little over aggressive by Yaskiel though. What's his moniker? The ghost.
The ghost of Jakarta.
The ghost of
Everyone knows
Jakarta.
this. Everyone knows this. Everyone uses his name.
The ghost of Jakarta, but that wasn't very ghostly.
No. They turned him into a ghost.
Yeah, he gets taken down there. Oh man. But you know, looking at the damage leaderboard, he's still #1 on the charts. So those kind of mistakes can be capitalized over. So TLID really need to be careful.
Oh dear God, Aaron Shiki put down to a fifth, a tsunami slam, taking down Chan one more time. Sitting at a 1, 2, and 3. Again, it isn't ideal for a Valentina to be stealing these low, how do I say, utility, just small mobility ults. Like, this is not worth it.
Absolutely not, especially when you give more stacks over to Aaron Shiki. I think the last time we checked in, he was at 110. Now he's at 410, so he already has
+3.
4 stacks.
That's math.
That's math. Fabian goes a little bit more aggressive as well with his build, already with the Malefic Roar as he goes back in.
Oh my God, once more Monsters serving up another kill, now at 5. Aaron Shiki, the untouchable one, living up to the name. Paquito gets punished once more. And so far, I think Team Liquid ID, they were just limit testing. Do you agree? Like, they were just seeing how much they could get away with in the early game. And now, at almost 5,000 gold, they put Influence Rage once more in their place.
They're snowballing, 2-0 trade. Yaskiel goes in very aggressively, and that's going to be another kill given over to Aaron Shiki. And did you just see that item that Yaskiel just picked up?
He also has a Sky Piercer now.
Sky Piercer.
Again, the amount of damage Team Liquid ID is doing via Aaron Shiki's long-range blasts. Yaskiel just constant pressure from short to mid-range, and Aran just, I don't know, randomly wailing away at a dude out of position. Those beacons that Yaskiel are throwing out could be lethal. That's why he builds the Sky Piercer.
Yeah, when it was like just a docile kind of threat, just a utility base,
Yep.
it's now something that Influence Rage actually have to think about.
It's
Especially,
dying to a thumbtack.
Exactly. And essentially now Influence Rage, they have to be on damage control, right? TLID, they're spiraling out of control. Earlier on when we saw the stats, we saw that Aaron Shiki was 2,000 gold above Fury, so that's more or less an item above. And the problem is, being on a Moskov, you need a lot more gold and you need a lot more items to get to the power spike as compared to Aaron Shiki.
Yep.
Now, do they have enough time is the question.
I don't know, with these holy shields popping left, right, and center, I don't think they do, because I'm gonna say sorry to all of the fans from Latam. And oh, Tsunami Slam on the one! Paquito got out and got taken out. The grab on the Monsters. They might serve up 1 kill. Immortality popped here underneath tier 1. Down goes Shiki. Down goes Weedy. No, Shiki gets the kill. And they're stacking up on him. 7 already. This is Inhibitor. Pop. Influence Rage doesn't have the best high ground defense. Their wave clear isn't ideal. And that's why tier 3 and mid and bottom just go.
But by the way, this Kalea on Weedy,
Went.
he's been spamming Jawhead, picked up Cho once or twice, Hylos once or twice, and then now he comes out with a debut pick Kalea that we haven't seen ever, by the way, in the history of his performance.
Of ever.
Of ever. And this is the performance that we're getting from him. He's been able to find so many opportunities. Wait a second.
A stolen Tsunami Slam, displacing Aran. Serving up a kill to Paquito. And it looks like Team Liquid ID don't want to let that go. Not so quick. They took it personal. And Monsters get Tsunami Slam themselves, then blasted in the face by Aaron Shiki. 1 for 1.
1-for-1 trade. But this is right now Influence Rage that have to be on damage control. Did you think it was a worth it trade? Losing Monsters to take down Aran? Just Aran?
No, but that's the thing is, I don't think Influence Rage expected Team Liquid ID to respond in kind. They were like, okay, we'll do this, we'll take down Aran, and then that's their frontliner down. Like, you understand that Aran is their only real frontliner, because Weedy wants to pull them back into the team fight. And I think Influence Rage miscalculated how Liquid ID would take that. This is Aran. They wouldn't trade, they wouldn't fight for him. Apparently, Liquid ID. They did. Yeah, just, nothing comes for free.
I guess it makes sense, right? I was looking at the 8,000 goldie, but if we take a look at the items, it looks like Fury technically already has his Holy Trinity. So maybe that's one of the reasonings behind the decision. They were looking for an opportunity for Paquito.
Oh, that's an SOD. Thrown out. Waiting if Fury wants to respond. Paquito very low. Flickering back, defensively used, and look at that. Munster's already got the grab. It's just a matter of time. Liquid ID is going to squish him out, extinguish their effects, and that's a Tsunami Slam once more. 9 stacks on Shiki, and the Lord should be all but wearing that blue jersey.
No way, right? No way. In no man's land, 4 members already on here, and Shiki already dealing this much damage. It looks like Aran wants to go for more, actually.
Fury fighting back, going down, standing, and gets choked out. Paquito goes, Monsters 2, and Shiki deep behind enemy line scores a triple. It's a wipeout.
They don't even have to go for the Lord. Already 3 inhibitor turrets taken down, and this is just the final push. Chan left all alone.
And it's just a matter of time. The base awaiting minions, throwing up that liquid recall. Game 1 goes to the cavalry.
Wow. Strong opening performance coming through from TLID, ladies and gentlemen. But, don't fret for all the Brazilian fans out there, for the fans of, Influence Rage. It's still a best of 3. There is still time to kind of reset and go back to the drawing board.
But how much time?
But we already talked about the drafts, Gideon. Did you think it would have gone the way that it went in game number 1?
I think a couple of things, right? The only thing I have to say about draft, the hardest decision to make was whether or not they go for the safe blind pick of Valentina, or they make a hard read and say, you know what? Let's make sure that the level of execution of TLID is going to be at an all-time high if we were the ones who took the Zhu Xin. I think either or, 2 different problems. My biggest problem is that Influence Rage, you can see a little bit of inexperience here, just a little, because target priorities were kind of weird sometimes, and I think that's why we saw TLID really take it in that mid game, right? Because again, Aran, for some reason, those 3 deaths, he was like, okay, sure, I'm just the hedge fund. I'm just the investments in the back bank.
I'm a boxing bag. Like, I'm meant to take this damage.
It's wild. It's wild. A couple of the other things that I did notice. Witty, interestingly enough, this man, I refuse to engage the traditional way. I will always use my battle spell. Flicker, Tsunami Slam, and I want to make sure that I've got my second skill to get in or extend my lead. That's the only big difference I've seen so far. And look at him, right? Doesn't even complete the T2 boots. Straight away, I want to make sure that I have immortality because I'm going to keep on doing this.
This is a very Kaja approach to play in Kalia. So I guess that's why we never saw Kalia, or MPLID people never saw Kalia
Not just yet.
on Witty, because he was channeling his inner Kaja before his debut here in Mobile Masters.
Technically, it was also banned.
Yeah, but even so, I think that Influence Rage, a couple of things that weren't utilized, that's SOD. It didn't come out at the right times. It didn't connect when they really needed it. Even if you are unable to kind of find that profit on the kill, to disengage from Fabian chasing you down when you've already expended all your resources could have been the difference maker there.
And this is a example of having the right tools, not knowing how to use it.
Exactly.
They saw the fan, he's like, Cho, Moskov, I'm happy I got the draft prediction right, but not so happy to see what they did with it.
I mean, I gotta give them the first 5 minutes of the game, it was actually looking really even. The trades were really important because whoever initially got that lead would have snowballed that lead out of control. So it went exactly how we expected it in the game itself. It really just comes down to the small things of the game. Target priorities, how you utilize a couple of those ultimates. And I can't blame Influence Rage to not be at the peak of it in comparison to the runner-ups of the M6 World Championship.
If there's anything that TLID are known for in the early stage of the game, it's their aggression, whether it be their old, duo. They had the Hilda Khalid or the Hilda Jawhead or Jawhead Badang, that type of stuff. And we saw Jotun really just fall because of it.
Yeah. Jotun did not know what to do.
900.
For half of the time. Like, he was always out of position. And he was punished hard by Aaron Shiki because of that.
Absolutely. Dude, Aaron Shiki, almost the perfect score. 999 gold per minute. And yes, I think that Jotun got a little taste of what the early game was like, and that's why he was a little bit more hesitant. But I do feel like he highly prioritized his jungle pathing more than anything else. And I think this is where it gets really difficult from top tier junglers, is how to optimize your jungle pathing alongside with being able to participate in a lot of these fights. Because with the ways that we see these fights actually play out, Yehezkiel is forcing Influence Rage to be at their mechanical peak. If not, I'm just gonna lift you up and get a free kill. It's just, we're gonna rinse and repeat this every single time.
Good observation. I think I agree, because watching Yotun Path, it's like watching a martial artist practice their kata. It doesn't translate into actual fights. And that's what happened to Yotun. That's why we kept noticing, why is he in that spot? How far did he get deep into the enemy lines like that? It's because in his mind, I'm just farming. See right here. I'm just farming. Oh, God.
Yeah, it hurts. It hurts. I think, again, optimizations need to be made from the side of Influence Rage. I think their draft was as good as you could probably get it, with the only 50-50 being in that mid lane. But other than that, I think they had the recipe to actually turn this around. But once again, well done to TLID. I will not take that away from them. They know how to really drive and really punish your opponents when it feels like, okay, they've got no more gas in the tank. Oh, there's a second tank! It's a little rough. But let's talk about game number 2, adaptations. If you were in Influence Rage's position, what do you do?
I mean, technically they already had the better draft, right? If we're talking about drafting phase, what should be the change?
Do not blind pick Valentina.
Do not blind pick Valentina.
That's been grinding my gears for the better part of the first quarter of 2025, man. A lot of teams that have lost that I have, participated in as a broadcaster, I'm like, you shouldn't have done that.
Why? What's wrong with Valentina?
Exactly. I don't
like Valentina blind pick. Like, you end up not having good ults to steal, and you're forced to play in the paint. At least with Jushin, you have that CC on demand.
Okay.
You have a very good defensive way of backing off with Crimson Beacon. If you're a blind pick Valentina, all you're doing is, whoa, oh, can I steal something? Can I steal?
You're just TikTok dancing in front of them. Oh, just for the next minute?
Yes.
Okay, let's pick the brain of Coach Leo here for a moment. If we are going for Valentina, how do we make that work? Do we need to at least have 2 viable ults in the first 3 picks?
Minimum have a plan with your ult stealing decision making, and then number 2 is make sure you win mid priority.
I don't know.
Make sure you punish hard.
The thing about the Valentina is it's also good as what do you call it? A deny
deterrent.
pick.
Yeah, a deterrent.
A deterrent. In the drafts, right? So they're not technically, well, okay, you can call it a blind pick, but also in order to win the drafts, in order to prevent, let's say, Yaskiel be on a comfortable hero, that Valentina pick shut down Yaskiel's usual heroes.
You tell.
All right, what would you rather have? A sword or a shield? See? She's a shield. She's a shield.
Ooh.
She is a shield.
I don't know if the gender profiling is coming into play here, but we're going to go on a short break before we push this even further. With that being said, Game 2 is going to be on its way shortly between these 2 teams. TLID up by 1 at match point against Influence Rage here at Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters. We're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, more Mobile Legends excellence.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
You get one night before the sun's up. Bang, bang. Tear it up. One shot before your time's up. Bang, bang. Tear it up. You get one chance before you're out of luck. Bang, bang. Tear it up. Tear it up. Bang, bang. Tear it up. You get one night before the sun's up. Bang, bang. Tear it up. One shot before your time's up. Bang, bang. Tear it up. You get one chance before you're out of luck. Bang, bang. Tear it up. Tear it up. Bang, bang. Tear it up. One army, we unbreakable. Won't ever beat us. We too strong. Take a stand, raise all of your fists high. This is the one. We're fighting for our lives. Won't let the odds run up on us. We fighting till the sun comes up. Don't try us, we the one. Bang, bang.
Welcome back, everybody. Mobile Masters continues here today. Our first best of 3, and the bickering has not ended between these two teams. TLID 1 point up. Influence Rage looking to equalize. My name is Gideon Q. I'm going to be your host, but as the bickering continues, we need to talk about adaptations.
Go in with expectations, you're going to get disappointed.
Leo and Eterna at the desk here. Guys, bring it to the camera.
Sorry.
Let us hear your opinions. Because right now, as much as we don't like seeing that initial blind pick Valentina, we're coming already into game number 2. And obviously, the one thing that comes to mind is whether or not Influence Rage are going to be like, yes, red side is the way. We can do this better one more time.
No. Just to cut it short, IR is going to go blue, and they are not going to pick Valentina blind into anything anymore.
Okay, for the first phase.
Yeah, no, not even ever. Okay. Like, I'm pretty sure, because again, I hate how he hyped up Chan and said, yo, this guy can step up to Yehezkiel, and then goes in, does like 2 tsunami slams, and then that's it.
I guess he tried, right? He tried.
He did try.
Flickered in very aggressively. Again, by the way, the choice of a flicker into a Kalia, also a very interesting choice. But I understand why, because granted, he is an aggressive player.
Yeah. You got to make those plays sometimes.
Exactly.
That's the level of mechanical execution that we were looking for. Speaking of which, looks like Influence Rage, you were right, Leo, on blue side, Team Liquid ID on the red, with the bands of Jawhead join as well as the Fanny this time around on blue. Team Liquid ID decide to get rid of the Loyi, the Hayabusa, and they have one more option.
Yeah. Liquid here should ban this Suyo and then see where it ends up.
I was about to bring up the topic about Kalia, but now I want to see whether TLID is going to be like, we're confident in our Jushin versus the Kalia, so therefore, let's get rid of the Suyo for free.
No, they'd rather get rid of the Harith.
Oh.
This does leave open a few choices that doesn't usually end up in the draft here. Again, the Zushin. Matilda is left open. Granger is still a solid pickup, and of course, Suyo.
I don't know, for some reason, I feel like TLID, yeah. TLID, they're not concerned about that kind of thing, right? That's why I think they opted to let it go, altogether. The Matilda, though, gets locked in first pick. This is not something that we've seen too much of especially on our stream A.
Because she always gets banned.
She usually always gets banned. Hard to utilize. There's a lot of small things which eventually add up to the bigger picture towards mid to late game. Team Liquid ID now going to be locking in the classics, of course, Suyo, and as well as Granger one more time. Aaron Chiki was having the time of his life in game number 1, so it makes sense that St. DeLucas is like, well, let's do it one more time.
So what are we looking at here for the Matilda? What is it going to be paired up with? Are we looking at the Alpha in the jungle? Phoveus is left open. That can be picked up by Moonsters. Well, we saw the combo Alpha Matilda yesterday. It did lose.
It was forced. But I do like the Phoveus. Again, very rarely too does Phoveus get open in this part of the draft. So Influence Rage should do well to match their colors with that hero. Very strong. What else? Do you invest in gold already? Or do you just let it go? You just say, hey, Fury, just hunker down. Just try to survive the first 8 minutes, man.
Do your best, sir. Do your best. I don't know. I'm curious. I want to pick your brain on a couple of things. Number one, Alpha Matilda used to be a very powerful combo. Not to mention that the new Alpha skin looking phenomenal. So great. So cool. And you've played hours, games upon games upon games of Alpha. Why aren't we seeing it happen more often against the Suyo? I mean, used to be the classic matchup.
Yeah, the game has changed. The way Alpha hard commits into fights, sure, you can repair that with a Matilda, but you're fixing something that has been outdated. It's basically rocking an iPod. basic iPod in 2025. It's still good. You're listening to music, but the rest of the world is on the newest phone. The rest of the world is listening in their friggin', Tesla Cybertrucks. It's just very outdated. Maybe if you're left with just that as an option, sure. But I think Team Liquid read into it and say, hey, they might be going for some cheese. That might be the only option they have left. So now they're saying, hey, you better have a Hanzo. You better have a, dear God, what, a Bane?
A Ling.
A Ling?
Yeah, which doesn't really, synergize well with the Matilda, essentially. I think the only hero that
Bane
Jotun
does,
has
though.
picked up other than what we were talking about earlier on is, the Hayabusa. So, you're right, the Bane does work. Oh, Bane Connoisseur.
Bane Connoisseur, of
Bane
course.
Connoisseur.
Yes, I think it feels kind of bad because if you do play Bane in these types of positions, you're usually just gonna get poked out by Mr. Aaron Shiki.
Yeah, no, you're right.
And not to mention that they still haven't picked over the mid laner, so I think that Influence Rage. I'm surprised that Kalia now is only getting banned up because Team Liquid ID are going to their natural pillars, of course.
They're getting very comfortable. So now I'm hoping that Influence Rage has that in their back pocket. Again, an out-of-meta gold jungler and a solid... Oh my God, no. They don't have an XP laner anymore. It's in there. It's Phoveus. I was going to say, if they somehow end up with a Hylos and then the Bane, this would be good. Because you can put the Hylos in the XP, but no, the Phoveus I don't feel is enough of a front line to support a Bane.
I think the worst part about this is that TLID can still use that Hilda as a flex pick. Like, worst comes to worst is like, oh, I realize that your composition isn't very good at like maintaining that front line. I can just have, again, a winning lane in the CC, which again, Aran is phenomenal at as well. He's played this matchup years in the making. Speaking of which, the Jushin gets banned out finally from the side of Influence Rage with the first pick of the second phase going over TLID. This is where they show their mid lane, right? There we go, the Farsa.
Classic Farsa. All the way back to Syndrome Yehezkiel, one of his signature picks, power picks, I would say at this point. So we're looking at comfort here. I'm not surprised if we're going to be seeing something like the Hylos maybe come through next for TLID. A lot more dive. They can also penetrate into the backline. I think Sicilian would also have a big problem. So the big question is now for Influence Rage with having both them, Matilda and the Phoveus. What's going to be the next two picks? We're looking at jungle and gold laner.
They spelled it out too soon. Team Liquid ID, SLD, and... Oh, SDL, I'm sorry. SDL and Facehugger, they control the draft from this side completely. Now Influence Rage puts Claude into Fury's hands, and what do we see in mid? What do we see on Chan? Or rather, what do we see in the jungle? What do we see on Jotun?
It's gotta be something decent, something that's able to kind of be very evasive. Oh no, they're going straight into tanks. Okay, so now they're going to solely play right from the start around the Sicilian as their main crux of their comp.
Did you hear Barats?
Yeah, was that a Barats or a Baxia? Folks, guys watching, you would also have had your alarms go off. We'll see in just a bit. But right now, Liquid ID is locking in their pick. We'll see later in a bit. But either way, Baxia or Barats, I don't like it.
It's tough. It's going to be a tough play.
I just got to be honest.
Man, it's really rough to play, especially when you don't have that early push, because I feel like now Influence Rage is definitely forced to play mid to late game. And even then, knowing that Team Liquid ID are going to take full advantage, having priority on a majority of their lanes, it's going to be a tough call.
To play devil's advocate, Claude is standing at 100% win rate.
Can we please have a look at the sample size one more time here?
Literally 3 times played. It's not too good.
Yeah. So for Influence Rage, like, it would be very generous to give him the 50-50 here.
It would be very
generous. So Liquid ID, look at that draft. How often do you see these players with these signature picks?
Look, this is the TLID branding right across the poster boys right here, right? Like, you're looking at Aaron Cheeky, you're thinking Granger already.
Yeah.
I mean, they've got it all down. I'm going to leave it to you guys to cast this game. For game number 2, it's Influence Rage up against TLID with Leo and Eterna.
Game number 2, ladies and gentlemen, in the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters, our opening match of the day. And we're going to see exactly whether or not the Brazilian team Influence Rage, who was all the rage yesterday, can make a similar thing happen today. It's match point for TLID, breaking up the first game earlier on. So Back again, Leo, this is not the best of a composition that we're seeing, but the one thing that I can mention for Influence Rage is the fact that they do have the Sicilian that can help them carry on into the late game. But the big question is, will we even get to that point?
Yeah, again, it's gonna take a while. Weedy, though, gets popped. Dear God, 4 members of Influence Rage converge onto that Little Wanderer. This is something we did not expect. Again, we might have spoken too soon, but the logic stands. This lineup should not be finding success this early on. Now, into that Y brush, they pick a fight. Monsters very low. Monsters might not walk away from this engagement. Neither does Paquito. And now they got one more. Eyes on Yotun. Get punished hard. 3 for 1. The delayed exchange. Liquid ID up 1,000.
Absolutely not worth it, right? A 3-for-1 trade in this early portion of the game. It looked okay in the beginning. Maybe
some hope.
They haven't seen, the Baxia being played in very often as a jungler. And maybe they were, kind of, what do you call it? What's the word?
Underutilized?
Like they didn't expect that much.
I see, they underestimated it.
There you go,
I got you.
underestimated.
Sorry, I'm still flummoxed and perplexed by the emblem choices. I wonder if that's true, and it's correct. Aran here is gonna get out fine. Is that the Baksha Rockin', not Seasoned Hunter? Eterna, folks, this Baksha on Yotun is rocking agility, move speed, and was that right, Weapon Master?
I mean, we gotta take a look at it again.
Oh, they're collapsing on to Influence Rage on their side of the map after the turtle. They make a beeline for Yotun's buff and his body.
2,000 goldly now for TLID, for the cavalry at this point. Things are going exactly the way we were, kind of thinking. We can already see Fabian as well as Weedy very confident going into the enemy jungle.
Oh my god, another stolen buff.
Boom! He didn't get it. Jotun is working without purple buff.
Oh, Grand Theft Purple. He should file a report.
He should ASAP, considering Jotun level 4 compared to Fabian at level 2.
Paquito popped.
Gone. Out. Now you see him, now you don't. So that lead has also increased 5-1 already. Very, very aggressive. They're controlling every side of the map, and Aran on his signature Hilda. This is a 2v1 situation. I mean, come on.
He'll be fine. Walks out of that brush. Scaffrey didn't even need the pop sprint. Up top, though, speaking of which, Fury gets blasted by Yehezkiel and Eroshiki from both directions.
Already 1-0-0 in the early stage of the game. Woody looking for something else?
What? Kicks him. No follow-up. Fabian, I can see a smile on his face. Gotcha, Witty. Will Christian try to get away? He won't. The punish from Munsters.
He finally gets taken down, but that's 2 kills given over by TLID for Influence Rage, but both on Weedy. So, again, they are looking for trades on the map. There is something that can be done. We're not too far in terms of the lead, but it's really not looking good for Influence Rage. As we're gonna head to a technical pause, ladies and gentlemen. We want to make sure that fair play is our utmost priority. We want to make sure that the players get the best viewing experience as possible, as well as you guys back at home.
Yep. Here, we're figuring out exactly who asked for the call because, one thing is for sure, obviously, Influence Rage could be playing a better game, but also there were some moves from Liquid ID that, make you wonder, what were they thinking? Fabian did Weedy a dirty. You see that where he's like, let me kick, and Fabian's like,
maybe later.
I want to take my purple.
Boys and girls, I don't know whether or not Team Liquid ID is, I think they're too confident. I think they're too confident right now.
They're playful.
They're really playful. They've got signs and poster boards all over Indonesia saying, check this out, looking for the highlight reels. That's personally for me, based off of what we've seen so far in the game. I don't know, dude. Influence Rage have a pretty unplayable draft right now.
Yeah, unplayable is an understatement. It is cobbled together. It is... They thrifted for this draft.
I mean, they literally have no winning lanes.
It's pretty hard, I'm not gonna lie. Even if we're talking about the mid lane, if we're talking about the mid lane duo to see who pushes out faster, even if Jotun comes, it's you're just slowing down his rotation if he shows up. It's really difficult to actually find a means to push through this game, and you just kind of have to just slow it down. You got to just give up a certain objective.
They can't slow it down, Gideon. Their best option of slowing it down is, weirdly enough, BMI out.
Yeah.
Yeah, Baksha Unite out. I'm just guiding Winsby away, bro. And what's weird is Monsters has no options. He's a Phoveus, legitimately just the only way you play a Phoveus is forward. So it's so disconnected.
We are going back into the game. Oh.
Right, so that was their first.
Oh, it's highlights.
blood
Highlights.
draw.
Oh, whew.
Yeah.
Whew.
That's first blood draw. Yeah. And then there's the clapback, the 3-for-1 eventually.
I thought for a moment that they had to redo the game, and that, oh boy, that would have been a little rough for either side. Even so, based on what we've seen in this game so far, again, if you are, yes, it is a thrifted draft, but at the same time, certain things must be given up, and I think that they have to double down. They have to double down on a single lane.
Look at that.
And I think that if there's any lane, it's got to be Claude, right? It has to be. He's the only way, other than the Sicilian, who will naturally get to that end game scenario. But if you boost up Claude even by half an item, that technically should be enough.
Yeah, he's the most efficient way of clawing this game back into controls because he protects himself well. He has a decent farming rate. I guess if ever you were to invest any resources into building anyone up, should be Fury.
I get that, but even for the first 3 minutes, I would consider Fury playing it safely, and yet he still gets taken down. And he's against Aaron Shiki, who is starting to snowball with those kills that have been given over to him. So it's not as easy. We saw what, Yehezkiel, wings by wings into the bush, feather airstrike, and gets taken down. We're gonna be expecting a lot more of that. And at this point, how? Influence rates, they're not there yet, and the Claude requires a little bit more time to get to that power point.
Okay, so here's the thing, right? The two players that need to make sure that they can reaffirm and also defend, necessarily it has to be the Sicilian, but I also think at the very bare minimum, we've got to be looking specifically at Paquito as well as Jotun. If Paquito, again, one of the safer heroes on the Matilda to kind of open up the map, or at the very least, watch for the intersecting points of that rotation, then you can start calling Shield Unity now. You can start hopping over walls and get to us quick to maybe stop a feathered airstrike. Taking 2 shots, sure. Taking all 3? Come on.
And even that is a long shot because that's assuming Liquid ID takes it lying down. That's assuming Team Liquid ID goes, we will do this, we will do this, we will do this. What is your move, sir? It's assuming that MLBB is a JRPG turn-based action game, you know? It's not!
Hey.
It's happening in real life. There are so many factors and dynamics that you have to assume will go wrong, and this draft, again, where's the damage coming from? If let's say that happens, right? Paquito finds him, Jotun jumps him, Monsters engages, like, Chan ain't ready. Like, even damage profile is problematic.
It's not about winning the fight.
Exactly.
It's about walking away from the fight.
Exactly.
With this minimal casualty. Look, hey, if you got gangrene on that leg, it's either you cut off that leg or you're going to be like, here's a toe. All right? I'd rather just give the toe rather than losing the entire leg.
Okay, so you're saying it's safe to go into your first professional MMA bout just doing good cardio. Yeah. At least I'm going to lose a long time, bro. Like,
I'm going to be walking away to double black eyes, broken wrists.
But I didn't get knocked out.
I didn't get knocked out.
It's a decision.
Yeah.
Lose all 3 points down. Sorry.
But yeah, it's essentially for disengage is the point.
Invest in the disengage.
Be as passive as possible so that Chan and Fury can cross over. That sounds so weird, crossing over.
Be as passive as possible.
Be as passive as possible.
Whatever.
That's not what I meant. I worded it weirdly.
Whatever you like.
Well, at the end of the day, if Jotun isn't sacrificing farm or given an opportunity for Fabian, who more than happy to walk into his jungle and take everything there, Jotun needs to understand he's not going to be able to carry this game if he doesn't make those types of sacrifices. Once again, the jungle pathing once more, they figured it out early because of that first engagement.
You're right.
Yeah.
The best of the best we've seen have done and played Baksha this way. I'm talking about Carl Tizzy. He throws his body at opponents, and when he won MPL Philippines Season 13, he had a really bad KDA line with a Baksha, but still they won. So he can do that here. Jotun can take a page out of that book.
Hey, look, if Carl TC can find a redemption arc, so can BTR. We've got an update from the B stream, a 2-0 victory against YBG. Hey!
Congratulations, Mirko.
It's
not that sad today.
The robots are angry.
Look, they need the points. They were like 1 in 4.
They were a bot, right?
Bottom of the list. And that's not somewhere, especially for Bigatron, they, hands on hips. We're not going back to the writer's room. Not this time. Not this time.
M7 is a long ways away. We win now.
Next year, this summer, look,
either way, I think that if there was a possibility for the group itself, Group A, to actually be shaken up, we need BTR to actually start climbing up the ladder here, because we've seen a good day one coming in for some of these teams with a 50-50 win rate overall. But the YBG, I think today is going to be even more like high stakes, high pressure, because we still have one of their games at the end.
Yeah. Who are they up against?
TLID.
TLID.
What?
And look at
both
TLID
done?
now.
Zipper, they're both done? They are both done. Oh, man. All right. Looks like the race to who finishes their series first has already ended for B as well as C. Onyx PH just taking a 2-0 victory over Papara. Super massive here. World champs. What can I say?
Yep. Here's the stream A being the most bang for buck stream to hang out in. But yeah, no, I think that we were all expecting this. Despite Papara Supermassive having so much potential after day one, it looked like they really could be that superpower out of that non-C region, Latam rep.
Actually, funny enough, I remember the interview. I remember one of the content pieces or interview. I could be misremembering this. Somebody was saying that hey, it's number 1 Philippines, number 2 Indonesia, number 3 could be potentially Turkey coming out of this. And I think that most teams outside, I don't know if most teams outside of Southeast Asia agree with that statement. I mean,
Turkey,
especially
right,
yeah, that Turkey is good. Well, are they number 1? I'm not so sure. Like EECA probably has something to say about this. Maybe even NA to a certain degree, assuming that they're going to be able to find their slot.
Wait, is this for Snapdragon only?
Well, in general.
In general?
Yeah.
Where did Malaysia go?
Hey man, we kind of sucked. We kind of sucked. We got grouped at challenge finals.
But M6 though.
But yeah, exactly.
Sometimes, Mobile Masters, you have to wait. You're right. There are no.
Yep.
Wait,
we
where?
again.
Here, right?
Yeah,
I know here. That's why I asked. Is it just Snapdragon or like in general?
Well,
in the MLBB competitive landscape.
I think you can consider this being the current standard. So yeah, no.
Look, I didn't want to be reminded about it, but like, sometimes you got to bring up the trauma.
It's current trauma.
It's a car crash. It's
How
a
did
car
it feel
wreck
to
right
be on
here.
top for just a bit?
Honestly, pretty good. Pretty good. When we didn't have other Southeast Asian teams alongside, we were like, yeah, we don't suck as much as everybody else. And now we're like, I don't know about that anymore. Look, Malaysia's in a weird spot, all right? Just in general. But we're not as bad as Singapore, so I think it's still a win of my votes.
What is up with Malaysians and Singaporeans?
It's a rivalry.
It's a rivalry?
It's
a love-hate relationship. Look, we're only separated by a single causeway, and we love each other and we hate each other at the same time.
Because I can imagine Abstract saying a similar thing about Gideon.
If ever, Flash did do better than Malaysia, yeah.
Technically, but nah.
They'll
Top
never.
4, right?
Yeah, neither of them are
SG?
here. Yeah, neither of them are here.
We all got grouped. It was a sad time. It was a very, very sad time. So that's why we've got to keep it on more of the glass half full section of things. Because again, as we see the SBS continue to start rolling out here, I think that's how some of the Southeast, I would have liked to see a couple more non-Southeast Asian teams, especially around the EECA region. Obviously, we have got some players coming in from them as imports for Team Falcons Mina. But other than that, it would have been nice to see them really spice up the mix.
Yeah,
and I'm wondering where we're going to see that.
The what?
That mix. Who will be able to move forward to,
Well,
the
probably
playoffs?
like MSC, M7. Like that's probably. I mean, we've also got another another representative coming in from Japan as well.
Wild card's gonna be wild.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good time.
But for here, I don't know if there's enough time or if it's even possible. Prior to Mobile Masters starting, a lot of eyes were on Aurora Turkey.
Oh yeah.
Again, that is a super team out of that region that has been on top for like what, 3 years, 4 years.
Here's the thing. Every single, I don't know whether it's like part of their brand, like individual branding for these players, not the team, because they have changed name so many times. It feels like a condensed version of Team Falcons, right? That roster's been together for so long. Name change, name change, name change every single time. Same thing goes for this Turkish team, and most people, especially for newer viewers, they come in and it's like, oh, I love this team. They've been around for so long. Like forever.
Absolutely. They have the experience under their belt. A lot of big names that we're very familiar with.
Yeah, they're making the right choices for long-term evolution. Because again, as much as we love Team Falcons PH, again, that squad has been together for what, 2.5 years now. This new Aurora Turkey, they got a new XP laner. They got a new gold laner. And to me, that's just good news. But why is it not translating?
Well, okay, EXP laner, yes. Gold laner, not so much. Because technically, they're related. Sigabumi is related to Apex.
Yeah, they are literally
They're
brothers.
literally brothers.
Yeah.
And so it's like, I mean, there's chemistry there. There's chemistry there for sure. That's
There has to be.
I mean, obviously.
Unless there's counter synergy in that in-game they just don't like each other as much.
That would be so funny. That would be so funny.
But also
baby.
very real.
Well, maybe a little too real in some people's eyes. Either way, Turkey has been a very interesting region to see. I'm surprised that they don't have an MPL in their for their sector
They
alone.
have the MTC, the MLBB Turkish Championship, or as they call it, Turkey Championasi.
Turkey Championasi. I do feel like a league is needed to combine that region, to make them one. Well, actually, but then that would reduce their slots. Regardless, we're going to be resuming soon back into this matchup. Just to recap, you guys, TLID currently at match point against Influence Rage, who did take a 2-0 victory, an outstanding 2-0 victory against BTR. Still going to drive that point home because I know Miracle's watching in the back. Boys and girls, here they are, and it looks like they might just be getting ready to hop into the game real soon. I'll let you guys handle it from here on out. Our casters, Leo and Eterna.
Thank you so much, Gideon. You can see the players, you know, powdering their fingers. They're gonna go all in. Wait, what happened?
Another kill on Yotun.
Oh,
I don't even know where
man.
from.
Who got the kill? You know, either or he gets taken down yet another time. And we did talk about it a little bit during the break. That's not what we wanted.
Oh my god, how did Paquito get in that position? Was that a circling eagle?
Yeah, he did.
Alright, well, we're still figuring out exactly, folks, where the game ended before we resumed and how it was. But Feathers are thrown out here by Yehezkiel, pushing out the rest of Influence Rage, but they still want to fight for this buff. This is not the hill to die on, as Aran pulls out. That buff had no business being there when they know that Liquid ID was going to go for both them and the purple. Oh my god, nothing on Influence Rage just yet.
No. So we are going to be waiting on two things. The two pillars, I would say, for Influence Rage right now. The winning conditions for Influence Rage, which is Chan as well as Fury. How safe can they play it? How many stacks can Chan get? And how fast can Fury get to the item power spikes? Right now, CLID understanding this, they're controlling everything on the map. Jotun!
Oh no, one more.
Ooh.
Gets hit with a full combo by Witty. Served up a kill. Off camera, Chan falls. Fury get one over Witty though, and Fury falls. Just bodies, violence, casualties all over the map. And Liquid ID looking to turn this into something. There is a push up top and a push down bottom.
This is a slaughter, Leo. There's no better way to put it right now. TLID are controlling every single thing on the map. They're controlling structures. They have a 7,000 gold lead in 5 minutes. 11-3 in 5 minutes. Almost a perfect turtle. And it's not perfect just because of timing, right? Because at this point, I don't see a way where they're going to be able to go for a contest. Fabian is already level 11 compared to Jotun at... Is that 6?
Yep, Jotun is at level 6, so twice the level gap is Fabian, and now the full kick combo onto Jotun. He does get saved though by the guiding winds, so a little bit of a silver lining. Yehezkiel with the wings by wings, failed airstrike, looking to finish the job. Jotun gets caught out by Adam into the back line, not so fast. The blazing duet here by Fury, not enough damage yet on this Claude. Team Liquid ID continues to fight. Monsters looking to stop the bleeding. Instead, he just gets out of there. Another guiding winds by Paquito. At least the fighting stops.
The horses are angry here, right? They've taken the rage out of Influence Rage and given it over to themselves. Look at the control that they're still holding onto. We're seeing Influence Rage kind of fight back here and there, but again, they're not ready for this. Fury only has a corrosion scythe. It's as compared to Aaron Shiki, who's already at 201. I wonder what his items are at the moment, but yet again, another neutral objective given over. That's perfect turtle for TLID.
Shiki here working on that top lane. He does get 4. Is that 4, ladies and gentlemen? Circling Eagle catches the untouchable one. Despite Yehezkiel and Witty's efforts to save their gold laner, Influence Rage gets a kill.
That's it, right? That's a turnaround. Okay, that's great, right? They need to find more opportunities like this. It's a good shutdown. It's gonna kind of prevent those stacks from the Sky Piercer that's already built up for Aaron Shiki to kind of hinder a little. But then what's next?
That's not going to happen very often. They definitely just found that small window to punish Aaron Shiki. Again, it is the perfect target. You just keep taking down Shiki. He stops scaling. And for the first time in a while, Jotun tastes a orange buff. This is a good time for Influence Rage. I wonder how they'll find the momentum. Where do they go from here? You're right. That's a good question.
Okay, Woody's in the vicinity. Aran is there. He got his orange buff, but now he's looking for the purple buff. And he will get it.
All right, it looks like Liquid ID has slowed down the pace. I guess this is just in an effort to slow push top lane. Now they're looking at mid. Feather Strike thrown out. Blasting Chan a few bits here. Fabian gets the push. They refuse to collapse. All right, Liquid ID are slowing down. More procedural, more purposeful push.
Okay, and we do see finally DHS being built up for Fury, so just one item away to get to that Holy Trinity. TLID though, despite being a little bit more methodical, is that a word?
Methodical.
Methodical, that's a word. Methodical about their approach here. They're still holding the control, still the 8,000 gold lead. Where the airstrike gets opened up just to zone the members of Influence Rage away so they can take this turtle with absolutely no problem.
So they're going for the checklist bit by bit. Holy Shields first, and then we go for the Lord. Spawning down lower quarter of the map. Already mid and top lane, Holy Shields popped. Widdy in trouble. Does have Jotun and Paquito on his tail. Liquid takes the last tier 2.
Leo?
Yes?
What is 15 minus 8?
That's 7.
7 levels behind?
Yep, it was twice prior, 6 to 12. But I wonder when Fabian hit level 15, because yesterday there was a record set by the Beast King Kong, level 15 at 8. I wonder if Fabian hit the same rate here today.
Oh, we can ask Zipper.
Yeah,
we can ask him to double
we
check.
lost track, but it was very fast, because again, Fabian was stealing buffs left and right.
I have not seen a 7 XP gap in my life.
Now we have.
4
Surprise.
years of casting.
Ever.
7 XP gap.
Now they're knocking in Influence Rage's doors here. Lord jumps in, slowly but surely. Widdy fighting in the paint here, underneath tier 1, does go down to 1/4 of his health. Turret finally falls, Lord still standing. Bit of a chubby wave left down bottom. Top lane as well. Influence Rage is literally just doing everything they can to stop this boat from sinking.
Yeah, inhibitor turret here goes down in the mid lane, and it doesn't look like there are anything left for TLID to work with. Technically, they do still have high ground, right? They have Chan, they have Fury technically. Not the best of range, but a little bit more safe with the PMI. But there's still hope for Chan. He is on a glowing one. Oh, but look at that feather airstrike damage!
Eterna, you're talking about range, you're talking about kit, but what about items? They're down 12k. Basically, the skill hits from Chan might even feel a little ticklish to Team Liquid ID, because look, they're taking it to the face.
Yeah, he only has the glowing one and the elegant gem. It's gonna take some time,
At
yeah.
10.5 minutes, yeah, I'm giving them minimum 16. If all goes well in 16 minutes, then maybe they can fight. Now the better airstrike, they commit to it, almost going out of the base, Influence Rage, but they know their depth. They know how firepowered they are by Team Liquid, and they retreat.
So what's the call now for TLID? Do they wait for the next Lord to spawn in 60 seconds, or do they look for yet another opening to push? Because now Influence Rage, Fury in particular, already has the golden staff. I know that there's a lot of, physical immunity built in already for TLID, but with just a couple more items, that could affect. This could be the game-changing moment that Influence Rage needs.
Yeah, that's why I'd reckon the correct answer is freeze the lanes, wait for that Lord, and just take everything away from the jungle you can from Influence Rage. And that's exactly what Liquid are doing. You see a green dot, take it. You see a buff, take it. And then you wait for the Lord.
Okay, we can see that happening, right? The lanes are slowly being pushed out. We're looking at Influence Rage getting some information, a little scouting into the jungle, their own jungle. But I agree, Influence Rage at this point, do they wait for the push?
Oh yeah, they cannot contest. I'd still say they cannot contest.
5 levels below.
No one is in any shape to force a fight from Liquid. So now Liquid blitzing the Lord here, timing it well. Lord spawns in just 2.
14,000 gold lead.
Yep. Oh, they skipped the window then. I guess Lord comes out way off. Lord comes out 20 seconds from now.
Okay. So that's a little bit more, time for Influence Rage to kind of gather up their spirits to what could possibly be the game-ending Lord push for TLID.
Yep. So we can expect Lord to come out 15 seconds from now. Feather Strike spent out here by Yehezkiel, spacing out the rest of Influence Rage as TLID escort a siege minion underneath tier 3 down bottom and does not still come down. So still successful defense by Influence Rage.
Yeah, the tower is still standing there. You see Munster's already building up some magic defense. Let's see whether or not this is going to be enough.
Oh, the kick by Weedy. The flicker out by Monsters. And they crash in. Fury gets taken down by Yehezkiel. Monsters fall as well. And it's just all they could do. Influence Rage here. Gonna go down. Liquid ID scores the sweep. 13 minutes and 17 seconds in.
GG, well played. It's TLID with a 2-0 victory over Influence Rage. Oh boy, this was a painful one. Game number 2 with a huge goal lead from TLID, closing out the game especially clean, but more importantly so, at least for TLID, once it's go time, it's like, all right, enough of the disrespect. Let's look for the pick. Let's close it out strong.
It was brutal. There's nothing more to say. I mean, we expected a lot as well coming from Influence Rage. The fact that they were able to take down BTR so valiantly, so clean as well. But against TLID, it didn't look like they found their footing. They had the better draft in game number 1. Coming to game number 2. Bad draft.
I don't want to put the mechanical skills of Influence Rage's players question, but yeah, I'd say 70-80% of this game was down to the draft. There's nothing this lineup could do.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. At a certain point in the game, especially when you are playing up against someone like Claude, yes, you want him to get 3 items, but TLID, with that much of a gold lead, people could just buy Winds of Nature for fun. They don't even need the rest of their core items to really be a threat.
Weedy could have afforded one. Like, that's how bad it was.
It's crazy. It's crazy because, again, no turrets are actually earned. All objectives falling into the hands of TLID. Only 2 buffs attained by Rage. I mean, talk about a slapping.
This is worse than getting egged. Like, I would rather see 0 kills to 12 kills, but at least, like, half the buffs, at least, to me. This just shows that Liquid ID lived in Rage's jungle since the first minute.
Basically lived in your house.
Rent-free. Ate your food.
With your partner, too.
He made you feel like a squatter.
Exactly.
Like, you should pay them.
Exactly. I mean, I can't wait to see what the GPM is going to be looking like, especially for Favia. By like 6 minutes, I think 6 minutes going into 7, he was like level 13 looking to get his like 4th item at that point. So, I don't know. Aaron Jiggy, different scenario, dying in some pretty weird spots, of course. He could have avoided those mistakes, but inevitably didn't really, I mean, just resets his bounty. That's pretty much it. What else can I say about this? Because again, Rage, they had a plan in game number 1. It felt like they didn't have a fully fleshed out idea for game number 2.
So what happened, right?
Dude, that Matilda was looking too juicy. They were like, oh, Matilda.
Yo, Matilda. What are we going to do with this, coach? Matilda. No, because truth be told, this draft is good in a vacuum. You have power picks. Matilda opener. Bang. You end up with a Phoebus in the first phase. Bang.
Yeah.
You end up with a Sicilian. Bang. And then... Now what?
I'm telling you, these are the people who are like, oh yes, I know so much about computers. Yes, I know all the brands. Just get a Snapdragon. Just get a Snapdragon. It's so easy. It's just why put all the thought and pressure? It's just there are some obvious choices, and I think that unfortunately for Influence Rage, they kind of fell into that hold of like Matilda is like banned out in every single game all across the world. We might as well pick it up for ourselves. This is our blue chip.
Yeah, which is amazing because it seems like Saint DeLucas and Facehugger baited them into this situation, right? Like they used the Matilda as a carrot.
Where do you think they figured it out? Was it? Oh my goodness, that GPM of 1047. I don't know whether we've broken the record for GPM so far. I'll check with Zipper in just a little bit.
Yeah, GPM and the XP gain.
And the XP gain.
How long did it take for Fabian to hit level 15? Because when we checked, it was 6 to 12. And then 7 to 15. Oh, 8 to 15.
8 to 15.
Brutal game overall.
To answer your question.
What? Zipper answered.
Yes, it is the highest GPM we have in the league so far. I say league in the competition so far.
Are we still calculating EXP? But yeah, to answer your question, I think it was when the first phase ended, and then they were considering what options they had left in the second phase. That's when they found out, oh, we got played.
Cut to Facehugger and SDL gives them Matilda. Do they realize that they're not about to have a jungler soon?
Yeah.
And that's why I think it was brilliant by SDL and Facehugger, right? Because technically you can't let the Matilda go for TLID to pick up either.
Nope.
So it was very trappy.
You know, this game gives me the feeling of like when we're looking at some of the local leagues in Southeast Asia where both teams are well, not in this case, but let's say both teams are equal in their skill level.
Okay.
And the gold laner makes a mistake. They lose like a crap, and the game is over just because of that, which is brutal to say. Same thing here, except in the draft. Had they just locked in a jungler just a little bit earlier, maybe this could have been very different.
Again, this is the Liquid Gambit. Like, they knew what was up because there was a Hayabusa ban in the first phase. Clearly, Liquid ID's coaching staff knew what was up. So, again, this is worse than yesterday's final match between RRQ and Falcons Mana because in the draft alone, you saw how the game was over.
And that game, that really was in a vacuum. Literally just sucked the air out of Team Falcons Mina. I don't know whether they're doing well in some of the other streams. We'll check in just a little bit. But overall, this game was a quick finish here. Looking for the upcoming games, though. I don't know if it's going to be just this quick because our second best of 3 is the one that I think most people are going to be excited for here in Stream 8. Oh, yeah, you definitely are, Eterna. But generally, based on what we've been seeing throughout the tournament, this being one of the outliers, I think definitely a couple of games being the outliers, what are your general thoughts on Kalia now? Because even so, we're seeing that TLID, if we are taking only game 1, they waited until second phase to let it go through. Other teams might pick it up a little earlier just to play the Jushin, but is that the trigger here?
For me, I think it's too early to tell. I can't observe based on the match we just saw.
Okay,
basically.
I think that's fair.
So there's not enough information.
Yeah, and I don't want to kind of expand on why.
Yeah. All right, that's fair. That's fair. But you guys could help us with that. Take the survey and win a $100 gift card just by taking the survey. Scan that QR code down below, and you could be earning yourself some big schbucks. Big schbucks at esl.gg/survey. And also maybe check out the esl.gg/shop because again, they got some cool merch here. See, I'm wearing it right now.
Oh, that's so cool.
Oh, it's got the ESL thing. There's more on the back, but I wish I could show you, but I can't right now because I'm insecure. Look, with game number 2 on the cusp, hey, let's not dive back into trauma, all right? we already did the first one. The Singaporeans already took the hit. They don't need to take any more. Game number 2 is going to be coming up real shortly. I heard from the other streams that their games have been pretty fast as well. This might just be a fast day until game number 2, and we're waiting on the interview actually coming up from TLID's side because again, I do want to hear their opinions after having to take on powerhouses yesterday. Coming in, this has to be a confidence boost.
And I'm also wondering what they think about the Kalia now because still, I haven't really made up my mind about this hero.
Yeah, no, yesterday we talked to Willie and he said, Coach said, pick Jawhead, it's OP. Where did this come from? You know, like at such a clutch time as well, given that Jawhead was banned here both times. I want to hear about their thoughts. Yeah, this is less about the intricacies of the game because I think this was a more match kind of situation. Like I want to talk to Liquid about their emotions.
Their emotions.
It's the mental game.
Yeah.
90% of the competitive scene, it's once you've reached that mechanical level because of the way the game is designed, it's all mental. So many teams already have sports psychologists, for an example.
That's true. Onyx had one.
Had?
I think had. I don't think I have a new one.
Has still.
They have still?
What?
No, because they had, and then remember when they dipped in performance after their 4P? That's when they didn't have one anymore.
So they need one. Most teams at the top need one.
Yeah, they do. Those who don't, man, gotta look for resumes. Start sending them out. LinkedIn, I'm pretty sure they're looking for some at some point, right?
That's such a fun job. Can you imagine?
Yeah.
Being a player psychologist.
I'd be a terrible one.
Basically sit down and say, What did you do wrong? I'm not qualified.
Cut to me. Do better.
Next.
Oh, with that being said, though, looks like our interview is going to be happening in just a little bit. Let's have a look at the standings first. Group A currently on top. Still, it's still going to be OP, and then followed by TLID now taking the lead here in second place. BTR, finishing with the 2 as we saw earlier, and shooting them up into third place, but tied with Papara Supermassive, which they just played against. After that, it's going to be IR, and then finally YBG. So the groups are starting to shape up. We're getting a pretty decent idea who's moving on.
Yeah, glad to see that BTR is coming up to most of our expectations, but I'm still not as confident given that Papara Supermassive is still at 4th, and they played less or lost less compared to BTR.
Like, what are Bigatron's next matches? Because I think that would be a lot more telling to where they're going to be.
Actually,
have they taken down Onyx BH?
Yeah, that's another thing.
I can actually pull this up for you right about now.
Nice.
Bigatron's matches that they haven't played against is they haven't played against OP. They haven't played against wait, no, they've already played against YBG. YBG is the other team. So 2 teams that they haven't played against just yet to have an opportunity, and they need to win 2-0. The OP one is
that's a tough one.
Wait, wasn't the YBG one the one that Bigatron went 2-0?
They swept them now.
They swept them now, yeah.
So it's OP.
Yeah.
Am I wrong on this one?
Wait, if
no, they swept the Papara Supermassive.
Oh yeah. So they're waiting against YBG.
Okay.
And then OP.
Yes. Well, with that being said, it looks like we have our boy on the line. I'm excited for this one. The Ghost of Jakarta himself finally made manifest. TLID's very own mid laner on the line. Hello, Yahaskill. How are you doing?
Hello.
Hello, Yahaskiel.
It's good to see you. It's good to see you. Tell us, how are you guys feeling, especially after, getting a clean sweep against Influence Rage today. But yesterday, you guys, again, 50% win rate overall. What are you guys looking for the future? How are you feeling now?
We are feeling good right now because we can bounce back from yesterday's game. And for the future, I think we just do the best lah.
Just do the best.
Okay.
Do the best. Now,
Yes, Gil, I have a question
Go
for
ahead.
you.
Yes.
We know your Eve is very strong. You play a very good low Yi. I'm a big fan of you ever since M6. Why are you
you.
playing more frontline mages, bro? Why are you playing Zushin a lot these days?
Because I like Zuxin more than like Eevee, like Loi.
what makes you like Jushin more?
Because that hero so aggressive. I like aggressive hero.
A change of pace for Syndrome.
It is a change of pace, and not to mention that Loi's been banned a bunch of times. Yahaskill, we heard from Fabian that he says TLID now compared to when they were at their quote-unquote peak in M6, now just a little bit less. Do you agree with that? Do you guys think that you could grow even more? Are you at your peak yet? And is there higher heights to achieve?
Yeah, I agree with Fabian.
So what happened then would be the question, I think. Maybe a lot of the people are thinking. What happened to TLID? Why did we see a dip in performance?
I think because new patch. So we need more try hard.
Okay.
We need more dude.
Okay.
He should post up at Sports Psychologist. I like that answer. I like that answer a lot. Thank you, Yahaskill. Quick shout outs to everybody across the world who is watching you right now. Yahaskill, do you have anything to say to the TLID fans here in Southeast Asia and around the world?
For the Calvary, keep supporting us.
Aku cinta kamu.
Aku cinta kamu lebih.
Thank you so much, Yahaskill. Everybody, that's Yahaskill. Give it up for the mid laner of TLID. I know you got a long set of games here today. Good luck, and thank you so much for coming on the interview.
Bye, Yahas. Thank you.
Bye.
Hati-hati. You distracted him. Eternal, you distracted him. He was like, he wasn't ready for the love bomb that you
He
dropped
was
on him.
so confused.
He needs to focus on
He's
the
like,
next
what
match.
is going on? These
He's like,
casters
do
are weird.
Come
Do
on.
I give it up to the fans, or do these guys just want to take me away and just put me in a box? With that being said, our very first best of 3 has already concluded. We're going to be moving on to our second one
Royal
right
Derby.
after this short break, because the Royal Derby is about to happen one more time. Onyx Esports against RRQ. The kingdom has come for our second best of 3 of today. This is the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Master. We'll catch you back with the Royal Derby right after these messages.
Hello guys, ako si Kyrie Rice del Sol. Ako ang jungler ng Team Onyx Esports. Ngayong araw tuturuan ko kayo paano mag-jungler patting at mag-gank. Okay guys, pipili natin hero ngayon si Nolan dahil isa siya sa mga pinakamatuloy na mag-farm na jungler ngayong meta. So red 3, ito emblem natin. Okay, dito start tayo level 1 in a blue buff. So start tayo ng blue buff. Pagkatapos ng blue buff guys, start agad tayo sa red buff. Mula diretso tayo sa red. Kailangan mo natin pagpa-level 4 guys para makagang tayo sa gold lane. Okay, level 3 na. Kunin muna natin to. Pagkatapos naman nito, dito Wanderer. Pag ganito guys, low na yung kalaban, pwede agad kayo dumiretso. Tulad yan. Kapag offside sila, kahit di na kayo mag-level 4, basta kung feel nyo na makakagang kayo, pwede nyo agad sila patayin. Tapos kapag wala namang roam yung kalaban, pwede kayong mag-abang dito guys. Abangan nyo yung gold lane ng kalaban. Kung tingin nyo mapapatay nyo, pwede nyo abangan. Tulad ganito. Ito yun lang guys, pagkatapos mag-gank, pwede agad kayo bumalik sa jungle nyo at pumunta sa turtle para mag-set up na objective. And bago mag-turtle din, pwede kayo mag-gank ganito guys. Basta kung tingin nyo makapatay kayo, i-go nyo lang. So, ayun lang guys. Thank you so much sa mga nanood. At ayun ang tips ko sa inyo sa mga gusto maglaro ng jungler.
Halo guys, nama saya Sans dari Onyx Esports. Sekarang saya mau kasih tips untuk bermain Valen yang benar. Jadi yang biasa gue lakuin di Valen itu, ini bakal gue kasih tahu semuanya di sini guys. Biasanya gue pakai emblemnya itu Inspire. Kenapa Inspire? Karena lumayan cukup nambahin mana. Terus kalau misalnya yang di tengahnya itu, biasanya kalau banyak hero CC, biasanya gue pakai emblemnya Pure Yourself. Karena itu lumayan cukup ngebantu buat spell kita di mid game sampai late game. Emblem terakhirnya itu biasanya gue pakai di Impurage. Kenapa Impurage? Karena lumayan cukup berdamage. Ya nambahin HP juga dan mana sih guys. Nih kalau Valen itu dia mukul bagusnya itu kelebihannya dia kalau mukul nambahin XP tuh. Jadi biasanya kalau gue di lane itu pasti bakal nge-freeze. Kalau enggak gue pukul-pukul orangnya biar nambahin ini juga lah, XP biar cepat level 4. Biasanya itu kalau Valen gue itemnya pertama gue beli sepatu ini dulu. Awalnya NOD. Kenapa NOD? Karena emang butuh buat di early game yang banyak lifesteal atau ya pokoknya kalau banyak hero lifesteal gitu bisa ngurangin di lifesteal musuh gitu lah. Item keduanya biasanya gue beli Lightning. Kenapa Lightning? Karena dia itu ada efek cooldown-nya, terus ada kayak efek petir-petir gitu. Jadi kalau buat nge-clear, terus nambahin cooldown juga, jadi bagus guys. Terus ketiganya gue tambahin Wishing Lantern. Kenapa Wishing Lantern? Karena ini lumayan cukup ada efeknya juga, jadi lumayan sakit juga. Dan ini ada tambahan mana sama cooldown. Jadi otomatis kalau gue main Valen itu harus di 40% cooldownnya. Jadi buat nge-spam untuk di lore nanti cukup enak lah kalau buat untuk poke di musuhnya. Terus ketiganya biasanya gue beli, kalau nggak defense ya biasanya gue beli ini Blood Wings. Tapi sekarang kayaknya gue kalau buat Valen gue nggak pakai Blood Wings sih, soalnya lebih butuh defense glaive-nya. Soalnya buat tembus juga kan yang buat tebal-tebal gitu. Di atas menit 18 mungkin kalian bisa beli Holy, karena kalau kalian beli Holy dapat lore itu nambah damage-nya lumayan cukup banyak lah. Intinya tuh kalian main Valen itu kalian harus pukul-pukul orang terus, soalnya itu cukup ngebantu buat cepat naikin level. Yaitu sekian dari gua tutorialnya. Terima kasih yang udah nonton dan kalian jangan lupa dukung Onyx terus di ESL Master ini. Dan buat Sonic ya kita pasti kasih yang terbaik guys.
have what you say you got? Go till you drop. Go until we in the spot. I climb my way to the top. I never stop. It's coming ready and now. Do you have what you say you got? Go till you drop. Go until we in the spot. The game. Yeah, we one and the same. I've been patiently waiting, and we're gonna take it like that. You can't stop what we begin. There's no wild alive. We promise we'll rise down, and then we rise again, like phoenix from the flame. The players in the game, we want to say.
Yo. I don't think they're ready for it. On the loose, on the loose, on the loose, on the loose. With the beast, on the loose, say the truth, on the loose. Off the chain, it's all the gauge. Yeah, getting wild, shot me out the cage. It's getting wild out here. One by one, we watch them all falling. It's getting wild out here. But I'ma be the last one standing. You can't stop what's begun. You can't stop a revolution. Come in, come in. It's getting wild out here. Yeah, it's getting wild, it's getting wild. Eating them, beast, eating them, feast. Fire the most, tire the least. See them admitting defeat, and they so useless. I'm so ruthless. New phone, who this? Give no reply to excuses. Got no bite, man, a toothless. Living a lie and the truth is, got this power, bringing it. Play my anthem, singing it. Every mountain, ringing it high. I soar, I rise, reborn. Strapped, I'm back like never before. Taking my final form. Yo, it's getting wild out here. One by one, we watch them all falling. It's getting wild out here. But I'ma be the last one standing. You can't stop what's begun. You can't stop a revolution. It's coming, coming. It's getting wild out here. Yeah, it's getting wild. It's getting wild. For the revolution. What? Waiting on an evolution. Yo. It's coming, coming. Yeah. If you wanna come and get some. Yo. Nothing we can't overcome. Running, running. Sure as we rise with the sun. Yo. We will arise and become stunning, stunning. Watch for the revolution. You can't stop what's begun. It's coming, coming. Wait. It's coming, coming. Wait. It's coming, coming. Just you wait, just you wait. Yo, 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 yo. It's getting wild out here. It's getting wild. One by one, we watch them all falling. It's getting wild out here. Yo, but I'ma be the last one standing. You can't stop what's begun. You can't stop a revolution. Come in, come in. It's getting wild out here. Yeah, it's getting wild. It's getting wild.
Ain't nobody in my lane. Me and you, we ain't even playing the same game. Take my own credit, no need to drop names. Drop the weight, clean slate, I'm insane. It's giving insanity on a melody. More flow than a manatee. Levels that I reach, man, I defy gravity. Heart so strong like it runs in the family. I've got the haters out of breath. Ain't talking about dinner when I got them distressed. Giving palpitation when I say it with my chest. Do the calculation, it's time to invest. Acquiesce that I am the empress. Going so sick, someone call the vet. I just can't be tamed, that I'm the Loch Ness. So blessed, they can't comprehend. I turn a skeptic to believer. I am a leader, resurrected like it's Easter. If you step to me, you'll get the misdemeanor. They can't defeat her, they can't connect the reader. Can't decline, don't worry, I'll be fine. Cause all I see is ups in the line. Did I plan this? Is this by design? Come reflect, my light can't be denied. Come correct, cause this moment is mine. It's mine. Tell me you're feeling up. Tell me you're feeling up. Do it like nobody does. Sipping that haterade. I got the haters out of breath. Ain't talking about then and when I got them distressed. Giving palpitation when I say it with my chest. Do the calculation, it's time to invest. Acquiesce that I am the empress. Going so sick, someone cool with a vet. I just can't be tamed, I am the Loch Ness. So blessed, they can't come. Tell me you're feeling up. Tell me you're feeling up. Do it like nobody does. Sipping the haterade, right to the finish line. Tell me you're feeling up. Sipping the haterade, right to the finish line. Tell me you're feeling love.
To guess who in the building, born of the realest. Never catch me slacking, I was born, that's the illest. They call me a champion, I got the will to win. I'm a rare breed walking, I am one in a million. Guess who in the building, born of the realest. Never catch me slacking, I was born, that's the illest. They call me a champion, I got the will to win. I'm a rare breed walking, I am one in a million. Yeah. I am back in the place, don't have to guess who in the building, cause I'm back in your face. Ready for anybody coming, I am here on my toes. Never will settle for defeat, cause I'm raising the stakes, yeah. And I'm not coming to play, I got my game face on and I'm ready to shake. You see my name will be known everywhere in the world, cause I'm a king at a throne and I never will break. Hey, one of the chosen, going that's the illest, watch me kill it like a supposed to. Never catch me slipping on my pippin', I'm the coldest. The best I ever do it, I'ma show you how I know it. Notice, I am on my way, I'm here to handle business, I ain't come here to play. I see they in their feelings, I don't care what they say. I am one in a million, you don't have to guess who in the building. Born of the realest, never catch me slacking, I was born, that's the illest. They call me a champion, I got the will to win. I'm a rare breed walking, I am one in a million. Guess who in the building, born of the realest. Never catch me slacking, I was born, that's the illest. They call me a champion, I got the will to win. I'm a rare breed walking, I am one in a million. I'm a rare breed walking, I am one in a million. I'm a rare breed walking, I am one in a million. And I'm at it again. I'm a bad man walking around and tell all your friends. And whoever wanna test me, I am standing my ground. As they come closer, I am focused as I sprint with a grid. Yeah. Cause they know I'm a fool, and they know I'm that dude. I don't follow their rules, never bow to their principles, never choke when I move, never fold under pressure, never vouching to lose, yeah. I am on my way, I'm here to handle business, I ain't come here to play. I see they in their feelings, I don't care what they say. Cause I'm one in a million. You don't have to guess who in the building, born of the realest. Never catch me slacking, I was born, that's the illest. They call me a champion, I got the will to win. I'm a rare breed walking, I am one in a million. Guess who in the building, born of the realest. Never catch me slacking, I was born, that's the illest. They call me a champion, I got the will to win. I'm a rare breed walking, I am one in a million.
We on the way. We came to play. We on the way.
Showdown. Let the games begin. You can't stop us. I came to win. You can't stop us. It's only us in the end. You can't stop us. We the best in the world, and that's a promise.
we got you can't handle. Step out, 'cause we don't ever stand still. No doubt, I'm ready for the gamble. I'm ready for the gamble. Ready for the gamble. I keep feeding the flame, chasing the fame. This one will never be enough for me. I feel it run through my veins. I sharpen my aim, soaking the fire under my feet. Soaking the fire under my feet.
Yo, I switch, I swerve, wonder how I have the nerve. Leaving the heat on the track, too hot and I'm lighting the match now. Blasting off our rocket, grab the mic just to drop it. My Fahrenheit is shocking, amazed, dazed by the centigrade. Come now, don't be phased, follow the trail I blaze. First place, no second to waste. Pyromania, fanning the flames, burn the brightest they've ever seen. Give an armor that third degree, I'm the kerosene and I smoke them out. Fire away, counting down. 2, 1, ready for the gamble.
I keep feeding the flame, chasing the fame. This one will never be enough for me. I feel it run through my veins. I sharpen my aim, soaking the fire under my feet. Lights out, this is what we came for. Watch out, when we got you can handle. Step out, we don't ever stand still. No doubt, I'm ready for the gamble.
I'm ready for the gamble now.
Ready for the gamble.
Reach out, tap out, lights out, lights out.
Yeah, I'm moving automatic. See the top spot, but I move right past it. You're not number one, man, you thought you had it. I got what I want, now it's more than average. We are the masters. Now we back on the roll, headed back to the throne, 'cause we back what we on. Now we here to set the tone, got the spirit, got the soul, never question the power. Yeah, we showing you the power. Power. Make it loud. Power. Power. Don't waste a minute. Yeah, we showing you the power. Power. Make it loud. Power. Power. Don't waste a minute. Yeah, I'm moving automatic. See the top spot, but I move right past it. You're not number one, man, you thought you had it. I got what I want now.
always go 100%. Start to end, to the end, out or in. No between, you gotta go 100%. Play to win every single moment. Caught up in the motion, got no use for caution. Hope you're ready for a fight. I believe it, I can see it. If it's in my sights, I achieve it. Ain't no leaving, no defeating. Show up complete and repeat it. I believe it, I can see it. If it's in my sights, I achieve it. Ain't no leaving, no defeating. Show up complete and repeat it. Every day, prove that game. I always go 100%. Start to end. Every single moment, caught up in the motion, got no use for caution. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? I believe it, I can see it. If it's in my sights, I achieve it. Ain't no leaving, no defeating. Show up complete and repeat it. I believe it, I can see it. If it's in my sights, I achieve it. Ain't no leaving, no defeating. Show up complete and repeat it. Every day, prove that game. I always go 100%. Start to end. Every day, prove that game. I always go 100%. Start to end. Show up complete and repeat it.
They wanna go far, we go farther. They working hard, we're working smarter. Where they're gonna go, we go harder. Hit every swing, roam like a king. Every dream in your head getting bigger and bigger. Isn't it time we start pulling the trigger? Shoot for the clouds, let there be no doubt. We're flowing without any drought. Baddest the baddest, just call me rolling. Playing with folks for the serotonin. Placing your best, yeah, we're going all in. It's somebody calling my destiny. Betting on me, you don't wanna be my enemy. Wait and see, lay on the waist. Taking a victory, not just a taste. Laying on fire and we're storming the gates. You don't wanna be my enemy. Wait and see, lay on the waist. Taking a victory, not just a taste. Laying on fire and we're storming the gates. Laying on fire and we're storming the gates.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
That iconic line from the Sky Kings during the previous challenge season, right? During the challenge finals of the SPS, we saw Severo actually come into full fruition on that Onyx ID roster. But of course, he's backed up by the household names. We have Kyrie in the back, and now Severo has come on that gold lane. And will he fulfill his destiny of reaching that gold standard? Well, we'll just have to see.
Welcome back, everybody. The Royal Derby has begun here at day number 2 of the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters. This epic showdown is none other than Onyx Esports versus our RQ. This is going to be an epic one. We've seen this matchup plenty of times in MPL ID, and today we're bringing it to the world stage. My name is Gideon Q, going to be your host here on the set with our two professionals to analyze and break down the games as well as cast it. It's Leo and as well as Mirko. Welcome back and now nicely rendered in. Boys, how you feeling about the Royal Derby here? A lot of people are like, this is the one. This is the match.
Tell me about the Royal Derby. This happens how often in MPLID?
Depends. You know, well, in a normal regular season, it happens twice, right? They meet up against each other twice, but in recent years, from M3, it was just, these were the besties. We called them the besties because they would always beat each other in the grand finals. Happened in Season 8, Season 9, Season 10. 3 seasons in a row, we got to see the same representatives, the Royal Duo, we can call them, for all the internationals.
I'm pretty sure there's someone else called the Royal Duo, but
look,
out of Indonesia.
It's getting there. But we got to introduce the Sky Kings with a new revamped roster this time around to fill in some very big shoes. To those of you outside thinking that they haven't filled in those shoes, well, let me introduce to you Ryota, Kairi, Sans, Keyboy, and Savero representing Onyx Esports.
As Mr. Potong Man, I believe that's how we call him. Mr. Potong Man over.
Mo Saong.
Mo Saong. Dude. Keyboy, Sans, Savero, Kairi, and Ryota. I was caught off guard by that one, Leo. But seriously, when Ryota joined this team, it really felt different.
It did. Personally, for me, I feel like Ryota has been looking... I'm on the opposite end, right? I'm not looking at Onyx as a whole. Ryota as a player has definitely been in a lot of awkward scenarios where it's like, I don't really fit with the team's doing some other things, I'm playing a role that's basically a secondary roamer. But now, it feels like with the Onyx playstyle, this is the missing piece that they've been looking for in playstyle.
It's very rare that Ryota finds a team that suddenly knows how to take care of him and that he can take care of in the span of weeks. We last saw him with Smart Omega from MPL Philippines, and it took like a year for them to go like, hey, this is a good roster, this is a good lineup that Ryota fits in. And then suddenly, pre-season 15 is like, so where's Ryota? What's he doing? And then, lo and behold, he flies out to Indonesia, joins the Sonics, the Sky Kings, and he wears the crown really well.
And for the longest time, I think for Onyx ID, we've always kind of spoken about Boots in the XP lane being the real XP that they would need. Someone that was selfless, someone that would just, sacrifice himself for the greater good of the team. That's why we saw Lutpi kind of struggle because he was kind of a carry type, and then Rez stepped in, but he didn't really fit the team. Ryota is a different style completely from Boots, but it feels like it just revamped and refined what Onyx wants to do now with Adi.
What exactly Ryota is a frontline general. He's the new general. That's what we used to call him, and he commands his army of fans, the Ryot Army.
Ooh, I like that. I like that a lot.
You do?
But before we go deeper into that, we have to introduce their opponents here. Now, this is a legacy team, a team that has a strong brand name and a fan base like no other. With Dairon, Sutsujin, Rins, Idok, and Toy to hold up that mantle, this is RQ.
Year in and year out, I have faced the reality that RQ Hoshi is the biggest name in MLBB esports. Like, you can't deny it. Wherever they play, they are on home soil. And I think I am the most in love with this roster. Say what you will about the old roster that had R7, that had Zin, that had Clay, that had Vin. Like, this is the best RQ I've ever seen. And I can't say any more now than I ever have that I am so Kingdom.
Why so? Because here's the thing. The iterations of the Kingdom throughout history have been very explosive, very in your face. And then when we saw this particular version of the Kingdom being built, a lot of people are like, where's the old Kingdom? Why this one? What made them who they are?
Well, for me, every time I look at this new Kingdom, every time I look at RQ's previous rosters, it's always been the players that define the playstyle, the players that define their era
individually.
Of RQ. Now, it's the coach. When Kescute joined this team, when Kescute was in Bigatron previously as well, his system played into them, winning the regular season, getting #1, and unfortunately not doing too well in the playoffs, but it takes some time. It takes some time for him to be able to build what he has built here for RQ, and now we're seeing the fruits of his labor for 2 seasons now. He's been so consistent, and we heard from Sutsujin just yesterday that Kescute is the key.
Here's the thing, with Kescute in and with that system in place, he's teaching us that, hey, the Kingdom isn't just one person wearing the crown, our whole team fits within the boundaries. Everybody can wear the crown, and this is why this is MPL ID's Royal Duo. Between both the Sky Kings and as well as the Kingdom, 4 MPL titles between the both of them equally as of right now, and that could break potentially by the end of MPL ID.
It's 4 and 6. So that means there are just 5. There are just 5 MPL seasons that neither of these teams won.
Yeah, wait, with that being said, we do have a bit of an interview with Severo on the line. I'm guessing it's Rose and Coolios once again. Let's have a look at what they're up to.
Sama aja sih match-nya, kayak match-match biasanya aja. Anggap kayak scrim aja sih.
Severo's taking it like a normal match, just like the ones they have in Scream. And Severo, are you excited? Royal Derby.
Nggak terlalu sih, soalnya masih group stage juga.
Oh, masih so-so aja ya berarti. Tapi gini, Severo, kan dirimu udah pernah ketemu sama Toy ya, yang sama-sama bisa dibilang rookie lah untuk di scene kompetitif ini. Kira-kira Toy itu dari skor 1 sampai 10, berapa sih skill dia?
100.
Wow. Kalau Severonya sendiri berapa kalau Toynya 100?
99.
Okay, so on a scale of 1 to 10, how would he rate Toy being a rookie just like him in their respective teams? And he said Toy is at 100 and Severo is at a 99.
Wow. Yang terakhir berarti, ada pesan gak nih kira-kira mau disampaikan buat Toy?
Good luck, have fun aja.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun aja ya.
Rookies are very shy.
Oke, kalau gitu good luck, have fun juga buat Severo dan juga tim Onyx. Dan kita kembalikan lagi ke para panelis.
Thank you so much, Rose and Coolios. Those are the words from Severo. Again, last time we saw him, and we keep bringing this up, he was condensed the CW procedure in the last challenge finals. And now coming into this, it feels like he suits the role, but more so now with Ryota as well. What do you think are the odds here? Because Severo and Toy, rivals since MDL Season 9. I mean, I don't think that there's bad blood between them. They're going to be very team-focused, but do you think the counterplay is going to be more in the draft, or are they starting to bring back like old habits?
I think draft-wise, because they started out in MDL, because they were rivals since MDL Season 9, they have amazing hero pools.
Yep.
They still play with the global ban system to this day, so yeah, I think hero pool-wise is not a problem for Severo and Toy. They definitely do have their favorites, and I think for Severo, it's mainly those aggressive types. You go for the Irithels, you go for the Moskovs especially as well. Those heroes that can individually take over the game. Meanwhile, for Toy, it's a bit more fundamentals. We play in the back, play with the system that KazQ has formulated for the Kingdom, so that's why we see him more on the Grangers.
Fair enough, fair enough. What about you, Leo, here? I mean, here's the head-to-head just in case you needed the stats as well.
Yeah, so far the one way that Toy could take over Severo if it comes down to a, mid-range, close-range confrontation is if he ends up with a Harith. The Harith is currently, weirdly enough, the better performing gold laner in the Mobile Masters metagame, given that it has less sample size, because Granger just gets unbanned willy-nilly, just picked out in the open. That's why it suffered such a bad win rate. On the other hand, Harith, he kind of covers up for Toy's preference for the longer range heroes, wherein you want to follow KazQ's plans. With a Harith, you know exactly what you're up to. You know that there's a mid-game power spike. If I can find it, the rest of the team can converge onto that, and then we still follow KazQ's orders while I play to my strengths. I think that's how Toy here can get one over Severo.
Okay, let's set expectations here, right? We've talked about the gold lane so far. I want to go between role for role, but first let's start with the generally idea here for the teams in terms of play styles and the way that they want to do, actually, face each other in the team fights itself. But before we get into that, we've got a quick interview from the opposing side with Rose and Coolios. Who's on the line?
Kira-kira berapa nih?
1000 dah.
Wow, 1000. Kalau Toynya sendiri?
1 aja.
Okay, so if the roles were reversed and he were to rate Severo, he'd put Severo at 1000 and he'd rate himself just a 1. Humble. I told you, it's the new kids.
Ya. Kalau gitu yang terakhir, ada nggak sih yang mau disampaikan terutama buat Severo nih? Karena kan bakal ketemu nantinya di Gold Lane.
Kasih permainan yang seru aja.
Just give a good fight.
Ya, jadi thank you so much buat Toy. Good luck and have fun juga buat pertandingannya. Kita bakal balikan lagi ke para panelis. Take it away.
Thanks, Rose and Coolios. And that was words from Toy. Again, both these gold laners.
Did I hear that right? Toy said he would put himself at number 1.
Yes, he did.
And then Severo said, Toy said Severo would be 1000.
No, it was rating Severo 1000. He was rating himself 1.
Power levels?
Power levels.
Oh. Yeah, they had the Dragon Ball Z Scouters already. But I think this is just... here's the thing. When Indonesians come onto the camera, super humble. playstyle is where we see the real words get because, man, the amount of disrespect we have seen from these teams sometimes, it can get pretty unbelievable. So, who's going to be winning the top of the standings in Group B? And it's only one of these teams who are going to be able to sit at that free bye to actually skip a best of 5 when we come by into the playoffs. With that being said, let's pull up the predictions and talk about some of these teams, especially when it comes down to playstyle here. Because personally, for me, I had a gut feeling when Onyx faced off against Falcons, but at the same time, RRQ I have to admit, has been looking good, so that's why I'm 2-1.
I told y'all, I'm so Kingdom right now.
You're
Sorry,
Viva.
Viva, Jaya. I'm sorry, Kyrie, I'm sorry, Ryota, I'm sorry, Rajayev, but come on, it's the Kingdom.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you. Maybe I won't go as far as saying 2-0 because I feel like this new Onyx roster has what it takes to actually take a game or maybe even take the series off of RRQ. But I agree with Leo here. I'm also very Kingdom here. I've been very Kingdom since the departure of Mr. Goatman from BTR. And that is the big difference I see here. I think for Adi, a lot of times we see the drafts being kind of questionable. For RRQ, it's just so good.
It's business.
It's business.
It is business. Let's talk about playstyles here because when comfort meets competitive edge, we need to see where we can find our little advantages. And I think this time around, RRQ as a team as a whole, because they've been building on the idea as we are one as a kingdom, not individual fives. And we've seen them actually get cleaner as the days go by.
Yeah, again, going back to what Miracle mentioned earlier, they are the kings of kings. So among them, they all are mechanically gifted. Rin's a highlight player. Idok, oh my god, did I say this yet? Idok reminds me of an Indonesian Chaknu. Like the IQ on this young man when he catches people off guard and what he's capable of doing with the weirdest heroes. And that's just in mid. What more elsewhere? So I can't wait to see how this rings true, especially against an Onyx that's rebuilding.
I don't know, because when we're talking about mechanics, I mean, I've heard some of what the netizens said about RQ, especially when they're rebuilding. Sutsujin in particular taking a lot of criticism, especially since he previously imported over to Malaysia. Teams didn't do exactly very well, took a lot of heat from that, comes back, and then RQ is like, wait a minute, this guy's actually kind of good.
La Mercenaria.
Yeah, the Mercenary has been everywhere. You would never expect how MPL ID transfers are shaping up or have shaped up this season. Albert, the ex-RRQ face of RRQ, is an EVOS player now, and Sutsujin, an ex-EVOS player, is part of RRQ. So things got really crazy in the transfers, but we have a good formula for both these teams, I feel like. And for RRQ especially, I think it works. The reason they chose Sutsujin in the jungle is because they needed someone to be a pillar of consistency for the team, someone that would just be reliable on any hero, and that's what we saw just last season. Give him another season here, and I think, again, he's bonded with the team, synergized with the team even more.
You can see the quote, "Stay calm helps us play better." That's why he is the pillar. Honestly, it's such a contrasting viewpoint, a polarizing viewpoint, especially when you compare it to like someone like Fabian, who's just like, yeah, I'll carry the game, don't worry about it. So Sujin is just like, hey, hop onto the biceps, I'll push you to the finish line.
Exactly. See, that's the difference between the two junglers that they have, and I think that's why it's so scary now that you see RRQ, because you can see two junglers that can shift the entire team's play style, and both the junglers fit in well. So again, they're able to adapt to this one change.
You're talking about Hazel.
Yeah,
Hasla.
I don't know if we're going to see him this time round, but let's move the conversation over towards Onyx's side, because this time round with Onyx, in terms of their playstyle, yes, I do agree that the ego drafts do kind of, pinch Onyx esports here just a little bit, but with the team that they have, I feel like they are more fluid, more be like water sort of playstyles, right? The IQs in the team fights alone, the way that they shape it is very creative.
Funnily enough, when I'm looking at this new Onyx, it really feels like Season 9 RRQ. It's also the same coach, Coach Adi at the helms. Hey, it comes down to the players. If their execution is crisp clean, doesn't matter what Adi puts on their hands.
Well, let's find out as we go straight into the drafting phase. Onyx Esports going to be on blue side up against RRQ Hoshi, and immediately I'm seeing that Blue Yo has been locked in.
Blue Yo.
It's difficult to trade for Blue Yo. Even if the Harith and the Granger are open, you only end up with one. So now, KSQ has to have that game plan. He has to have the procedural approach to the draft and say, I'm going to pick one of these, and then another power pick, and there it is. The Jushin, oh my god, we're playing so much Jushin in Mobile Masters.
Yeah.
I'm uncomfortable.
Also, this is just the Adi template. Whenever he gets Suyo on blue side, he will go for Jawhead Sicilian. We've seen this, I think, every single time. Every single time it's not taken away, they will always go for this template. Every time it's open, this template works. And we saw it up against Falcons as well. We saw it win every single time in MPL ID.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting synergy, Jawhead and as well as Suyo, because not only is it aggressive, it can be super defensive, right? Because Suyo's biggest problem is if I use all my cooldowns, I'm kind of stuck in the water. Jawhead's like, nope, flip you over, you know? Or do the opposite, flip you forward and then gain more distance. Get in there. Now, coming back to RRQ, they lock in the Hayabusa here. On top of the Harith as well as Jushin. Any ideas of the playstyle so far? I'm guessing it's a little bit more toy-oriented with the way that they've been looking in the draft, but the Hayabusa is so early on.
RRQ with the first 3 picks alone, I'd say they're looking to divide and conquer. You don't want to stand too much in front of the Crimson Beacon, get flared out, get choked out. So they're going to use that mid lane prio to try and buy time for Toy. And again, you always have the threat of Sutujin. You always have the threat of what Edok could be doing from some random bush. Again, we don't even see what Edok's playing yet.
Yeah, for sure. That's why I was thinking about the Tigreal instantly. This is the composition that we saw as well. I believe it was also up against Onyx, or was it up against Liquid, where Tigreal was picked up for Edok up against a Suyo as well. He constantly got 3-man, 4-man implosions. The positioning of Edok on, I think that would be his signature pick this season. Gatot Kacha, also a good shout there, something that they have been able to utilize quite a bit whenever they have a juice in, just for that extra, the capitalization on the initiations. But for RQ, yeah, this is a teamfight composition. There's no hiding that here. For Onyx, it's much more control neutral objectives, get the pickoffs, and then wait for Sans and Savero on a Moskov usually to get the item power spike. So the Moskov's taken away, and now we're back to brain games.
The Royal Duo in the Royal Derby is paying off. Like, this is the chess game we expected from 2 high IQ coaches.
Absolutely, but it does feel like RRQ is more than happy. KSQ is saying, hey, if you want the Granger, that's totally fine. It feels like he has a plan for it already, because Hayabusa's biggest problem is when you pump up too close, and considering that Jawhead doesn't really have a disengage mechanic where he brings himself along, therefore, if you dive too hard, you leave your backline open, and they're going to go with the Padang as well for that extra level of peel. This is looking kind of interesting.
Could this be an Edok Badang?
This could be an Edok Badang right now. I think it really depends on what Onyx decide to go for their 2 last picks. The Phobius comes through. Oh, and a carry for Onyx again. Something we have seen before for Savero. He's very notoriously as well in the loser's interview whenever he plays the carry.
I think they blocked out the high loss by picking the carry.
They truly have. Again, the Jawhead plus the Suyo is already a problem for the high lows. Had the carry, say goodnight to a high lows possibility. But yeah, this is his second favorite pick over the Moskov.
There we go. That's the Franco as well. Interesting composition coming in from RRQ, because now they've got, again, you mentioned divide and conquer. They have a lot of small synergies, and those small skirmishes can be very effective if they start that snowball. Onyx, on the other hand, it's clear that they have certain synergies, but at the same time, their team fights can be very deadly, assuming they even find it in the first place. With that being said, I'm going to leave it to our casters here as we're going into game number 1 of the Royal Derby between Onyx Esports and RRQ Hoshi. This is Leo and Merkel. Please take it away.
Into the land of Dawn we shall. In just a few moments, we'll be witnessing 2 world-class caliber teams out of MPL Indonesia battle it out for your entertainment and, of course, for the chance to top their group here in Mobile Masters. Mirgo, 10 MPL ID titles between these 2 squads. They've evolved and changed so much, but it seems like the metagame can only do so much to change the way they play. And I want to talk about that, Franco, because year in, year out, player after player, RRQ just produced so many good Franco players.
Hey, you called it, man. The Iron Hook lands instantly in the game. Keyboy had to eat that. It's either he got hooked or Purple Bob got hooked. Would have delayed carries clear quite a bit. But yeah, it's so strange how RRQ are always able to scout some Franco. Gods against Suns! Pull back in, force the flicker. This is RRQ Franco special.
That's a technical knockout in my books. Already
Another.
a massive resource used up. Let's look at the emblems here. Oh, wait, unless Kaya wants to commit.
No, just a little bit of poke to Edok, you know, punishing him for bullying the duo mid.
All right. So that is a track and field run-in Franco and Idok, double movement speed buffs there. The Blessing of Wilderness and the agility. He wants to get around the map real quick. Suchujin here, looking to punish Kairi by stealing away that gold. So far, Suchujin has like a small EXP lead over Kairi.
Yeah, just quite just a bit here. The gold crab did go towards Kairi. I wonder if it's just... Oh, I guess the lethal wanderer, right? Yeah, he got the lethal, was able to get a little bit of a lead, but not by too much here. And just because they burnt out both the flickers on Kiboy and Sans, they just have so much more tempo to play around the map.
Yep, they're able to put themselves up front more to claim more of the EXP. Top lane is where the turtle will spawn first, between Dairin and Ryota. I think it'll take a while for Ryota to actually get to punishing Araki Hoshi for getting in the paint too much. That's a Phobius. He needs some level of sustain.
Yeah, I'm thinking about the Franco pick again, and I think it is actually quite a good way to neutralize the Jawhead. Obviously, it takes a lot of skill. This ain't something that you can pick up just in your normal rank games. You gotta be as good as Edok, as accurate as Edok. But Turtle 1 can be started by Onyx.
Oh, where's the contest happening? It's already at a 5th.
Rin's actually gonna go up. Dairin able to go for the Fist Dragon. That's a double stun. Dairin locking him down. Sutsujin winning the red tree battle. Despite having the Jawhead, he's just gonna be bloody hunted as Dairin gets a double.
Dear God, RRQ Hoshi manhandling the members of Onyx ID. Did you see that one sequence where it was a bloody hunt plus the Crimson Flare? Like, who was that? Was that Keyboy? Was that Ryota? They don't know where to go, up or down.
There's too much. And the fact that Rins was the guy who started all of it. Play Surge. Kai, a bit too aggressive, gets Edok down, but his Bond Force will be used up. Kai falls again. Second death, only trading Edok.
Toy is the boy you don't want to mess with early on. 3 minutes in, the Zaman Force defined what that team fight would look like. And yes, we talked about ad nauseum how a Suyo can fight deep in a pit like that against 3 or 4 opponents. Not when you have a Harriet that was ready to fight. Oh, hook!
What I mentioned earlier when it comes to reading out the map, Sutsujin not able to get onto Sans, doesn't go for the shadow kill. Doesn't want to utilize that resource. But yeah, if you have a guy as accurate as Edok on a Franco, it acts kind of like a Selena, right? You just throw in these traps or arrows, in this case, a bloody Iron Hook over to the... Wait, they're just going to go for the skirmish again. Kairi.
Anime fight.
Oh, that's a shadow kill. A solo assassination by the Mercenary. Toy in the bottom lane also winning on this matchup. Rins is coming in. Goes in instantly for the Crimson Beacon. Savero pinned down with Unstoppable Force and the ejector locks him back in the turret. A good flicker out, another blink for Rins.
See, that's the margin of error Rins is playing with. He can afford to be that aggressive. He can afford to get hit with the ejector because he still had his flicker. He knows the limits of his heroes. Now, what does Onyx do with this? How do they turn around this almost 3,000 gold lead? The turtle is spawning in the same side of the map in the upper corner. What does this spell for Savero? I think, let me draw a silver lining here for Onyx. The fact that it's so quiet down bottom means maybe they can come back through Savero.
Could be. That has been, plan B for the most part for Onyx. If it's not Savero, it's both the S's, Savero and Sans. Turtle control, though, fully in control of the kingdom right now. That's going to be, again, the pin down over towards Ryota. Wasn't able to move the Iron Hook and the Sanguine Claws there. Going to be able to land as well, but Keyboy is a bit too low. Another Lantern Flare over to Ryota, forcing him to go and Infernal Pursuit in just to get bloody hunted.
Edok, ever so disciplined. Orthodox. He's looking for one more.
Oh, cancel. Doesn't go for the hook, just saves it. There's Keyboy, walks up. That's a shadow kill. Over to Sans, 1 HP. Good ejector from Keyboy to disperse that shadow kill damage.
Impressive juggle on the slashes coming in from Sutsujin. A flicker was spent though. So that is more time for RQ to keep on keeping on, pushing it against Savero.
Still trying to escape there, but he's pinned down. Dairin is on a killing spree. And Leo, you were talking about, again, Edok doing so well, Rins as well, but for me, a lot of times, it's that XP, setting up for the team, and this time actually getting most of the kills.
You cannot deny Dairin's aggression. Hell, it sent Ryota away. Like, Ryota doesn't even want to lane against him anymore. Given we are in the post-laning phase, approaching the 6-minute mark, last turtle of the game, what are the odds of that spawning in the same spot up top? Chubby Wave left down bottom, Bike Toy, and this is good. I was about to say, hey, RQ Hoshi, they're so far ahead, right? They're so aggressive with their lead. 5,000 in. Oh, they come in.
Uh-oh, Kyrie not going to be locked up just yet there. Oh, it's Keyboy getting this match. So Sunsujin dives into the back again. The shadow kill over to Ryota, forcing a flicker.
And they're underneath tier 2, juggling the turret aggro. Ryota gets popped by Rins, and they convert just as quickly. Cha-ching! RRQ Hoshi up 6,500.
Severo gets a trade in the bottom lane, but man, it is looking rough for Onyx. 10-1, absolute domination.
That's an understatement, man. 6,500, 1 to 10. Here's the question. If Sans isn't well protected by Keyboy anymore, what do they do to protect Severo when Onyx cannot protect that mid laner core, right? RRQ Hoshi at this point, I'll tell you now, they haven't even really used their flickers as much. The last time we saw flicker used by RRQ was Rins down bottom. So what if they started flickering forward?
Exactly. It's also the layers of CC to deal with Severo on the Purify. Initially, up against this composition, you would think, all right, Purify, that's the way to go for the carry. But then you look at it again, you Purify one, there's going to be a Lancer Flare, the Badang's probably going to bait it out before the Iron Hook, or vice versa. And then you're stuck just sitting there.
And there's a Deus Ex Machina. Flicker, suppression, flicker, bloody hunt. Like, there's nothing you can do against that. So now Onyx have to go into problem-solving mode.
We saw it yesterday. Winter Crown, first item for the Franco. We thought, okay, they were so far ahead up against a lesser team, a newer region. They're doing it against Onyx ID.
This seems to be Edok's MO. This is the way he does things. So it makes sense. Again, we can make sense of it. He flickers in. Again, Winter Crown and then re-engage, or I'll Bloody Hunt first and then Winter Crown and then re-engage. He's just making a hero that has like 6 skills. 7.
9,000 gold lead. They're beating the clock at this point, Leo. 8 minutes in, we're seeing a 9,000 gold lead from RRQ, and they've effectively neutralized Onyx ID from even farming. Everything's frozen up. There you go. Oh, there's an attempt, but the fist crack comes in. Keyboy flickering. Oh, gets great ejector over to Sunsa Jin. Way too aggressive from the Merc, and he gets punished for it.
I don't know what the rest of RRQ Hoshi were thinking. There was enough attention placed by Onyx in mid for them to try and defend down bottom. Wasn't even going to happen anyways. There was a Holy Shield down there. So lesson learned. Oh my god!
It's an Iron Hook. No Bloody Hunt just used yet now. Crimson Beacon coming in as well. That's going to be Keyboy taking out Toy. Flickering out to the side with the Zaman Force. Kyrie walking up as well. But it's going to be, again, those dashes coming back to Zone 3 members. Tyrant gets a fist crack in the back to stun them.
Ryota does God's work, though, in the back line. Taking down Rins. 1v1. Now he's running for his life. Can RRQ find the punish? The Y-Brush! Check the Y-Brush!
Tyrant on it now. Dodges away from the Infernal Pursuit. Say goodnight to Ryota here. He is going to be taken down. Quite staggered on the death timers, too. So, will be a free lord to RRQ.
He didn't want to go to bed just yet. Nah. It was way past his bedtime now. He should have died about 30, 40 seconds ago.
No 90-night.
No 90-night. Not for Ryota. Here's a quick Lord take for RRQ. They're on recovery mode as well. Again, they were ahead maybe 3 or 4 steps earlier. Stumbled, and now they can get back on the driver's seat. Small wave push up top that Rins has to deal with. I wonder, does Rins... Oh, wow. You know what? It's odd. Rins is not building Skypiercer just yet.
No, again, this is the systematic Heskute RRQ.
He don't want no crazy.
No. Previously, in the past, you would see Rins go for Skypiercer. He's that type of dude to flicker forward, to make these plays, and to carry the game. Now, he knows when it is just a utility job for him. He doesn't need to go for Skypiercer. Might as well go Blood Wings, add a little bit more sustainability just to be there longer.
He's a role player, so he's on his way to a Clock of Destiny, for those of y'all wondering. And currently, the cores for Onyx are still starving, folks. This is not a laughing matter. It's 9,000 head for RRQ, and now they're clocking in the base. Mid lane is where the Lord crashes.
Oh, San's going to be taken down by Sunsujin. The mercenary finding a kill out of thin air. Still with the Lord in the mid lane, marching down. They're looking for it. Ryota trying to frontline now. Sunsujin, another quad shadow over to Ryota. Doesn't want to take it yet. Lord going to be cleared out. Another wave. Crashing up top. Toy dealing with the base turret.
A slow and steady push by RRQ Hoshi. They want the siege. They want to win!
Fist crack by Tyrant on 3. Locking them down, and Toy is just wreaking havoc. That's a double for Toy. A triple for Toy. San's going to fall as well. Everyone getting something in the end.
The King of Kings first on the board in the Royal Derby in quick fashion.
beautiful game coming out from RRQ. Oh my goodness, from the first minute of the game, they did not lift their foot off the gas.
Of course, it's the first time that Coach Adi's opener in the Sicilian, Suyo and Jawhead lost.
I was about to say that, Leo. The first time they met in MPLID, it was with Rez and CW. It was a complete outdraft. I can't say the same here. They executed the game plan to perfection. That was beautiful.
It really was. Again, it's all the small things that added up. Initially, it's just, hey, you have the Jawhead. Okay, Edok, walk on in. If you don't slow the buff, it doesn't matter. We get information. Level 3 gank on towards the mid lane because they know, hey, it's Jawhead. They want to help the fast clear on Sutsuji, on to Kyrie himself. And they found the initial punish. They got so many battle spells in less than a minute.
Yep, it was a game of inches, and then you blink, next thing you know, light years apart, RRQ and Onyx. I love how, again, I would assume that we can't hear it. We were not privy to the pre-game and post-game, but all according to plan by KezCute, and you end up with this kind of a scoreboard.
I think my favorite part about how RRQ has been playing it is the fact that, yes, this is a very skirmish-esque style of composition, but it also shows one of the blaring weaknesses coming in from Onyx. If too many things are happening at the same time, and more importantly so, you lift up your hand, force them to look at it before the incoming haymaker from the opposite side.
Sucker punch.
They don't see it sometimes.
Yeah. As we were saying in the draft, right, when we saw the templates, Suyo and Jawhead, you're going to be really good at controlling the neutral objectives through isolated fights. You need to go for those isolated fights. You got to try to look for pickoffs. And RRQ just said no. They just went in. They're like, no, we're not going to try. We're not going to let Dyron get isolated. He's going to go in, get an AoE CC. Then the layering of CC that comes in is what is truly beautiful. Rins, Lancer. He engaged that first turtle fight, by the way. It was Rins.
Yep, he was very, very confident. And I think he also knew that if anything, Dyron could have bailed him out of the situation if necessary. So I really like the ideas coming up from RRQ's side, but it really makes you think, right? Onyx, how are you going to start adapting into this, especially taking a loss like that? You walk away with not much to really sink your teeth into. It's like, what are we doing wrong? We sucked in like the first minute and then snowballed out of control. That doesn't really give you much to work with in game 2.
Yeah, no, that's cause and effect. The whole first half of the game, the first half of the draft is what defined what RRQ could get away with. Because look, gentlemen, go on a journey with me. Take out the Harry, take out the carry. This would still be the same result.
Yeah.
This is just the payoff. It's just that Toy got the snowball out of control much faster. Savero was almost a non-factor.
The goal lane was just a bonus, really, right? I mean, Toy, again, like you said, Toy, Savero, you remove both, and the outcome would have been probably the same here. Maybe even more dominant, considering there's not enough cleared for the Lord without Savero.
Yeah,
I suppose so. I mean, I don't know. Maybe priority could have been something a little different here in some of the picks, but inevitably it comes down to that first 3 template that we did see coming in from Onyx. I think Adi is going to have to relook at the books.
Yeah, no, the fact that we've seen it, how many times, Miracle prior? 3 or 4 times already? Might have been a reason why RRQ was so ready to give it away. It's just, we've seen this. We've watched the VOD 33 times. Dyron, you do the thing.
Dyron on the Badang. And I think this is the reason. I'm not sure entirely, but again, for the Phoveus pick of Onyx, it really feels like for Phoveus, you gotta win your lane. You gotta be ahead. If you're not ahead, you can't really impact that game too much, especially if you're behind. You're behind, you start jumping and you die, right? And Ryota couldn't really have a significant impact in the game because all the way from the start, they lost the first turtle. With this template draft that they've gone for with the 3 first picks, they would always win out early. That's how the Phoveus would get going. That's how Savero would be able to get his item power spikes at the right time.
I think this is why the Badang was such like an incredible pick here, because again, it's kind of like a non-factor. It's like, oh yes, you could win the lane if I interact with you, and Badang is like, nah, you get too close, stay back. Stay back, sir.
He can say that to 3 different people at the same time.
He can say that to the Jawhead, something we have. Yeah, the Jawhead really, controlling a lot of fights has been the big reason as to why we're seeing Jawhead back. The Badang says no.
Yes. And I think, just in case you guys don't know in the interaction, he does get CC immunity when he is popping that ultimate, just going, oh, no, 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 no. And the best part, even if he's not the target, if he's close enough to the unstoppable force target, he blocks the ejector after because he gets launched in the different direction as long as he holds it up. So just small things coming from RRQ is showing why they had so much polish in this game, and the execution was clean and crisp, which gives Onyx basically nothing to work on for game number 2 other than we got to change the draft. We have to start pushing their limits. I think, if anything, Onyx need a more simplified approach to what they want to do in the game.
You know what? A part of this makes me consider, what if Onyx suddenly just change up their draft completely? Like, they don't even go for the Suyo anymore. Like, they try to play for a Fanny. It's very possible. What if they try for a different gold lane trade, or they really invest in it? Because maybe they might see this as a, Savera ended up with a carry, and we didn't even find the Hylos block. So we can go for that. Give him the Granger. Give him the Harith.
I suppose it's stuff like, let's say we switch the carry out for like either the Granger, or maybe if luckily enough, you know, in the first phase, get a Moskov early on, just to try and contest for that bot side priority, but still somewhat be able to rotate early into the fights. Would that have made a difference? Because we saw, right? Oh, you carry, you lost priority. Kyrie ends up dying when Edot wants to go for the invade.
Or maybe even attack Sutsujin. Maybe because the Sutsujin was just way too free.
It's way easier said than done, though, right?
Yeah.
Because they just got beat up in the first turtle. And I think, you brought up a good point. The Moskov pick in the first phase will be great.
All right. With that being said, adaptations is going to be on the forefront of their minds. These teams are going to need a short break, and so are we. As we all go on to the short break, don't be scared. We will be back. The Royal Derby will continue. RRQ currently at match point here at Mobile Masters.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Yeah, I'm moving automatic. See the top spot, but I move right past it. You're not number one, man. You thought you had it. I got what I want, now it's more than average. We are the masters. Now we back on the roll, headed back to the throne, cause we back what we on. Now we here to set the tone, got the spirit, got the soul, never question the power. Yeah, we showing you the power. Power. Make it loud. Don't waste a minute. Yeah, we showing you the power. Power. Make it loud. Power. Power. Don't waste a minute. Yeah, I'm moving automatic. See the top spot, but I move right past it. You're not number one, man. You thought you had it. I got what I want, now it's more than average. We are the masters. Now we back on the roll, headed back to the throne, cause we back what we on. Now we here to set the tone, got the spirit, got the soul, never question the power.
I believe it, I can see it. If it's in my sights, I achieve it. Ain't no leaving, no defeating. Show up, complete and repeat it. Every day, rule that game. I always go 100%. Start to end, the end, out or in. No between, you gotta go 100%. Play to win every single moment. Caught up in the motion. Got no use.
Royal Derby continues. The match point is here for RRQ in a devastating game number 1 against Onyx Esports. As they hold that match point, Onyx is looking to adapt in the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters. My name is Gideon Q, and once again, we're bringing in the render distance for both Leo as well as Mirko. They're going to be your casters here, and again, the discussion is really, really tough. There's a lot of good things going on for RRQ, and it's pretty difficult spot for Onyx because they're left with basically nothing other than maybe you could change the draft for game number 1.
Yeah, I think we were talking about the Moscow pick coming in. I think that's good, really. Getting the marksman in the first phase for Severo, having someone able to impact the side lane is going to be good up against this kind of composition who wants to team fight, who wants to group up together.
But the Moscow will not save him from the Franco specialist. The third, fourth coming of this designated role. Yeah, I lost track. But yeah, following in the footsteps of Vin, of Naomi, is Idok, who has played, according to the record, Franco twice and won as well.
He's killer. He's a killer. He's an absolute monster, right? Hide your kids, you might snatch him up. It's dangerous with his iron hooks. We've seen the devastation he can cause, but more importantly so, the information he's allowed to get from this hero alone, with RRQ working as a complete unit, using an entire city's worth of resources to put somebody behind. I think that at this point, it's scary to think that Onyx might even consider going to the red side.
You know what, Gideon? Mirko said something that I really love. Obviously, like, it was absolutely genius the way you said. His Franco plays like a Selena. Like by throwing a single hook, you zone that part of the fight, and it changes the way a team like Onyx approach the formation, approach the whole engagement. And we saw that in game 1. So I might even say, is it crazy that Onyx maybe bans out the Franco? Because, oh look, wait, hold up. RQ chooses red?
It's Onyx that chose blue, I believe.
It's loser's pick. It's loser's pick.
Oh. Fun fact for you guys. Onyx have a 0% win rate on red side of the MPLID to this day. They've only gotten game wins on blue.
So either way, they can end up with a Franco.
It's a big yikers. It's a big yikers. I mean, they can't end up with a Franco unless Onyx have decided, you know what, I'm sick of this, but that opens up the draft even more. And I think maybe even to RRQ Hoshi's favor in this case. The real question for me is whether or not like the Kalia ban is going to come out, or whether or not it's just going to be waiting. Oh, Jushin for the side of Onyx. Do they want to make sure that at least Ryota can participate in these fights and not think too hard about like, once you're in, you're in. You can at least fight it out and buy enough time for the rest of the team to catch up?
Yeah, I think that's pretty fair. I think that's I mean, if they want to go for Phobias again, right? Granted, if they go for the Kalea, Suyo was the final ban. So leaving out the Kalea, banning out the Suyo, Kalea gets picked up. We did see Kalea, Keyboy play the Kalea, I think yesterday, right? It was also a win for them. So something that Keyboy should be pretty comfortable on. But again, it's the same picks for RRQ. But I think now, even better, they don't have to deal with the Suyo. So did the composition work because of the Juicin though?
I feel like the composition forces Onyx to not make mistakes. And I think once the snowball is achieved, then you've kind of concrete what you have already wanted to do. Now, Onyx go into the next 2 picks. Oh, they go for the Moskov, but they also go for the Hanzo. Is the Hanzo the answer where it's like, I don't need the dry head to speed me up. I'm a power farm myself.
Yeah, I feel like it's Kyrie who gets compromised this time around instead of Severo because of the early prioritization of the Moskov. Now RRQ, they're playing with the same tempo. Maybe to double down, yes, partially the Zushin did make that snowball worse, made it go faster, but I think they could replace that with just pure damage. I think they overloaded on CC if anything.
They did, and they're still trying to plan for that, right? The Badam pick comes in, again, a great flex pick. They can still utilize that in the second phase. But for Onyx, it's already completely different. Again, now with the Kalea technically is still kind of pick-offy, but with the Moskov, now you have a way to split up. Now you have a solid plan B, where in game 1, there was really no solid plan B. Plan B was, again, gamble and fight it again, maybe win out the 50-50 and then come back.
Yeah, I got to coin flip it every once in a while. Now we go into the second phase, and I'm curious to see the bans coming up from RRQ, because hopefully this is an indicator. We do see the glue. So RRQ, they could still look for that like skirmishy style that they did in game number 1, or it could just be, all right, sure, we can't go into your jungle because, again, this Hanzo into the Hayabusa, it's going to be a non-factor once he hits level 4. So maybe we look at Ryota.
I'd say they look at Ryota once, and then they attack mid as well. Because RRQ is first on the flip when we go to picks, red 4. They can just take out a mid laner here and then make even Sans think twice.
Let's see, the Pharmist gets banned out. I suppose. They don't want any saving grace. They don't want, like, safety parachutes for RRQ.
Yeah, we have seen Rins pick up Aramis once this season, so and it's also with a similar composition. A composition that wants to dive, wants a team fight. So I understand the Aramis concern for Onyx because it does look like, I mean, for the Hanzo it's going to be very, very hard, especially later on in the late game, to deal with something like a Aramis. It's already a tanky lineup.
I guess so. I'm a little iffy on it because at the same time, Hanzo can just force the Pharmist to just use his ult early, kind of like the Hayabusa in a lot of these cases, right?
Yeah, I have
I think it's harder to do that with a Badang there because it's an instant displacement. Harith goes in, one sacrifice in late game, and your Shadow's dead.
That's facts.
All right, there you go. My theory stands. They do ban out one from Sans, and then I'd reckon this is because they want to pick Lucas.
Okay.
They could go. It could be the Lucas. I like the thought process there, but at the same time, it could be a devastating ult in the mid lane itself. I can't think of one that's decently good now that the Pharmist is gone. The rest are artillery strikes, and I think even then, that's still pretty dangerous. Is there anything that could really? Oh, Loyi.
Yeah. That's a good deny pick. I was about to say for Onyx earlier, they have used this. Well, they have seen this before. It was up against Alter Ego, I believe. Alter Ego of Indonesia with Rin on the Hanzo and Hijime on the Loyi. They love, it's basically the Claude. The diversion, you get the Shadow to places that you would just never expect the Hanzo to be.
World's longest quad Shadow.
Yeah.
I love it. Again, this is them playing in a very similar way, but also kind of different angles from game 1. Now, Onyx, their adjustment seems to be just better coverage overall.
Yeah, Farsa and as well as the high loss command from Onyx Esports. It looks like they're concluding the draft real soon here. We'll see what's his final pick. Tigreal. I like this a lot.
Signatures.
Oh, man.
It's great because now Kalia is like, oh no, I can't just punish your front line for free anymore.
Yeah, because I'm bringing over possibly a larger threat. Red 4 and 5 for RRQ are 100% win rate heroes.
This is going to be an interesting match. Let's see how Onyx is going to try and figure out the puzzle here that RRQ, the Kingdom, has put in front of them. I'll leave it to you guys to lead us into the Land of Dawn. It's Leo as well as Mirko for game number 2.
Kescute is the key, man.
His drafting just made even game 2 a little more difficult to read. For Onyx is because they were in the process of recovering, right? And then suddenly you forget that, oh, the Loyi was open, oh, the Tigreal was open.
It's again, the deny pick of the Loyi is really what's so good, right? It really kind of forced Sans on the far side. There was nothing. What else could have you gone? Like, I mean, maybe you go for Sicilian, but that's an extremely greedy composition because you already have 2 heavily resource-reliant heroes.
We'll see if this is the right kind of adjustment, if the resources on the map are enough, and if they understood exactly how aggressive RRQ can get to take us to game number 3. Welcome to game 2. It's the Royal Derby. Ooh, match point for the Kingdom.
Keyboy gonna be caught in the tough spot already. Force a flicker out. Wow. It looked like such a good skirmish in the start for Onyx in the beginning, but it's Keyboy who has to use a flicker.
Yep, almost for Rins too, but all it does is time him out. He does recall, so a TKO across the board. Looking at the player emblems this time around. How do you build your Kalia? Keyboy,
pull yourself together.
A little bit of XP, yeah. A little bit of cooldown, a little bit of HP. So the many different flavors of Kalia.
Yeah, for Edok, it's also pull yourself together with a firmness, right? So wanted to have a little bit more resistance up against this heavy artillery composition, let's be honest here. Despite, okay, hold up. Terran wants to go in, gets shoved back. Goes to the Soul Snatch, not enough damage just yet. In the early game, Sutsujin almost found the quad Shadow over to Sans. Luckily, Sans got that wing.
All right, this is an interesting matchup to watch. A lot of shadows, is Shinobi Warfare. That RRQ, Hoshi, and Onyx are getting into. Let's talk about that XP lane matchup. This was very different from game 1. It was prior a Badang versus Phobius. This time around, it's a Badang versus Hylos.
Ooh. Speaking of the XP crab just got stolen by Edok.
From afar, he just throw the shockwave.
He just, boom. shattered it down to the ground. This matchup is again more of a non-lane than it was before, right? At least the Phobius wanted to fight. The Hylos is more like, yeah, if you don't want to fight, we just, you know, go and rotate.
Yep. Ryota goes for the battles this time around, not the little skirmishes. So he's holding on to this turtle, pulling it over to Onyx's side. Edok already at level 4, Rins as well, so there's no need to use the diversion. Keyboy holding that small brush. Does not have the tsunami yet.
No! Tyron in the back, able to go in. Sans already using the Purify. Edok getting the implosion out too. Kyrie walks into it. Goes in, Soul Snatch away. But Tyron's still on it. Sutsujin gets all the space. Tsunami slam down to the ground, but it's Edok who has the final laugh.
Just too little, too late. Not to mention the SOD hitting nothing but air. The atmospheric awareness of RRQ Hoshi. They got tabs on everyone from Onyx.
And Leo, it was just so perfect how Edok was able to get level 4 so much quicker than Keyboy because he got that steal on the XP crab.
Yep. Edok was rushing nothing. Like, he was standing in the very same spot he was when the fight started, and he had all of the time to reposition, all of the time to say, no, I will press the implosion when the timing is right. And he caught Sans.
He got the shadow of Kyrie too. Oh, almost. A catch doesn't have the implosion, but it has thrown Keyboy out of that bush. Toy trying to go in. Good feather airstrike there from Sans. And it's back to damage control for Onyx. This is very, very deja vu to game number 1. It's RQ winning the first fight. Not as big as it was in game 1 though.
Yep, a little more deliberate, a little more orthodox approach. Zaman Force here dropped in by Toy. It is all just a push in. Savero deeper underneath his turret. So I don't know. I don't know if Keyboy is going to commit any resources. Of Onyx is thinking to send anyone over up top to Savero. Look at this Kyrie looking to steal.
Oh, does not get it.
Yeah, clutch retribution by Sutsujin. The mercenary gets his coin.
Oh, diversion though. Kyrie might just be read out. So Sutsujin doesn't get the pot shadow. Gets company in there. Reaction 2 times. Rins able to walk away from Sans' damage. Keyboy wants to go in again. Sutsujin's right there. Gets the shurikens in and actually is able to get Rins out of harm's way. They're going to go for more steals on the jungle. Purple buff has now just spawned in the game.
Yep. Interesting and impressive footwork from Rins. You saw how underneath the feathered airstrike, the almost eminent clapback from Onyx, he just sidesteps everything.
Happy feet. Got that movement down below.
Any lesser mage would have just ran away, but that's exactly what Sans was expecting. So, again, clearly, RQ Hoshi studied this matchup, not just from the draft, but even to the players' individual movements. Tsunami Slam!
Not too sure if you want to jump on. Edok gets the shove back. Soul Snatch coming down. Also the knockup over as well. Now it's Dyron in the front, getting chunked quite low. Ryota with the DOT turtle going to be reset as well, but Ryota has already used the Glorious Pathway. Diversion, a stun coming down. They don't know where the diversion's coming. It's going to the back as well. Kyrie still able to escape for a bit. Sutsujin now on Keyboy. Dyron, fist crack coming over against Kai with another punch down. Kyrie looking for the kill. Will be able to deal with Dyron. Turtle, not even half. Rins caught as well. Keyboy, Tsunami Slam. Nope, just slamming him down to the ground.
RRQ Hoshi spent a little too much time trying to secure those kills, but Sutsujin from out of nowhere steals the turtle!
The Merc saves the fight, the SOD doesn't land, but Sans together with Keyboy will get what they wanted to. Savero in the mid lane, unable to get a trade, but it's good enough. Onyx are back in the game.
The only survivor of that slaughter in the turtle pit. Onyx now up 1,000. Savero was just following in Toy's footsteps, and Toy was there to actually just help RQ Hoshi catch up. Is that a stolen purple buff?
For
RQ Hoshi, like the big buff wasn't there. Look, it was just the baby buff that Edok and Sutsujin have to take care of. They left the baby.
I think last time I saw it, wasn't it Kyrie on it? Maybe
exactly.
He just had to rush the turtle. I'm thinking, right? I'm assuming right now. Or he didn't take it. No, he didn't. He had to rush the turtle, leaving the purple buff is what I'm thinking right now.
All right.
That's just how quick RQ were moving around the map.
All right. Well, again, given what happened, they were just trying to make ends meet, trying to make deadlines, these rotations that they themselves have set for them to try and make the most of that early snowball. But right now, for the first time in this whole series, Onyx are in control. Although there are some movements on the map, developments that allow for RQ Hoshi to get back into the driver's seat. That's a first push up top by Toy.
Edok wants to open up the map again. Ryota did a good job at zoning earlier in that skirmish. If it wasn't for Ryota and the Glorious Pathway, seeing the diversion going in and getting the stun right before the diversion went through, it could have been devastating to Kairi.
That whole diversion play was a 50-50. Yeah. Arc Yoshi already positioned themselves and committed too much to pull out. It would have been worse if they just denied themselves that opportunity. So they took their shot. It's better than not doing it at all. Tsunami slam on a Diren, throwing all at the Padang, but he goes to the fist crack.
Toe snatch still taking him down. Kairi able to get the kill. 1-4-0. That's the pickoff. Diversion though.
Diren spent so much.
Good read by Kaidok! Diversion into the implosion flicker. No hesitation. Keyboy looking for the Tsunami Slam. Doesn't have it. Back up just yet. Turtle for free to Sutsujin.
And that's the last hurdle of the game. Clutch timing too, as it was about to turn into a Lord. That's happening about 2 minutes from now. This does open up the map, leaving Savero to his own devices, pushing down tier 1 in the bottom lane. Sutsujin securing his purple here. All right, slowly, the pendulum has swung back in RRQ's momentum.
The instant decision making, right, from Edok as well. You saw that Kairi initially, it was the instincts, man, coming in, but he was still thinking, all right, do I try to scout in? Do I go in? Once he started thinking, Edok took that time and went in. He knew he had the opportunity, and it was closing quick.
Yep, he took a shot again. That seems to be RRQ Hoshi's MO, is when there's a shot, we take it. And here's the diversion into the Rock Golem's bush. I wonder if Onyx knows that there's this many members of the kingdom here. And they rotate out. Oh, they still move down bottom. Who is this? They spot out Keyboy. They're just setting up that push.
Yeah, they want to get the turret, leveling things on the board in the bottom lane. Something Savero was able to get in trade. Now it's back to even Ryota. Trying to scout Sutsujin. Savero getting a lot of space this game, unlike when he was on the carry, right? This is, again, more Savero's style. He wants to be an individual player, an independent gold laner that looks for farm while the team goes for objectives, looks for picks, yada yada.
He builds himself up before he's able to be part of a bigger picture. And even when he misses the SOD, some might argue that might be for the best, you know? Maybe giving him that option to join the fight when he's not ready yet might be detrimental to Onyx. So right now, Arc Yoshi setting up a diversion into that L brush.
Beautifully done. San's gonna be taken down. Again, it's Toy who gets the kill. What a diversion from Rins. Fist crack over to Ryota. Implosion as well. Keyboy, you don't want to take it. What? He still goes in, gets caught, and gets taken out by the Shinobi. Sutsujin.
The yin and yang effect denied Ryota the retreat. And I think Keyboy was thinking, hey, I can heal him. I can fix him. We can make it better. But Haruki Yoshi says, no, it's too late. And they take 3 for free, converting into a turret, converting into a Lord. And now we're back in Kingdom territory.
Just in a snap. You blink, you miss it. Almost. Savero could have created another Savero moment with that play. Unable to get it.
I love how Sutsujin was just so calm, though. He did not panic retribution. He's like, it's fine. It's off by an inch.
Classic Sutsujin, man. Classic Sutsujin. He doesn't have emotions when he's on cam, when he's playing. But in the gaming house, I've heard that he's a completely different person.
I mean, that's how you end up being that way on stage. You take it all out when you're home, so that when the crowd is around, when you're out in public, it's cool.
Story of our lives, man. Instant replay. Let's take a look at this. What a masterful diversion, right? Seeing the angle that no one was in that bush. And again, like you said, it's about the 50-50. They just know how to 50-50 so well. Keyboy mismanaged that timing on the skill to jump on the wall. Thought he had a little bit more time to jump back. Oh, wait, there's a skirmish. Tsunami Slam coming down. Edok gonna be caught there. Still able to escape. Gets the implosion down as well. Kai locked in. Edok still surviving. Lord charging into the mid lane. But Onyx are able to defend.
Still a successful attempt by Arc Yoshi. Again, true to their identity in this game here alone. If we see a shot, we're going to take it. As long as it's not a 0% win rate of success, we will try. And they get away with popping a Holy Shield down bottom and chunking down mid lane inhibitor to a third. This is working out for Arc Yoshi because Onyx, say what you will about Savero being more comfortable. Say what you will about Kairi being, less in trouble, given if he does decide to go into the paint, decide to fight in a pit. He's not as punished as hard. He is still in a, remote body. It's still very difficult to fight against RQ. They take down Ryota. In a blink of an eye, again, it's Kai jumping in with a Soul Snatch SOD. Lands, but I don't think you want to take it. Sutsujin in the back, almost fighting a Tsunami Slam. Locking Sutsujin down with the Quad Shadow there. Dog goes in for the diversion. Doesn't land it on anyone. Severo takes a beating. And Sutsujin, Shadow Kill, gets on the Suns. Is it going to be enough? No. But in the back, it is Kai again who looked for the kill, but gets super low. Deja vu. But it seems like Onyx is worse for wear after that, losing Ryota and now unable to defend with this push. A feathered airstrike of desperation from Sans, unable to protect his tier 3.
Zoning Quad Shadow from Sutsujin, putting Severo outside of the range of that turret to defend it. And again, the diversion. These diversions have been so quick, so decisive from Rins.
They are unlike any other diversions from other Luyi mains I've seen. You know, Super Friends, it's very deliberate when he does it. The likes of a few, he tries, you know, they end up as post-engagements. But Rins does it on the flick of a dime.
Is he just the commander? Is he RQ, the kingdom's commander? Rins? Always finding angles, going for diversions, even on a juice in, engaging, setting the sights for the team to go in.
That's the kind of player he is. Checking out the items right now. So far, oh my god, look at that lead. Both on Sutsujin and on Toy. These cores are out of their minds. Is that a concentrated Jenny on the way?
Yep. On the way to the concentrated energy. Once we get to see that, oh, it's done.
Built up.
All right, so we're probably going to wait for the... Oh, look at the bush. Edok with a conceal key waiting to be caught. Two-man implosion! And the burst is there from Toy and Rins. A double for Toy, and RRQ have just gotten so much of that diversion.
Less aggressive teams would set up a diversion like that, but they would want time. SOD thrown out, not gonna happen. And they would make sure the coast is clear. Not RRQ, not when the commander, Rins, says we go now.
Phenomenal stuff from the Kingdom, man. A completely different team to, again, just from last season. In the preseason, we saw this team in the APAC Snapdragon Pro Series when they just debuted Toy in his first ever event playing for this team. And now they've improved this much.
A different configuration actually got a sweep against the then would-be world champions in Onyx Philippines. So this is just that same DNA and they engage.
Severo trying to survive there. Toy goes over his Mon-Force, goes in straight for the base right now as the Lord is still there. Ryota getting his entire HP evaporated. Shadow kill on the base. Sutsujin gets it.
And in the base underneath, they're waiting for minions. Toy gets taken down.
Severo is trying his darn hardest, goes in and pins them down. Rins looking for the kill. Rins going to get taken down by Severo. Edok on the base. Onyx have defended.
It's not over just yet. An SOD thrown out. Severo, Sans, and Kyrie, mission accomplished. It's not over till it's over.
Call it mission impossible for Onyx. A comeback in the 15th minute against a very, very ahead RRQ. 4 members down, and they have 5 up. I don't think the death timers are that long for them to be able to punish all the way, but at least they'll be able to get a tier 2 here.
It won't end just yet, but this does put RRQ Hoshi in a very human position compared to where they were then. Gods staring down from the heavens upon the Sky Kings. Even beyond the clouds sit the King of Kings. That's what it was for RQ Hoshi about a minute ago. And then suddenly they overextend, take too many turret hits underneath the damn base, and now they're here. Just what, 2,000 gold ahead. They have to play for this next Lord, man. They have to play for the next Lord. Now the question is, did they lose their mojo? Did the commander, Rins, lose his Riz? Are they going to start taking diversions more conservatively? Because they shouldn't be doing that, in my opinion.
Oh, Kai doing a lot of damage there. Yeah, it's definitely a setback. I don't think they've lost. Oh, diversion against Severo. The man who saved them just gets obliterated. Every single time you think there's going to be some space to breathe, they say no. Sutsujin engaged on Kyrie, getting caught low, half HP with 1 Chrono Dash.
That is the mandate of the commander. We end it now. Glorious pathway set in by Ryota. Still, the number one priority, defend.
The base will just be cracked open. RRQ gave Onyx hope just to take it away with one last diversion.
The kingdom rises here, Leo. The kingdom, as you call it. They've done it. And more importantly so, your predictions completely right. 2-0 sweeping victory. GG, well played. Viva RRQ.
Jaya, Jaya, Jaya. I am so kingdom right now.
It's great to see that RRQ is really found. Like, there's like a pep in their step, you know? They're making a lot of great movements, decisive calls, and that's something that we've wanted to see from RRQ ever since last year.
And I think this is what they needed. Ever since the pre-M6 season, we pegged RRQ as the super templated, clean playing team, right? Under the command of KezCute. But I think they just needed this frontline commander in Rins. Rins then was playing as a highlight player. Rins, I remember, played a lot of these Kadiras, played a lot of these Eves, but he was playing mainly for himself. Farsas. Now he played as a Zushin. Now he played as a Lo Yi. And sure, Edok is there to be the brains of the operation, but they needed someone to push everybody forward, and that's what Rins was.
He does so much better on picks that are utility, picks that, again, want to go in, someone who wants to be up close and personal.
It's great to see. KezCute, the mastermind of it all, and he's got 5 members to be his strong arm to guide the kingdom to victory. Onic here, man, I have to admit though, there were a couple unlucky moments for Onic. Like, it's like, oh, I cleared the bush already. Sans, you can walk by. You're dead. You're gone. Bye-bye. Hide your kids, man. It's really tough to say because if anything, yes, the draft was a bit of an issue, but then coming into the game itself, there were moments that Onic were able to kind of push back.
Actually, I would say more than there being issues in the draft. I think it's a very strong draft by Onic. It's just RRQ played into it so well and used their kits in odd timings that would undo that equality, that would put Onic in weird positions. Again, you blink, next thing you know, all 3 inhibitors were down. That's literally what we saw.
And I think it's also something that you mentioned in the game, right? It really feels that RRQ have not just drafted better, just a bit, advantage definitely to RRQ, executed better, but it's all due to the planning. It really seemed like they just knew what Onic were going to do, their movements on the map, their individual risky takes as well, like their tendencies, their habits were all studied and were all punished by everybody on RRQ.
Which is all the more impressive because they studied them in their form now with Ryota and Savero. So they took even that into consideration.
I love it. I personally love it a lot because that just goes to show that the level of polish that RRQ Hoshi has is already, prepping them not only to potentially be champions in their own individual MPL, but even for potential M-Series tournaments. So let's keep that in mind as the tournament continues to go on. And honestly, for Onic, yes, I do agree that RRQ had the advantage here, but at the same time, you could also see when the planning ends, right? Some of these fights that got dragged out even longer, Toy, he doesn't mind it. He fits into the role really nicely because when there's no plan, Toy still has the mechanics to really kind of elevate the team over the top, to make it over the walls.
And to really just make it as icing on top of the cake that was so well built and baked by RRQ. Any lesser gold laner would have thought twice about it. Are you sure, Rins, we should be doing this? Are you sure? Because he's their only core. You consider this, Rins is utility. You consider this, Sutujin is cleanup. If Toy were to fall suddenly and fail in his mission to engage, then RRQ has to think about the next plan, Plan B. There was never a Plan B for RRQ.
Yeah, there honestly really wasn't. And that's why some of these fights that Onic won was, okay, the plan was we only planned up to here. Everything that happens after that was either, oh, they made it through, not the cleanest of execution, and now we've got a bit of a problem. We've got to make sure that we get our max value.
The old reliable for Toy. He's just the old reliable, right? I mean, once he gets to his item power spikes, he is able to carry. And we've seen it, again, also against Onic. He was playing the Irithel up against CW's Granger, Sans, and Sicilian. He was the difference maker. So not only is he the old reliable, but he could also be the X factor that guarantees the victory in the last portions of the game.
Oh boy, man, this is a scary kingdom here. A convincing 2-0 victory over Onyx is going to send shockwaves throughout the MLBB esports community, and more so for the international competitors looking to take an M Series trophy for themselves right after they finish off the Mobile Masters. Even so, at least we're looking at some strong competitors here when we start moving towards playoffs. I mean, RRQ definitely on my list.
I want to watch more MPLID now because of RRQ alone. Can't wait for that break to be over.
Yeah,
boy.
They're undefeated in MPLID. So far, they're undefeated here. They have not taken not even a single game loss just yet.
Not yet, not yet. And I mean, it's great to see. It's great to see everything kind of, well, the big profit because they've invested so much for such a long time for the side of RRQ. And I mean, the fans are always going to be with them. I know that for a fact because, again, the turnout for RRQ games is always going to be ridiculous. That's the brand they made them for themselves. But this team is something else. It's something else. We'll see whether by the end of the year it's going to be something special, like truly special, to put Indonesia back on that, back on the World Championship map. But until then, this is going to be a fun time.
Yeah, it's not just the fact that they've invested so much, but it's also the fact that they've learned so much in the past, from the past, right? I think their time with Arcadia as well, not really trusting him to build what he wanted to build, changing the rosters constantly. They finally understood, all right, you know what? Maybe it is time for us to trust the players, trust the coaching staff, especially this very, very young roster. When they got Edok, Rins, and Dairen, I felt it's finally, if there was a time for them to stick to a roster, this would be it.
And then the courage to say, Skylar, thank you for leading us into this new age. Now it's time for Toy. This roster right here, this undefeated roster, like sometimes you would say, teams got lucky in their brackets and their groups. Now they played through the strongest teams and are still undefeated.
Oh boy. Oh man, Mobile Masters, man. It's great to see having these like pre-international, well, technically internationals before internationals happen, just to get a little bit of a taste of where everybody's power levels are currently at before we get into the M Series itself, and even their own local leagues. But with that being said, though, before we get, hopefully the interview is going to become on Ansu, because I am curious to know what exactly, like, if they could mimic KezQ, what would he be sound like? Is he a chill dude? Is he the kind that screams at your face behind the scenes, but in front of you is like, pick this? Do that.
From what I've seen, Mr. Kez of House Cute, he's pretty friendly. He's just he's a calm dude. I've never seen him scrim before, but
so he's got that SDL vibe.
He's got that SDL. They were actually teammates back in the day.
Exactly. See, I had a moment in M6 that talked to both of them. They give off the same vibe. That's I guess why these younger squads, these old franchises with younger players take so well to their coaches.
Honestly, it's like the perfect mix, right? Because you have technically these people understand the esports, because they've been in the esports scene for a pretty long time prior to MLBB being the latest and greatest so far, especially with Indonesia. Players who know, or at least who kind of grew up while they were in their young careers, are going to be looking at them and being like, this guy knows what he's going to be talking about. He knows what we have gone through as young players.
I can't believe Bigatron let him go.
that's loss aversion, Miracle. Like, leave it in the past, all right? Look forward. You now have Etomax.
Yeah, you're now a Kingdom fan.
Viva RQ.
Right? Like, at least in his DNA, he is a red robot.
How much money would it take for RRQ to pay you to get a tattoo of RRQ's logo, just like on your chest? Just Viva RRQ. Okay, maybe not so cruel. Just the RRQ logo.
Just an
a sentence
on the chest?
Yeah.
RQ.
80,000 USD.
Win the prize pool of SP.
Pool?
Hey,
so
Mr. AP, Mr. AP, you got my number. Make it happen. 80,000.
80,000 to you. Would you actually get a tattoo? Leo, how much would you do to get that tattoo here? Especially, again, it's way worse for you being part of the opposite side of the world.
What do you mean?
He's a kingdom, man.
I can be kingdom.
He is Jaya.
So you do it for free.
I could call my tattoo artist now, get it scheduled.
You would do it for free?
I would.
Oh man.
Mr. AP.
Mr. AP.
Mr. AP. You have our numbers.
Oh boy.
We'll split the 80K.
We'll run 2 tournaments.
We'll run 2 tournaments.
Yeah.
Honestly, if Mr. AP is willing to contact you, we can go RRQ.
Gideon, I can switch. You're Q. Oh no, you're Q.
No, I'm Q.
Then we can switch.
RRQ.
Keep switching.
We'll just do that. We'll just do that. And then, I don't know, maybe if they like bump it up, we can do the Viva.
We gotta get another person.
And then Giant.
Yeah, 80k. Just
oh, dude.
We're running so many tournaments.
Dude, it's gonna be a rough time. It's gonna be a really, really rough time. Keep in mind, we're waiting on the interview with RRQ. A lot of questions to be asked here. But the upcoming game is also gonna be an interesting one because it's gonna be TLID once again against YBG. I think this is gonna be the first time on Stream A that we're gonna be seeing YBG.
Correct. Yeah.
Their scoreline not looking pretty good.
0
However,
wins,
I do want. Oh man, I want to start talking about one particular player because again, there is so much respect for him. We'll get into that a little bit later
goat.
because now I've just been given the signal by Zipper. We have the one and only, the mastermind of the kingdom himself, the coach of glory. Give it up for the man who wears the crown. It's Kezcute. Hello, Kezcute.
Hello.
Kezcute, how are you feeling after a convincing 2-0 victory against Onyx Esports?
I don't know. I think our execution is much more better today compared to them. Yeah, I guess.
He's giving me the SDL vibes. He's giving me the SDL vibes. I get it. I get it now, Leo.
He doesn't want to give us much. Coach, Kezcute, congratulations. I am in love with your squad. I am so kingdom right now. Can you share with us how you motivate your players? What do you tell the squad before the match begins so that they're relaxed, like Sutsujin said?
I think it's, no matter what, if you fuck up in the early game, just reset and just smile. I think that's it.
That's why he's my goat.
That's
man.
real.
That's real.
That's real.
That's so down to earth.
That's real.
I don't know, man. Coach Kez, yesterday we just asked Sutsujin about how you were able, or how RQ was able to get these super quick games, right? He said Kezcute is the key. Now, I just want to get your opinion on that statement because it's been really everybody's opinion on RQ. It's you are the key, you are the mastermind behind this. What is your opinion?
I don't know. I think he's just glazing me and
he's just glazing you, dude. That's cap.
I don't know. I just prepare much more better. I think for this game. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. Well. Kezcute, I'm curious to know. We were just because we don't know what you're like behind the scenes, especially when it comes down to scrim. So imagine me, Leo, and as well as Mirko. We're your players. We messed up in the game. You know, simulate a situation. How would you give us feedback?
We lost, coach. We're losers.
Okay. So every time we lose, I keep telling them what the worst mistake that they make in the game, and for sure I will give them some preparation what to do if and don't let they feel demotivated. They need to keep fighting. Don't scare, and just enjoy the game.
Just enjoy the game.
We're
man.
MPL ready now.
We're MPL ready.
I got it.
Ready.
Clearly. Thank you, Kezcute. Man, I want to see, dude. Kezcute, I wonder what it's like. Are your players? How does he look like angry? That's what I'm trying to figure out. He's too chill.
Do you get angry, coach? Do you get angry?
I don't know. I think I'm never angry.
He never tilts.
That's the cute.
Maybe you can ask some of our player if I will ever be angry.
Dude, if Sutsujin is blazing this man, nobody can get on his bad side. Kezcute, the whole world is watching you right now. What do you have to say to all the RRQ fans and the new RRQ fans internationally?
So yeah, for all of our fans in the world that watching us today in the ESL, keep supporting us. You need to keep remember or tell us to keep improving and keep humble. So I hope we can get the champion in this ESL.
Thank you so much, KSQ. Thank you for the interview. We'll send you on your way. You still have some games to play, of course. And honestly, good luck. Great games. We'll see you next time. Thank you.
Thank you, Coach.
Makasih.
Reasonable glaze, by the way. Reasonable glaze. Isn't it not very reasonable to glaze that, man?
Real.
It's
No.
real.
That's why I said cap. Like, you're not getting glazed, Coach. They're telling the truth.
Yeah.
I can't
Sun
believe
Tzu-jin would never lie.
Dude,
Never.
this man never tilts. This man never tilts. What gets under his skin? Well, I gotta know that. There's gotta be something that makes this man tick.
Not losing, I guess, because when we lose, like, remember, we were losing a scrim. He's like, it's okay, guys. Don't get motivated.
I think it's just due to his experience, right? He was a player before, and just having that experience, understanding how it feels to be a player, getting coached by someone who is angry at you, who puts pressure on you. Maybe it's just the experience that has molded him to the coach that he is today.
He knows.
Maybe he's a keyboard warrior. We don't know. It's like vocally no, but I will type some major.
He was an ex-player of a certain game.
He know.
That is within the realm of
It is known. It is a strongly worded feedback form. Dear Sutsuji.
It's in
Check your emails. It's super formal. He writes it down, multiple paragraphs.
I saw the orange buff.
It's in meme format as well.
It's in Shakespearean
Ooh.
English.
I
It's
love
classic like that.
I love you, Sutsuji. You know what we're talking about.
That's how they communicate in the
Are you
kingdom.
talking about the ult?
This was long ago. This was 4 or 5 months ago.
M6? Tempest of Blades?
Hey, look, hey, man. He's grown. The mercenary has grown.
They're
okay?
winning, all right? They're winning.
They're winning and they're doing really, really good, man. I cannot wait to see how high, or at least where the ceiling is for RRQ. When they're gonna find that first plateau. I think a lot of teams, when they get into that, that winning strategy, they're kind of like, I can take a chill. It's all good. We're the best in the world, man. And then they realize that there's so much more. With that being said, we're gonna go on a short break. Our next game, it's going to be TLID up against the one and only YBG for the very first time on stream. Hey, we'll catch you guys in just a little bit here for the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters. We'll see you then.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Halo guys, gue Fabian dari tim Liquid Indonesia, role gue jungler. Hari ini gue bakal ngajarin kalian bermain Suyo. Kalau buat emblemnya, gue kalau main Suyo biasanya pakai Trill, kalau nggak Swift ya. Kalau yang 2 sama 3-nya nih sebenarnya bisa killing spree juga, kalau nggak Impurage. Cuma biasanya kalau buat farming mungkin Impurage biar lebih cepet aja sih. Terus kalau yang talent satunya nih bebas sih sebenarnya, bisa Swift, bisa Drill juga. Jadi ya tapi lebih enak Swift sih sebenarnya. Tapi ya udahlah, kita coba Swift aja lah. Ya paling kalau buat level 1 yang gini kita ambil skill 2 ya. Karena biar cepet farmingnya. Terus biasanya kalau gua sendiri start mana buffnya sebenarnya tergantung turtle. Kalau misalnya turtle-nya di bawah ya udah gue start bawah. Kalau turtle start atas, gue di atas. Terus kalau farming, kalau dari gue sendiri sih langsung retry aja sih biar cepet aja. Terus juga main Suyo gini, skill 2-nya bisa di hold, bisa di tap juga. Jadi bebas. Habis merah gini ya ke biru aja sih. Kayak farming biasa aja sih. Ya terus kalau misalnya udah 2 buff gini ya kalian habisin jungle-jungle kecil aja. Terus kalau misalnya ada kutu ini Lito, ambil aja. Terus ada orang ya udah kita kill. Terus kalau masih menit 1 gini mungkin ya farming doang sih. Kalau misalnya ada orang yang buat di-gank kayak di XP lane, kalau nggak di gold lane gitu, mungkin ya bisa digas. Cuma tergantung pattern kalian. Kalau misalnya pattern kalian ke atas ya udah ke atas aja gitu. Jadi nggak usah mondar-mandir. Terus juga jangan lupa kalau misalnya ada jungle musuh, kalian coba invite aja sih. Biar lumayan kan XP sama gold. Yang turtle udah mau respon guys. Jadi kita ya stay turtle aja sih. Karena Suyo tuh ibaratnya kayak hero yang lumayan kuat megang objektif ya. Jadi ya buat pegang turtle, pegang gold gitu lumayan ada advantage-nya sih. Udah kalau misalnya udah dapet turtle gini, kalian tinggal farming lagi, terus kalian bisa geng mid, geng atas, geng bawah sih, bebas. Jadi kesimpulan main Suyo ini menurut gua ini hero buat di jungler sangat overpower karena dia mempunyai banyak advantage ya, kayak ibaratnya bisa sustain di early game-nya, ada damage gitu-gitu kan. Jadi ya cocok lah dipakai buat solo rank, entah itu party gitu, cocok banget ya. Ya paling dari gue itu aja sih kalau buat pro tips bermain Suyo ya. Kalian jangan lupa buat dukung tim Liquid Indonesia di SPS Mobile Master ini supaya juara guys. Thank you.
working hard, we're working smarter. Where they're gonna go, we go harder. Hit every swing, roam like a king. Every dream in your head getting bigger and bigger. Isn't it time we start pulling the trigger? Shoot for the clouds, let there be no doubt. We're floating without any drought. Baddest the baddest, just call me rolling. Playing with folks for the serotonin. Placing your bets, yeah, we're going all in. It's somebody calling my destiny. Betting on me, you don't wanna be my enemy. Wait and see, lay on the waist. Taking a victory, not just a taste. Laying on flat and we're storming the gates. You don't wanna be my enemy. Wait and see, lay on the waist. Taking a victory, not just a taste. Laying on flat and we're storming the gates. Laying on flat and we're storming the gates. Laying on flat and we're storming the gates. Right from the heart of me, never apart from me. It's all I had and all I'll ever need. Way too close to call it. Taking a leap and we're going all in. Baddest the baddest, before we rolling. Messing with folks for the serotonin. I'm betting on me. You don't wanna be my enemy. Wait and see, lay on the waist. Taking a victory, not just a taste. Laying on flat and we're storming the gates. You don't wanna be my enemy. Wait and see, lay on the waist. Taking a victory, not just a taste. Laying on flat and we're storming the gates. Laying on flat and we're storming the gates. Laying on flat and we're storming the gates. You don't wanna be my enemy. Wait and see, lay on the waist. Taking a victory, not just a taste. Laying on flat and we're storming the gates.
It's a madhouse, it's a madhouse. Had a lot of people showing me some mad doubts. It's a madhouse, it's a madhouse. I got love for the game, I don't cash out. It's a madhouse, it's a madhouse. Everybody with their hands up in the air like whoa. It's a madhouse, it's a madhouse. Shaking all the city, this is how I like my show. I got love for the sweat that I put in. Door with the foot in, proofs in the pudding. Things I did, all them said that I couldn't. Superhero bouncing like a villain. All y'all rooting, you the fan now. Yeah, you understand now what it took to be the champion that I am now. Head in the sky, it's about the time you land now. And let's see who of us has got the better plan now. Who has got the better plan now? Who has got the better plan? Who has got the better plan now? I'm just trying to understand. showing me some mad doubts. It's a madhouse, it's a madhouse. I got love for the game, I don't cash out. It's a madhouse, it's a madhouse. Everybody with their hands up in the air like whoa. It's a madhouse, it's a madhouse. Shaking all the city, this is how I like my show. How I like my show. It's a madhouse. Had a lot of people showing me some mad doubts. It's a madhouse. It's a madhouse. I got love for the game. I don't cash out. It's a madhouse. It's a madhouse. Everybody with their hands up in the air like whoa. It's a madhouse. It's a madhouse. Shaking all the city. This is how I like my show.
to the game. There's a force inside of me, pushing me closer.
You get one night before the sun's up. Bang, bang. Tear it up. One shot before your time's up. Bang, bang. Tear it up. You get one chance before you're out of luck. Bang, bang. Tear it up. Tear it up. Bang, bang. Tear it up. You get one night before the sun's up. Bang, bang. Tear it up. One shot before your time's up. Bang, bang. Tear it up. You get one chance before you're out of luck. Bang, bang. Tear it up. Tear it up. Bang, bang. Tear it up. One army, we unbreakable. Won't ever beat us. We too strong. Take a stand, raise all of your fists high. This is the one. We're fighting for our lives. Don't let the op run up on us. We fight until the sun comes up. Don't try us, we the one. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. Bang,
hears turn when I walk through the door. They know I'm hot, better yet ice cold. Heart full of chrome, you can tell when it's on. They can't stop me when I get in my zone. I don't even answer when they call on my phone. Baby, myself, I ain't right no wrongs. Play with me, I don't condone. I'm way too up, but I'm so far gone. Play with me, I don't condone. The man down doing up, beating up the beat till it's blowing up, chewing up. Look at me, look at how the moving tickle me, riddle me, looking good, got the remedy, into me, deep pulse energy, complimentary, they can never be jealousy. When they stare at me, they like legacy, legacy, gotta leave them one when I feel like I'm lost. Watch me, you wanna taste, like what you see, come and get close. Watch me, tell me low, I bet you won't, what you gon' do? Watch me, I make it hot, blow up the spot, ready or not. Watch me, 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 get it, watch me do it, watch me flow. Watch me, let me feel it, take control, let me go. Watch me, tell me, watch me, with my buttons, if you roll. Watch me, better than me. Cocky, you like a fool. Watch me, better than me. Watch me, you like a fool. Watch me, you wanna taste like what you see, come and get close. Watch me, tell me low, I bet you won't, what you gon' do? Watch me, I make it hot, blow up the spot, ready or not. Watch me,
Yo. One thing's for sure, you're gonna recognize me when I walk in the door. And the tactic get the haters to giving applause. I can get an uncle without giving them more. But wait, I'm giving them more. Every 7 days I'm giving them 24. You can't make the cut if you ain't gonna bore. These ones don't know about war. I grew up cold, hungry and poor. I wasn't grateful, I wanted more. I wanted women, I wanted tours. So I grinded and grinded some more. Woke up depressed, I had to fight more. So I burnt out, I couldn't do more. I had to put a station on pause. Now I'm back like I want no war. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. It's cold outside and I thought I couldn't do it again. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. I'm in my bag like loose change. Self-proclaimed hero like Bruce Wayne. Out the sight even if you bought new frames. All this talk about weight but got no gains. How you gonna do a sight with no aim? Marathon longevity is my lane. I get dark like under the duvet. And don't roll with a weak link like a broke chain. Self-ignorer when I was poorer. My struggle gave me a God flood of the Torah. I didn't stop me pleasuring somebody's daughter. My cup running forward to the spills of the saucer. Call me true the author. My battle plans rapper terroristic torture. These hands can bend water. Boom boom exploring like Avatar Korra. Rhyme like nursery, still my style, you will reimburse me. Plus 30, big hands and they're sturdy. I'm Drew the first, I'm back like anniversary. I came back worthy, like I swam in lava till it no longer burns me. I walked the desert for my ego's perjury, working for that zone where you can't outwork me. I'm a big man, but I ain't 32. I came to the front line with like 32. I'm a Rex, that's a shout out to 32. I'm a danger and I play 32. I'm just so 20, 32. Ahead of my time, so I'm hard like broom. Flows the bomb like I shook the room. I stay lit like Christmas and hot like June.
again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. Winning again, I won't stop till I win. It's cold outside and I thought I couldn't do it again. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again. It's cold outside and I thought I couldn't do it again. Winning again, I won't stop till I'm winning again.
I climb my way to the top, I never stop. It's coming ready or not. Do you have what you say you got? Go till you drop. Going till we hit the spot. Light gonna shine bright. Anything I like. Put it on the line. I've been taking chances all my life. I've been patiently waiting, and we're gonna take it like endgame. You can't stop what we began. It's the wild flame. We burn this world right down, and then we rise again, like phoenix from the flame. The players in the game, we might understand. We at the finish line. It's one day at a time to make you feel alive. To make you feel alive. I climb my way to the top. I never stop. It's coming ready and now. Do you have what you say you got? Go till you drop. Going till we in the spot. I climb my way to the top. I never stop. It's coming ready and now. Do you have what you say you got? Go till you drop. Going till we in the spot. The game. Yeah, we running the same. I've been patiently waiting, and we're gonna take it like endgame. You can't stop what we began. It's the wild flame. We burn this world right down, and then we rise again, like phoenix from the flame. The players in the game, we might understand.
Yo. I don't think they're ready for it. On the loose, on the loose, on the loose, on the loose. With the beast, on the loose, say the truth, on the loose. Off the chain, it's all the gauge. Yeah, getting wild, we out the cage. It's getting wild out here. One by one, we watch them all falling. It's getting wild out here. But I'ma be the last one standing. You can't stop what's begun. You can't stop a revolution. Come in, come in. It's getting wild out here. Yeah, it's getting wild, it's getting wild.
Eating them, feast, fire the most, tire the least. See them admitting defeat, and they so useless. I'm so ruthless. New phone, who this? Give no reply to excuses. Got no bite, man, I'm toothless. Living a lie and the truth is, got this power, bringing it. Play my anthem, singing it. Every mountain, ringing it high. I soar, I rise, reborn. Shots, I'm back like never before. Taking my final form.
Yo, it's getting wild out here. One by one, we watch them all falling. It's getting wild out here. But I'ma be the last one standing. You can't stop what's begun. You can't stop a revolution. It's coming, coming. It's getting wild out here. Yeah, it's getting wild. It's getting wild. For the revolution.
Watch
rush. Waiting on an evolution. Yo. It's coming, coming. Yeah. If you wanna come and get some. Yo. Nothing we can't overcome. Running, running. Sure as we rise with the sun. Yo. We wanna rise and become stunning, stunning. Watch for the revolution. You can't stop what's begun. It's coming, coming. Wait. It's coming, coming. Wait. It's coming, coming. Just you wait, just you wait. Yo. It's getting wild out here. It's getting wild. One by one we watch them all falling. It's getting wild out here. Yo. But I'ma be the last one standing. You can't stop what's begun. You can't stop a revolution. Coming, coming. It's getting wild out here. It's getting wild. It's getting wild.
Ain't nobody in my lane. Me and you, we ain't even playing the same game. Take my own credit, no need to drop names. Drop the weight, clean slate, I'm insane. It's giving insanity on a melody. More flow than a manatee. Levels that I reach, man, I defy gravity. Heart so strong like it runs in the family. I got the haters out of breath. Ain't talking about dinner when I got them distressed. Giving palpitation when I say it with my chest. Do the calculation, it's time to invest. Acquiesce that I am the empress. Going so sick, someone call the vet. I just can't be tamed, that I'm the Loch Ness. So blessed, they can't comprehend. I turn a skeptic to believer. I am a leader, resurrected like it's Easter. If you step to me, you'll get the misdemeanor. They can't defeat her, they can't connect the reader. Can't decline, don't worry, I'll be fine. Cause all I see is ups in the line. Did I plan this? Is this by design? Come reflect, my light can't be denied. Come correct, cause this moment is mine. It's mine. Tell me you're feeling love. Tell me you're feeling love. Do it like nobody does. Sipping that haterade, right to the finish line. Tell me you're feeling love. Tell me you're feeling love. Do it like nobody does. Sipping that haterade, right to the finish line. I got the haters out of breath. Ain't talking about then and when I got them distressed. Giving palpitation when I say it with my chest. Do the calculation, it's time to invest. Acquiesce that I am the empress. Going so sick, someone call the vet. I just can't be tamed, that I'm the Loch Ness. So blessed, they can't come. Tell me you're feeling love. Tell me you're feeling love. Do it like nobody does. Sipping that haterade, right to the finish line. Tell me you're feeling love. Do it like nobody does. Sipping that haterade, right to the finish line. Tell me you're feeling love.
To guess who in the building, born of the realest. Never catch me slacking, I was born, that's the illest. They call me a champion, I got there with a win. I'm a rare breed walking, I am one in a million. Guess who in the building, born of the realest. Never catch me slacking, I was born, that's the illest. They call me a champion, I got there with a win. I'm a rare breed walking, I am one in a million. Yeah. I am back in the place. Don't have to guess who in the building, cause I'm back in your face. Ready for anybody coming, I am here on my toes. Never was settled for defeat, cause I'm raising the stakes. Yeah, and I'm not coming to play. I got my game face on and I'm ready to shake. You see my name will be known everywhere in the world, cause I'm a king, get it strong and I never will break. Hey, one of the chosen, going that's the illest, watch me kill it like a supposed to. Never catch me slipping on my pippin', I'm the coldest. The best I ever do it, I'ma show you how I know it. Notice, I am on my way. I'm here to handle business, I ain't come here to play. I see they in their feelings, I don't care what they say. I am one in a million. You don't have to guess who in the building. One of the realest. Never catch me slacking. I was born as the illest. They call me a champion. I got there with a win. I'm around free walking. I am one in a million. Guess who in the building? One of the realest. Never catch me slacking. I was born as the illest. They call me a champion. I got there with a win. I'm around free walking. I am one in a million. I'm around breed walking, I am one in a million. I'm around breed walking, I am one in a million. And I'm at it again. I'm a bad man walking around and tell all your friends. And whoever wanna test me, I am standing my ground. As they come closer, I am focused as I spark with a grin. Yeah. Cause they know I'm a fool, and they know I'm that dude. I don't follow their rules, never bow to their principles, never choke when I move, never fold under pressure, never vouching to lose. Yeah. I am on my way. I'm here to handle business. I ain't come here to play. I see they in their feelings. I don't care what they say. Cause I'm one in a million. You don't have to guess who in the building. One of the realest. Never catch me slacking. I was born as the illest. They call me a champion. I got there with a win. I'm around breed walking. I am one in a million. Guess who in the building? One of the realest. Never catch me slacking. I was born as the illest. They call me a champion. I got there with a win. I'm around breed walking. I am one in a million.
We on the way. We came to play. We on the way. Showdown. Let the games begin. You can't stop us. I came to win. You can't stop us. It's only us in the end. You can't stop us. We the best in the world, and that's a promise. Let the games begin. You can't stop us. I came to win. You can't stop us. It's only us in the end. You can't stop us. We the best in the world, and that's a promise. Yeah. What? They can't beat us now. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it, get it. Let the games begin. You can't stop us. I came to win. You can't stop us. It's only us in the end. You can't stop us. We the best in the world, and that's a promise. Let the games begin. You can't stop us. I came to win. You can't stop us. It's only us in the end. You can't stop us. We the best in the world, and that's a promise. Watch this. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Who want it? I got it. Yo, I got it. Let's go. Let the games begin. You can't stop us. I came to win. You can't stop us. It's only us in the end. You can't stop us. We the best in the world, and that's a promise. Let the games begin. You can't stop us. I came to win. You can't stop us. It's only us in the end. You can't stop us. We the best in the world, and that's a promise. Soaking the fire under my feet. Soaking the fire under my feet. This is what we came for. Watch out. What we got you can't handle. Step out. 'Cause we don't ever stand still. No doubt. I'm ready for the gamble. I'm ready for the gamble. Ready for the gamble. I keep feeding the flame, chasing the fame. This world will never be enough for me. I feel it run through my veins.
how I have the nerve. Leaving the heat on the track, too hot and I'm lighting the match now. Blasting off our rocket, grab the mic just to drop it. My Fahrenheit is shocking, amazed, dazed by the sense of grade. Come now, don't be phased, follow the trail I blaze. First place, no second to waste. Pyromaniac, fanning the flames, burn the brightest they've ever seen. Giving armor that third degree on the kerosene, and I smoke them out. Fire away, counting down. 2, 1, ready for the gamble now. Top out, lights out, lights out.
Yeah, I'm moving automatic. See the top spot, but I move right past it. You're not number one, man, you thought you had it. I got what I want, now it's more than average. We are the masters. Now we back on the roll, headed back to the throne, cause we back what we on. Now we here to set the tone, got the spirit, got the soul, never question the power. Yeah, we showing you the power. Make it loud. Don't waste a minute. Yeah, we showing you the power. Make it loud. Don't waste a minute. Yeah, I'm moving automatic. See the top spot, but I move right past it. You're not number one, man, you thought you had it. I got what I want, now it's more than average. We are the masters. Now we back on the roll, headed back to the throne, cause we back what we on. Now we here to set the tone, got the spirit, got the soul, never question the power.
I believe it, I can see it. If it's in my sights, I achieve it. Ain't no leaving, no defeating. Show up, complete and repeat it. Every day, rule that game. I always go 100%. Start to end, to the end, out or in. No between, you gotta go 100%. Click to win every single moment. Caught up in the motion. Got no use for caution. Hope you're ready for a fight.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Here Here we go. The Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters, our final best of 3 of today. And we've got TLID up against YBG. My name is Gideon Q. I'm going to be your host here on the set with our 2 analyst professionals and casters. It's going to be Eterna and as well as Mirko at the set again. Boys and girls, this is going to be an interesting one. This is the first time we are seeing YBG here on Stream A, and we've had plenty of TLID games, so we know about the Cavalry, but this Chinese team was part of the trifecta powerhouses. They're not DFIG, they're not KBG. This time around, we have a new representative, and honestly, not a lot of information to go off with this team.
Not a lot. And even in their matches, right, they've only just lost their matches, their games as well, so again, we're still going to have to gauge how strong they are, if it was the jitters in their first 2-3 matches that they lost, or if they've just not adapted to the current meta.
I suppose, but I think the only person who's familiar from this team is going to be Lexi, the gold laner, coming in from YBG. In case you don't know who the lineup is, let's pull it up right now to introduce you YBin Game. It's going to be Fish God, Lucas, Unicorn, Ares, and Lexi. If you recognize Lexi, he was under the banner of KBG during the M6 qualifiers. Man, this guy is apparently he was quite the beast as a gold laner, playing all the standard meta compositions, but at the same time, I want to highlight Fish God because one consistent hero that has been banned out in the majority of their games has been the Freya.
Always we've seen it. What was their last matchup again? Bigatron, right?
Yeah.
And both Bigatron games, it was always the Freya ban coming through. So it poses the question, how strong is the Freya? Technically, Freya is not meta or anything, so why warrant a ban like that?
It's incredibly meta in the Chinese server, right? In the Chinese qualifiers as well. Even back to M6, we saw at the M6 World Championships, a lot of teams also ban out the Freya up against DFYG, up against KBG as well. It was the hot commodity that we see from the Chinese teams because they just have been able to abuse the Freya quite a bit in their qualifiers, even to get here.
I think it's really interesting though, because again, it's so different from what the rest of the world and even Southeast Asia likes to bring to the table, at especially the highest level, competitive level here. But there are some pros and cons, right? Yes, it does need a lot of gold to really like be that one versus all, but at the same time, it's huge lane dominance. Now, let's talk about some IGN origins. B stands for bad ending, an acronym Lexi added to his name during a challenging phase in his career. The Chinese players already have like IGNs with lore, dude. I wasn't expecting that one.
I don't get it. So his name is Lexi, and then he put a bay in front of it. So bad ending Lexi?
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. It's like, is it because he went through a bad ending? But you know, technically that's not the end. It's like
the beginning?
Bad beginning, good ending. That's what he wants.
Okay.
Possibly. I don't know.
Reverse psychology.
This is one of those. This is one of those JRPGs that I don't know. Maybe it has to be replayed a couple of times, or if they beat TLID, we might get an interview, and then we can ask more about it.
We just don't have enough skill points on the literate.
You're right. You're right. That's and honestly, I'm pretty sure we're pronouncing the B wrong.
That's true.
Maybe it's
That's
Be
true.
Lexi.
Be Lexi.
Due to my ethnicity, I'm not going to say anything about it because
We can ask in the interview.
we will ask in the interview, but that's assuming that they can take down TLID because so far their day has been looking great. They are winning good games. They're catching up in the groups, but at the same time, are they missing something? Because I mean, we had that interview prior. We had the interview prior. Both players, Yeheskill as well as, if I remember correctly, Fabian said, yeah, there is a bit of a struggle, and it's mainly because of the patch. So I don't know whether or not this team can go back to that same ultimate peak that we saw them during M6. Speaking of which, here's the lineup for Team Liquid ID. Shout out to the Cavalry here as we introduce to you Aran, Fabian, Yeheskill, Witty, and Aaron Shiki.
I think this is where things begin, right, for them. Because, of course, we saw, similarly enough, I think 2 seasons ago when they first debuted with this roster that we're seeing right now, for them to kind of, accentuate themselves with the current patch. And I think Woody has always been on top of the patch as well. So it maybe just needs some time adjusting, and it's looking good so far for them. I mean, again, we talked to Yeheskill earlier on, right? And he said he wasn't as... he's now liking the Jushins now, so... Maybe we can talk to them a bit more.
We can, but we're going to specifically talk to Aaron Shiki because Rose and Coleus have something to say with them. Let's jump right over right now.
Sangat excited buat nanti di babak playoff ya. Tapi Ron, di match ini kalian kan juga bakal bertemu dengan salah satu perwakilan dari region China, which is itu YBG. Tadi juga Eskil udah bilang kayaknya kita bakal nge-ban Freya-nya. Apa bener Ron? Enggak takut apa katanya mau pakai popol kupa buat lawan Freya?
Karena Freya-nya jago, jadi kita harus ban. Ya, ban Freya.
Okay, so previously just now we actually asked Yehiskil on what their plans is going up against YBG, and he mentioned that they're gonna be banning the Freya, and he said it's because their Freya is good, so we just ban it. Respect the opponents, right?
Yes, of course.
Play.
Oke, ada nggak yang mau disampaikan ke sebelah? Nanti siapa tahu Coleus bisa ngomong Mandarin kan di sana.
Good luck, have fun.
That's it.
Yes, of course.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun. Oke, itulah dia interviewnya. Kita bakal lempar lagi ke panelis.
Thanks so much, Rose, and as well as Coleus. And as you can see, there's going to be so much respect for Freya. What are we missing here? I hope. Just maybe Mr. SDL is going to be like, just one game. We'll win the first one, and then let's open it up and see what happens.
It's a very SDL thing to do, to be fair, right? So St. Lucas, please, we want to see how good this Freya is, right? Because we've heard about it, we've seen it in the Chinese server, but we haven't gotten a taste of Freya in an international event just yet. I've seen it in my ranked games. I don't want to talk about it.
He backed out so fast. You can see just flashing lights of all the stars lost because of this Freya. Or maybe even one, kind of depends on which side of the spectrum he was on that time. But even so, it would be nice to see overall. But I am curious because this is the very first time we're going to be seeing them on stream. They have two Filipino players, technically Lucas and as well as Aries, who have joined this squadron as well, which seems to be the way that a lot of these Chinese teams are looking to prop up their own esports scene, since again they are very, very fresh. What are your thoughts about this Eterna? Because again, out of all the potential imports from across Southeast Asia and even around the world, it looks like the Filipinos are the way to go.
That has been working out for a lot of these regions, right? I think even your region, Malaysia, have
We'll
picked
take
up
anybody.
that, right? They've picked up a few imports of their own, and they have been looking good. I guess the change and exchange of knowledge, as well as like these little tidbits that the PH currently hold, is very important for them. It's like a what do you call it? A student exchange.
A student
exchange kind of situation.
I like that. Since we were talking about lore earlier, we do need to talk about, well, the fact that TLID, everybody's using their actual name as their IGN, except for Aaron Shiki. Kind of weird, don't know why he's like that, but let's have a word with YBG. I'm curious to know what they're going to say. Let's jump over to the interview.
So first of all, how's Jakarta so far?
他就是现在就是问印尼，暂时你觉得是这个国家你觉得是怎样？
我觉得这个国家看起来让人很舒服。
He says it looks very comfortable and he's been very comfortable in Jakarta so far.
Wow. Jadi kalau tanya gimana nih Jakarta ketika memang dia udah stay di sini, dan dia bilang dia ngerasa sangat amat nyaman ya untuk sejauh ini. And from what I see from your previous matches, your opponents is always banning Freya. What do you think about it? Why they keep banning your Freya?
对，他就是要问你的其他的团队全部都在 ban 掉 Freya， 为什么他们会要 ban 掉 Freya？ 你以为是原因是什么？
我觉得其他队伍对我们做了很多的功课，因为我们在自己的赛区是比较常用这个英雄的，然后也打出了不错的效果。
Okay, so he says all the other teams have been doing their homework, and he feels like the other teams know that they've always commonly picked this hero, so they have been banning it off and picking it off from him.
Jadi memang tadi Coleus juga nanya, kan sejauh ini benar-benar tim yang menghadapi YBG itu selalu nge-ban Freya. Kayak kenapa mereka selalu nge-ban Freya-nya? Dan dia bilang ini benar-benar semua tim tuh ngejalanin PR-nya mereka, dan that's why itu benar-benar Freya selalu di-ban. Dan mungkin karena memang Bilixi ini juga menjadi playmaker dari timnya itu sendiri. And last question is, do you have any message that you want to say to your opponents, TLID?
你要有跟你的其他团队的 TLID 的人有讲什么 message 吗？
让我们打一场精彩的比赛。
He
he wants to make sure that they want to have a good match and a very interesting match.
Oke, jadi kalau tadi tanya juga, ada nggak nih pesan-pesan buat teman-teman dari tim Liquid Indonesia? Dan dia bilang, pokoknya kasih aja match yang seru karena mereka juga bakal memberikan yang terbaik. Mungkin itu aja, jadi thank you so much for the interview and let's throw back to the panelists.
Thanks, Moman and Coolios. That's B Lexi from YBG. You heard it here first, St. Lucas. Please, let's make it interesting. Make it an experience. Make it competitive. Let that Freya through. Dear Lord, we got to see what all the fuss is about, man.
What's it about?
What's it about? How can we? I don't know. Maybe I don't. If we do get to see it today, I might even try it in my own ranked games in the EXP lane. I don't know.
Just not with me.
Hey, yeah, you never know. You never know. Maybe it's a team effort that makes it work out. But as we get into these games here, I think that the draft is going to be, I feel like it's going to be a little one-sided here. It feels like, a lot of the success coming in from YBG, especially from their qualifiers, really came down to just like individual performances and out-drafting the original Chinese teams that they were playing against. But in comparison to the rest of the world, now that they've got their homework down, it feels like a formula has already begun before the game has even started.
Yeah, I spoke to Renmar earlier on as well because he has been casting a few of the YB games, right? And I was wondering if we were to, talk about this team because we haven't had them over here in Stream A. What would we talk about and what stood out to you the most? And I think the main thing that he was talking about earlier on was the fact that this is a team that loves their pickoffs. So they found a lot of success on the Chos, on the Jawheads. And I'm wondering, with that being such a template, whether or not that's going to be easily read out by TLID.
Yeah, or if it's just going to be denied away from them, right?
Yeah.
Because for TLID, they have been able to find a lot of success through those pick-off picks as well. Up against Bigatron, Witty picked up Jawhead 3 games in a row over the Suyo as well, but then they adapted. St. Lucas told Favion, OP, Suyo, pick, done.
GG, well played. What can you do about that once he's got the signature hero? I want to agree so badly, and I do agree on the part. Oh, yes, they are pick-off oriented, but I do want to see whether or not the team fighting aspect of these Chinese teams have actually grown, because we've seen with Yaofeng Yaoguai and as well as Keep Best Gaming, the way they play the game, especially with the way they maintain their team fights, is kind of interesting. They really take things step by step, and if they miss a step, it's like, no, we're not going to do this at all. It's not as fluid as we do it here in Southeast Asia. So maybe that's something to keep in mind. But do you agree with that? Do you think that, these Chinese teams are going to be at that level?
I think it's very hard to say that right now, right? I think the closest one we've seen to actually being able to match the main regions has been DFYG. Other than that, the performance from KVG and now looking at the performances for YBG as well, I have not been convinced.
All right, let's look at the predictions so far. Here at the set, this is what we have decided. 2 O's all across the board for TLID. Obviously, the both of us are going to be a little bit more biased towards TLID's side, but even for Miracle as well, it feels like, well, the Chinese competitive side hasn't caught up just yet until, dude, if we get this wrong, it's like a bittersweetness of like, yeah, I like TLID, but at the same time, China's like rising up, so it's like, oh, it'll be a little painful, but how would they do it? Especially against TLID. We've had plenty of games to kind of break down their weaknesses and strengths.
They've been able to really adapt a lot of times as well, though, TLID. Like, a lot of times you would see these weaknesses, but once you meet up against them, you try to exploit those weaknesses, they've already covered it up. SDL, Witty are the 2 real masterminds behind, again, always being able to have the right plan for the right team. So the weaknesses you saw in the previous games might not happen here because they prepared differently to YBG compared to BTR, compared to, again, previous teams.
But if there's any time and any moment for a weakness to be exploited for TLID, it's now. I think this is the best time with them still figuring things out. Their dominance in their previous performance was, well, how do I put it lightly? But it wasn't against a top tier team. So.
Excuse me, what are you saying?
There was obviously a
disparity. Some may say like
viewers help me out.
A giant gap.
Are you saying?
Save me.
Are you saying a bad team took a game off TLID?
I didn't say that.
Look, it'll be interesting to see how YBG can really exploit some of these weaknesses. Now, let's imagine we are YBG. We're going into the drafting phase against Mr. SDL himself. Where do we go? Because at least we know for one of the bans, almost guaranteed, it's going to be that Freya, right? So that could open a couple of options. And for me personally, I'm going to take the RRQ route. I'm going to be like, okay, yeah. Maybe we ban out the Suyo on the red side, assuming we're on red side. And then from then on, Harith, and then lead it up with something else? Mid laner maybe?
If I was YBG, I'd focus on Belexi. I'd focus on the gold lane. In MPL ID as well, when Aaron Shiki gets punished, when he doesn't have a good time in the laning phase, that's when a lot of teams have been able to really take control in their matches against Team Liquid ID. So here, we have seen Belexi be one of the strongest points of YBG. Try to utilize that in game one, try to cheese their way into a win in the gold lane and transfer over. Maybe a Moscow pick there.
But so far, on the topic of side lanes, I think Aran has found a lot more success on his comfort heroes as well. Like the Hilda, he's been utilizing over and over and over again. What other heroes has he actually played so far?
Hilda and
Edith, Lucas, Phoveus, but not to the success that we see him on the Hilda. And that's why if you take a look at this, it's actually appearing in most picked.
That's fair. I mean, team average kills are looking... Oh, man, these stats are whoppingly in TLIT's favor. Whoppingly.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. YBN Game has not found much success just yet. Although, I do hope that it does get a little brawly amongst the side laners, right? Maybe not towards the gold laner side. I do agree with you. That's probably one clear way of playing the game, but I would like to see Fish God try and take Aran in a more brawly style rather than I have to play a tank, you get to play Hilda, and that is going to be that. The draft is up right now with YBN Game currently on the blue side against Team Liquid ID on the red side. Kalia, first pick lock-in.
Okay.
No Freya.
No Freya. They're not gonna let it go, man. SDL, we thought maybe SDL will be the guy to say, all right, let's let Freya go, man. Let's try it out. No, they have respect, against YBN Game. They can shock a lot of people here, and Liquid ID, they have dropped the game already, so they would want to get full points for all their matches left. Juicin and the Hilda. There you go. Hilda for Aran instantly. First phase pick.
65% win rate, which is actually shockingly high for a Hilda who's very early game oriented and likes to punish assassins. But we see that the Jushin is the go-to answer for TLID when it comes down to Kalia. Now Harith is going to get locked in for YBN Game. I want to see whether Team Liquid is going to be a little respectful for their very last pick. Is it going to be that gold laner now, or are they going to be like, hey, Aaron Shiki, you can't play anything. You should be able to get away with it.
I don't know. With Aaron Shiki, his performance has been a little shaky, I think they should be prioritizing the Granger up front. Granted, he does have a lot more heroes in his kit. He has the carry, he has the Moskov and the Iritel rather, but I don't know. First phase, I think the Granger should go here, but yes, Aurora is not a hero that we see too often, but I guess against the Hilda, maybe it's a lot safer.
I'm thinking whether or not whether the Aurora can poke out the Jushin in lane. It's like ever so slightly longer, like just the edge of it, right? Because of the AoE.
Yeah, even before the patch after the nerf on Juicin, we have seen RQ actually utilize the Aurora to be an answer up against the Juicin. But on top of that, it's also the combo together with Kalea, right? It's basically like a Cho-Aurora combination, this time just with Kalea. But yeah, the Granger does get picked up here in the first phase. Another hero in the gold lane who has crazy range, amazing survivability, and an ability, and also, the chance, or the flexibility rather, to go for Purify and Flicker. So again, all the answers for Liquid.
And the answers are looking very, very good. Red side ban going to be
4 jungle
Phoveus.
bans.
Yeah, 4 jungle bans. We'll see. Wait, did Joy get banned? Yeah, Joy already got banned out. Blue gets banned out alongside the Phoveus. They're now targeting the EXP side. YBG, they've already gotten rid of the Hayabusa yet, and both sides haven't locked in their jungler. So I'm feeling like a Lucas. I'm sniffing out maybe a Lucas might sneak through. Ling even? It makes sense. It makes sense. It's Heal ID.
Yeah. I think YBN Game should ban out the Ling. We have only seen they banned out the Lucas. All right. So they banned out the Lucas. The Ling should be the obvious choice. They might pick it up later on. May go for a roamer first. No. They go for the Ling. So what are the other junglers up for grabs?
Yeah, what is Lucas gonna play?
Not Lucas, clearly. Alpha?
Oh, you're right. It's Alpha alongside Yu Zhong. We haven't seen Yu Zhong in a very long time.
This is a pretty popular pick in China, though. We have seen a lot of Yu Zongs there. But I don't think not against the Granger, right? I mean, up against the heroes that can't bring Purify, you'll do great. Brody's, Beatrix's as well. But the Granger, Juice, maybe the Ling, you can catch him with the Petrify, I guess.
I mean, I suppose so, but somebody's got to be able to break those Petrifies earlier on. It's pretty hard to get into. I mean, yes, you have the Black Dragon form to get into that backline, but then after that, it's sort of like you miss your combo, you're dead in the water here. So let's see how YBG is going to play that out, because Team Liquid ID, they've got their final pick.
But maybe it's like an overwhelming amount of tools that they can utilize to kind of trigger the Purify, right? Because one of the main things that counters the Kalea in the roaming position is the Purify. So obviously we're going to see hopefully Granger go on to Purify, Jushin on Purify, but if there's a lot more tools that they can utilize, maybe they can play around that and the timings.
And now the fulfilled requirements for the side of TLID. If they want to skirmish, they can absolutely do so. But map control and information is going to be the name of the game for TLID. I don't think they have many ways to punish it unless YBG decide, hey, Kalia, just grab the first person you see. Let's burst them down as we start heading into this game number 1 of our final series of today. YBin game versus Team Liquid ID. Mirko Eterna, it's your time.
All right, thank you so much, Gideon. Let's get into it right now. Ladies and gentlemen, our final game of the day here at the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters. And we're going to close it out once again with TLID and YBN games. Here's the thing, though. What do you think the early game is going to look like, right? Because we have Alpha on one side, but we have Ling on the other. And technically, the Ling should be able because of the Cho and the lack of the Matilda.
On paper, it should still be a neutral objective win early on for YBin game. But again, execution plays a big factor into this early game here. The fact that Witty is on a Cho as a signature pick, that was the pick that got him Finals MVP in Season 14 Grand Finals. Aran on a Hilda. This is literally every single member on Liquid ID with comfort picks. And like you mentioned, the Cho is going to be a good tool to utilize to punish the Alpha, especially without the Matilda. That's why we usually see Alpha with Matilda. We need to see Alpha have a backup plan. When he goes in with the Spear of Alpha, you're technically all in. You need a guiding win. If you don't, you're there. You better win a team fight or you're done.
That's what I was wondering, right? And speaking of comfort, we know TLID is a team that goes really far with comfort. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's get straight into it. Into game number 1. Let's head over to the land of Dawn.
All right. Taking a look at it. Nothing too crazy right now. Witty actually going in, almost stealing it away. Oh, Witty! The wise now Witty, the crazy man, takes away the orange. Lucas retreat early. A disadvantage at the start of the game. Aran wants more. Oh, don't tell me. He steals it as well. 0 camps for Lucas.
That was a huge win for TLID here in the early portion of the game. One, taking away a lot more XP, so giving Fademan a little bit more, room to wriggle in, especially in the early stage of the game when these two teams will be contesting for the neutral objectives, but also everything else, right? The tempo has been stopped for YBN game, but wait a second.
Oh man. Unicorn just being zoned away by Aran, who can soak in all that damage, is just such a big loss. He's losing out so many waves in the mid lane, getting shoved in by Witty. And even in the bottom lane, you can see just the deny in minions through Yehezkiel shoving it in. This is nasty by Liquid ID, man. They're playing a game that YBN game doesn't even know exists.
But the thing is, we are looking at YBN game having a hold onto the gold lane, right? Earlier on, we saw Yonshiki really just caught under turret and maybe even denied a few. But, Fish God in no man's land.
First blood. No Petri. No ways to really disengage. Yehezkiel could have gotten the kill. I think alone, Ares, man, trying to make the most out of it. A full wave going to be denied again. That's level 4 for Aran, Yehezkiel, and Fabian's going to get level 5 before Lucas gets level 4. Witty's walking up again, has the Jikundo, will try to go in again. Aran is right there too. Orange buff going to be resetted as well as Turtle will be taken for free. No contest. This might be another steal. Crimson Beacon now knocking him up. Lucas unable to get level 4. Heskill just bullies him. Orange buff taken by Aran.
It's a disaster. 1,900 gold lead already for TLID in the first 2 minutes of the game. And everything else just really can't describe how dominating and how controlling TLID are in this. It's classic TLID, right? Usually we see maybe the Khalid Hilda combination, but the idea is the same, right? They go very aggressive into the enemy jungle, and they do exactly this. Look at the pressure!
No way.
Unicorn barely gets out alive.
Level 4 at 2 minutes, an alpha. We were talking about the early game, going to the alpha, but this is what I was saying, Eterna. The execution for Team Liquid ID, having all these comfort picks has got to play a big role into how they're able to do this again, taking another camp away. They are starving the man. Tsunami Slam there, should be Aran taken down. Yes, it is, but Witty gets a good trade back with the way the Dragon Flicker combo on Unicorn.
And it's so worth it, right? That's Unicorn for Aran, XP for mid lane right now. And Team Liquid, they know exactly what they're doing. A little bit of a trade, I guess, for YBN game, you know, when it comes down to it. But again, look how aggressive Witty is and how active he is on the map, right? Always constantly giving information. And up until this point, Fabian on his signature Ling has been left untouched, freed him. And now he goes in for a kill.
Oh man, Belexi going in with Zaman Force over to Aaron Shiki, doing a lot of damage. Might be able to get a kill. Aaron Shiki falling down. Flavor Fave taking a kill.
Yeah, he goes in for a kill. He gets another item under his belt as well. Berserker Fury already secured in, so he's looking for a lot more kill pressure in this early start of the game, despite him already having a little bit more of a hold on these neutral objectives. So it's still win-win. You tunnel vision too much on Aaron Shiki, and you forget the monster behind TLID, which is Fabian.
I mean, at this point, everybody, even Arano, killing pressure everywhere. It's on the map. Fabian just goes for the Finch Poise, doesn't even need the Tempest of Blades. YBN game, they're trying their best to just blitz this turtle, but it's not coming in fast enough. Aran brought back. That's going to be a Frigid Glacier as well. A pick off over with the turtle taken down. He has to with the Crimson Beacon coming down, but Fabian can go for this fight. Tempest of Blades knocking him up. Aaron Shiki picks up the kill, and they're looking for more. No turtle, but Aran is around the purple.
Always just a grueling menace. And even in that previous teamfight, they're like, all right, TLIDs, they're okay with letting that go, right? They know that they have a little bit more firepower to work with in this first 5 minutes, and so they're trying to utilize a little bit more in terms of trading. And look at the damage Aran is doing onto Ares as well. What's the next step for YBN game to come back into this? Do they wait for Belexi? One item in, only Starlium.
I guess that's the only way, right? There's no real reason for them to force out fights. At this point, it's damage control. They just gotta farm up, wait for Belexi to get those power spikes like you mentioned. Holy Crystal should be the power spike, and he's actually not doing too bad. Damage leaderboard doesn't say much here for Team YBN game, but we have to take a look at the gold later on. How far behind or actually ahead is he of Aaron Shiki is my question. There you go.
1,000?
No, Aaron Shiki is still comfortably ahead. So yeah, I don't think the Holy Crystal is going to be enough of a power spike for them to turn things around. Bottom lane, Fish got gunned down by Aaron Shiki.
Oh, 1-0 trade already, ladies and gentlemen, for TLID once again. 3,000 gold lead, and again, Fabian with being on the lane, a lot more map control as well, a lot more room to work around with, and he is going to be able to pick up that turret in the top side as well. So it's just another layer that YBN game have to consider.
It's just so tough, so oppressive from Liquid ID. 2-level lead for Fabian on a Ling against an Alpha. And this is really where, you know, you see the weaknesses of Alpha. You don't get to see it too much. You technically already got to see the downside of Alpha with a Mathilda. I forgot which team actually played that. I think it was Falcons Mena? Yeah, Falcons Mena, who played it game number 2. Even with the Mathilda, you're not as strong as you were before. Now without a Mathilda, oh man, no mobility. You go in, you're dead. Especially considering, oh, not even Dragon can fly around. He's gonna get gunned down from the skies, man.
And all the while, Aran is just playing information. He wasn't even in that turtle fight.
Aran.
Neither was Witty.
He was running laps. around.
Again, look, he's going around again.
He's going around again on the purple buff, forcing a retribution from Lucas, who's not on Lucas. He's on an alpha. His name's Lucas.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, he's Lucas, but not Lucas. He's Lucas Alpha.
Lucas, but not Lucas. Anyway, looking at the items, we can see the gold disparity, 1,600 in the gold lane and a whopping 2,000 gold ahead from Fabian, already securing his next item, the Haas Claws, and you can already feel how much he's going to be able to do in these team fights, right? Imagine just getting bursted down or just DPS here in the front. Oh, wait a second, there's the punch going through.
Whoa, he used everything. And then can you see Aran still survives it all? Oh my lord! But Lexi punished. One last shot here on Shiki. Trying his best to thread the needle to get that last shot. Won't be able to find it. But that's a win for Liquid ID. 4 ultimates used on Aran, on that Hilda. He just took it.
And it makes sense, right? Imagine being 6,000 gold behind. Your damage profile is not exactly there just yet. In terms of, item, like defense items, it's not there just yet. So the fact that they have to, throw everything just for one member, it's tough. It's challenging. You can see, again, how TLID are posturing. Again, Weedy being a lot more oppressive as ever, as well as, Aran being the Hilda that he usually is. I think at this point, YB and Game are kind of stuck in their own base.
Oh, what? Belexi and Unicorn disappearing out of the map, man, just like that. Oh my goodness, Flavor Fave. Looking for a play. Aaron Shiki. Last shot over to Aries, not able to find it. Team Liquid ID comfortably ahead. And honestly, Eternal, I'm not too sure if it's just an alpha thing. I don't know if it's an alpha thing or if it's a player thing. Because again, every time these teams pick up the alpha, they're always so out of sync with the team. We saw earlier, Tsunami Slam come down. Lucas, Spear of Alpha, the guy away from the Frigid Glacier, and now he gets cut down again here on Shiki. Farming kills, farming players. Unicorn almost getting caught as well. Aries walks up. Zamanfor's coming down as well. The Purify's right there. They all get baited in by Aaron Shiki, who's able to kite away to get a triple. Now looking for the Maniac, a Petrify, and a shutdown for Fish God.
He started at what, 3-1-3? But he's now at 6-3. Sure, the shutdown goes in, but those are still stacks over onto the Sky Piercer. 4 members traded for Aaron Shiki. Worth or not worth? Plus TLID get the Lord.
I think at this point, any trade for Liquid is worth.
It's worth.
Because there's not much capitalization from that shutdown either. If Fish God got it, that's a Yuza who, again, kind of needs to snowball at the start. That window has closed a long time ago.
Yeah, we're already 10 minutes in. We have the Lord marching down in the top side as well. The Cavalry really just waking up today. What did they eat for breakfast?
You gotta ask Fabian, man. We'll get a chance if they win later on. That's a big if, though. Wybin game. Actually, they don't really have the best of clears now that I'm thinking about it. So coming back is going to be a tough, tough battle. And they're actually more snowball-based now that I think about it as well. It's an Alpha, Aurora. Oh, man, this Lord's going to charge in. There's no holy defense to keep the turret alive here. Let's see if they go for the dive. Witty walks up menacingly, just standing there in their base. Seeing them look for the siege. We'll be able to crack open a base turret with the first Lord. Oh, Lord.
Yeah, they lack the range, so it is a little bit more difficult for them to look for that opening. Technically, you still have Belexi to kind of clear in these lanes, but he has to be a lot more in your face when he does it, right? A lot more vulnerable to the catch potential coming in from TLID, despite the fact that Belexi has the Purify.
Are they going to do it? Are they going to group up and recall together?
No.
Oh, Liquid ID are flexing on Wybin game.
Oh. 13-4, 10,000 gold lead. I mean, they're feeling it at this point, right? Inhibitor turret, luckily for the side of YBN game, gets taken down in the top side when we get to the next neutral objective take. But the big question is, will we even get to the next Lord Dance? Look at another inhibitor turret fall.
Tsunami Slam. Oh, able to get Fabian down. That's a shutdown for Belexi. Zamanfor's coming down over to Aran. Good defense for Wybin game. Able to stay afloat for a bit longer. But it seems Team Liquid want to keep on going. Crimson Peak into the midst of it. Oh, good dodge from Aaron Shiki. Getting away from the stun. And now we'll go for the base turret. A good knock-up over to Ares. 3 base turrets.
Okay, but that is still something, right? Sure, they take... Oh, wait a second. They're still looking for more. Weedy.
Purify out of the way. Dragon Witty not going to be caught. Flickers out to safety. Lantern Flare coming down. Witty still able to stay alive. Keeping the immortality.
That's so not fair, right? That is unfair. He was caught so low at that point. Luckily, from the side of YBN Game, there was no Sky Piercer, so Team Liquid will still get a hold onto their roamer. But all 3 inhibitor turrets have been taken down, which means TLID have a lot more than they already have to work with. You have the Ling that can constantly split in the far side of the map, and it's just another headache for YBN Game to think about. Look at Aran.
I'm looking.
What is he doing there?
He's scheming.
Oh no.
Oh no, Lucas getting zoned away just through the Lantern Flare.
It's giving me Rinse vibes.
Uh-oh, hold up. Fishka wants to go in. Aran jumping to the back again. That's a free lord over to Fabian now. That's going to be Aran just doing so much to distract everyone. Witty gets a kick. Now he walks up forward, dishing out damage, setting up for a double, a triple. For the usurper, Fabian wants to go for more. Diving deep into the base, goes back into the bottom lane, wants to just end this game quick.
10,500 goalie, ladies and gentlemen. Only Lucas and Ares to kind of go in for the defense. Will they be able to do it?
No, they won't. Lucas can only just bear witness to Liquid ID's dominance in game 1. 13 minutes.
13 minutes was all it took, ladies and gentlemen, for TLID to take this best of 3 series 1-0. Imagine 4 jungler bans. He gets put on the Ling, and still this is the performance that we're getting from these kids.
It's just because it's not just about the jungle, right? They're looking at it, maybe they're thinking TLID, they've only got Mr. Flavor Fave. Completely forgot about the others. Aran, Yehezkiel, Witty, Aaron, the only guy who did not use his real name. What is Aaron Shiki's real name, you know?
I actually don't.
It's Sultan, man.
I keep forgetting.
How do you not know this?
You literally asked me this before.
It should be Sultan Shiki,
Sultan.
King Shiki, the man, the myth, the legend, of course. Look, I was having a conversation with the building in the back just now, and
the
What do you
building?
mean?
The building.
You're talking to a building? That's kind of weird.
Don't worry, you'll get it later. But TLID dominating this game, and I mean, I was even telling Zipper, hey, he was telling me there's gonna be a 5-level difference, and I'm like, hey, you don't do them dirty like that, because TLID, their composition is a little mid-game. They need a couple of items first before they get to that point.
Mid what? That's what TLID was at. We were saying the same thing. We're like, all right, early game on paper, it should be the alpha, but it's all their comfort picks, and you know they play a mean game when they get Hilda.
They do. It's a little too mean. I feel like Aran is getting away a little too much on this Hilda. Like some of the stuff he got away with was a little illegal, and somebody needs to put him in his place every once in a while.
They did once, right? They got a good tsunami slam on him, but then after that, he took everything. Everything. Maybe everything except the Black Dragon form, but still, it's everything.
Wait, isn't it MPLID that sometimes we see the Hilda being banned out in the first phase?
We always get to see that banned out when we see it against Liquid. And RQ, Dyren plays a mean Hilda too.
Yeah, they're both. It's just annoying. Hilda is just obnoxious to deal with, and I don't think YBG right now with the draft that they have. I think they just let in with the comfort picks, of course, because what else could they do at that point, right? It begs the question whether or not it is their version of what the meta should look like, or whether it's just the limitation of the hero pool. It's a little tough to say at this point. What do you guys think?
I think it could be what you said the second time, right? It might be a limitation of that because, I don't know, maybe their meta is just different.
Yeah. I said it in the game, right? When they did what they did early on, taking the orange, taking the camps, the entire bot side jungle was taken by Witty and Aran. They're playing a game that YBN Game doesn't even know exists in the meta right now.
Yeah, it's rough. It's rough to play, especially with Aaron Shiki able to bait the way that he did. Hey, to be fair, he did get killed 3v1 3v1 against B-Lexi. So we know the Chinese can push buttons.
Yeah, he's not untouchable.
Oh, yeah.
But he definitely is Granger Danger. This game
is Granger Danger. Hide your kids, hide your wife.
Detonata.
Detonata from halfway across the map here.
Whoa, Fabian.
Whoa, calm down, Fabian. Whoa.
Whoa.
Did he just say what I think he said?
What did he say?
He said Popo, and then Aaron Shiki was like Popo Koopa, and then a cut.
Yeah, for sure.
Ah, Popo Kufa.
Yeah.
For the Freya, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see. We'll see whether Mr. SDL allows it to go through. Because, I mean, after getting so much confidence, and you know, I feel like no matter what we say about TLID, like coming back into form, there's always that part of them that's a little playful, that's a little cheeky, that wants to like, oh, let's dabble a little bit. Let's see how far we can go in the deep end of the pool.
And I like that because we haven't seen that shade of TLID for quite some time. The last time we saw that cheekiness was M6.
Yeah. It's almost like his name is Aaron Cheeky, not Aaron Cheeky.
Aaron Cheeky.
He should be Aaron Cheeky. I think he performs better when he has that confidence to trash talk, to showboat as well. We got the 5-man recall. We can still see a glimpse of the previous confident Liquid ID. This is what we want to see, even in MPLID. Please, Aaron, don't be humble. It doesn't fit you.
Don't be humble. It does not fit
You're too cool for that, man. You're too bad boy for that.
I don't know. Maybe the substitute waiting there is just looking at him, just like, say something bad, say something racist, and then I'll take your place.
Pull a Naya.
Oh boy! First game going over to TLID, which leaves YBG. Man, they need to think about how they want to play the game, because again, it's clear that they don't have the experience, and especially teams who are an emerging region learning the ways of the game. You think that, oh yeah, you know what, it's so easy to get into the late game. It's like, what, 10-13 minutes and you're all ready with your core items. No, there's so much more to the complexities of that early game as well, something which I hope YBG takes advantage of. But even so, I feel like with the meta heroes that we have now, it's a little hard to do that. Maybe start with taking the Hilda?
I mean, if we're talking about early game, then maybe choose a jungler in the first phase, right? Because I think leaving it up to the alpha was like way too difficult for them to deal with.
Banning out 5 junglers when you haven't picked up a jungler for yourself is one of the it's a decision, one of the decisions of all time.
One of the decisions. All right. With that being said, we're going to go on a short break. Much to discuss here when it comes down to YBG versus TLID, currently at match point. And when we come back, we might see the conclusion or an equalization here at the SPS Mobile Masters. We'll see you right after this. let's get it for our next game here at the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters. Match point currently for TLID as they continue their dominance against YBG for the time being, unless we see the big upset of an equalization from our Chinese representatives. And they are learning. They're learning really, really fast. Wait, what? Oh, we have a stream update here.
Wow.
It looks like OP has taken the game already off of IR. Why'd you say it like that?
Exactly. Why did you say it like that?
I'm impressed. I'm impressed.
No, you said it like, wow.
Yeah, because I'm
not
impressed.
like wow. Wow is like a genuine. I'm impressed. Wow.
I mean, it is genuine.
Was that genuine? No, you said what? I mean, it's just like how good are you at expressing your feelings? I'm a man. I'm not good at expressing. Wow.
He doesn't apologize. He only buys underwear after they've ripped. And even then,
that's true. That's true.
Dude, there was more to that. There's more to that we don't want to dive in. I'm sorry, Eterna. The testosterone is seeping out here.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Let's add a feminine.
You know that? Wow! Press even the one. There you go. You wanted the wow. There's the wow.
So you might actually make it out of groups.
Might. Sir, do you not remember the run we had at APAC? We were pretty bad, and then we were like, this is BTR. Wow.
And then you go back in.
No, we go back in when we get to playoffs.
Oh,
but now we're
okay.
still locked in. Then playoffs. All right. Let's go back to. Oh, sorry.
And casually TLID just being the invited team as country representatives. BTR just. Just a quick whoop. Look, besides the fun and games here, right now the big situation for YBG is they need to get a couple of wins, or if not, slow down TLID. Because if they take one game, it could open the possibilities of TLID not actually getting anywhere close to that first place to get that bye to skip a best of 5 in the playoffs. Now, let's add that feminine touch as we go straight into the draft. Eterna, what do you think about it? Because the bans are already starting to roll through for both of these teams.
I mean, I have like this inking feeling that YBN Game is going to pick up the Harith and the Kalia next.
This inking feeling?
This inking feeling. I don't know where it's from.
I didn't know you're into calligraphy like that. All right.
Inking feeling.
Wow. Hey, man. Pen and quill sometimes.
What
are we all?
Kalia Harith. I told you.
Wow, did you predict that?
I did. Thank you.
Wow.
I appreciate
having
that.
a superpower.
Is it because they picked it in the first game, or did you just...
Oh, yeah. I just had a feeling that they
Well,
were
I mean, to be
yeah.
fair, there are some draft patterns that aren't really going to change for YBG, right? If you think it's strong, it's going to be strong in their minds. And TLID, again, they keep on doing this, right? Every time you see, hey, Kalia shows up, Zushin is the answer.
Pick a jungler.
Pick a jungler.
Pick a jungler.
Please.
Wybin game, Lucas.
I have a feeling it's not a jungler, guys.
It's
Look, the jungler's name is Lucas.
They want it.
Guys.
Come on.
I can hear Midnight
or
screaming Lucas.
Get a flex pick. Get a flex pick for the jungle and EXP.
What would that be?
Lucas.
Yeah.
I was like, wait.
That's as close as I could get. Hey, look, the win rate is 75%. I like the numbers. I like the stats. That's what I have to put my faith in. Numbers. God, man, why did they pick a jungler?
Oh.
They're still going for junglers. Wow.
Because at least now it makes more sense. They're on red side, so they can pick up a hero first, right? They can pick up they can go Ling. Lucas can go, or they ban
Ling
and then go Lucas.
Guys, remember Hanzo is still available.
Dude, have they actually? I need to double check.
They banned Hanzo last game.
They did.
What do they leave open then? Haya. They didn't ban Hayabusa, I think, right? They banned the.
They banned the Haya.
What did they not
Hanzo, Suyo, Joy, Haya, Lucas.
They didn't ban the Fanny?
Fanny was on the other
Liquid.
side.
Okay, so that's what is missing here.
Oh boy. How excited would you be to see TLID with a Lancelot?
Dude,
People have been talking about the Lancelot,
yeah,
right?
I love the Lancelot. I've been playing it myself. I haven't, that's a lie. But I think when you have 5 junglers banned out like this, and presumably YBN Game are going to be the ones picking up the Hanzo or Lucas here, probably going to go Lucas. Never mind.
Come on, who are we kidding? Oh, wait, Hanzo actually gets locked in for the side of YBN Game.
So, to everybody dreaming about the Lancelot, just like, I mean, I dream about it too, but This is pro play, man. We're not gonna see that.
Just because you dream of something or someone doesn't mean you can have them. Okay?
Just like that, see?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Lucas and the Cho, which is a great setup, right?
Wow.
Because YBN Game picked up the Yi first, so there's absolutely no option for... Well, technically there is an option to go Valentina, but very little.
Look, they struggle.
CC Ben.
Look, Wybin Games struggled in the early game, even though they were the ones with the early game
Yeah.
composition. And now with the Lucas on the side of Team Liquid ID, I feel like level 2, you're just going to see Mr. Fabian, Flavor Flav just walk in to be like, who's first?
Okay.
Oh, Sorry, spoiler.
Wait, how do you get these spoilers?
The
Eternal?
superpowers
I
leaking
told
out.
you I have superpowers now.
No, you didn't tell me that. You just said it now.
I literally just said it.
No,
Dude,
I
she
didn't
takes
hear it.
NCT, bro.
What's that?
I said
The
it when I
limitless pill.
That, yeah.
Bradley Cooper.
Bradley Cooper in Limitless. Wybin Game, go with the Valentina at the very end here. Again, there are some core concepts that are adapted across the world. The problem is they need to get it together, and I think their draft this time around looks a little better. I'm not going to lie. There's a lot of interesting things that they can do with their composition, especially with that Valentina going into the EXP lane. The only time we've seen it is in Malaysia, and that's why I'm excited about this.
Valentina XP?
Yeah, Valentina, played by Momo. Todax EXP later, Momo, and it's like full tank.
Yeah.
But how does it do against the Hilda in the lane?
Well, you basically, ideally, the ideal situation is that Lucas is in the lane. Yeah. So we're gonna have to find out. Look, I said it doesn't necessarily have to be good, but I've seen it, and that's as much as I can say about the validity of it.
We've seen it in Indonesia as well. Nino
Yeah.
was the first one to pick it in Indonesia. Valentina XP, but yeah, that was up against the Lucas. In the XP lane, they confirmed it too. They flexed it, actually. They flexed the Valentina.
Yes. I mean, that's the beauty of it. With that being said, game number 2 is going to be on its way. Mirko Eterna, take it away, please.
Yeah, let's go straight into the land of Dawn, ladies and gentlemen, for the next game of the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters. Match point in for TLID right now as they are leading 1 point. We will see. Will YBN Game be able to force a game number 3, or will it be a clean sweep 2-0?
What do you think it's going to be?
That's a good question. That's a good question. Because usually when we're talking back into the Valentina concept is we've seen the Valentina being flexed into the roam despite the Lucas being in the EXP, but not the other way around. Do you get what I mean?
The question was,
no.
What do you think
Right.
about 2-0?
Yes, but I mean, on that concept, it makes me doubt
Okay.
the success rate of this
Valentina.
So maybe it could be TLID 2-0.
Well, Aran's doing. Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh, we get some time to talk about things, man. All right. Whew. Now let's talk about
You
the
okay?
Valentina pick again. Yeah. So no flex potential, and you know he's putting XP. Aran's already doing his thing here up against the Valentina. So the Valentina clearly can't hold the Hilda down, and
yeah.
So does that make it like you could be good against the Lucas, but if you're horrible against your laner, if you can't keep your laner at bay, and if you're just forced to farm, well, Aran does what Aran does best, which is coming in. Well, as Mr. Mo Satong would say, come on the jungle.
That's the problem, right? Because technically the Valentina doesn't do as well when it comes down to clear. Sure, she has some dashes to work around with, but I don't think she matches the Hilda clear speed, does she?
Look, all I can say is I love the idea of coming on into the jungle, baby. It's just
Okay.
one of those things where you just walk right up and just take what you want, and then you leave them with nothing, biting their dust. That's the way to do it. That's the way, boys. Look, the way that I see it is that as much as Hilda is going to be able to dominate this lane, for now, level 2 is probably where it's at, right? You're going to need a little bit of help, and I'm going to assume that Ares is going to show up in the lane at some point, because if he doesn't, you're not beating Aran. He's got the concussive blast as well. That wave is going to be done for, especially for the first 6 to 7 minutes of the game.
So I'm wondering what happens when we hit that level 4 point. When Fish God, let's say, gets his hands on a particular set of ults that is available to him from the side of TLID, can that change the course of the laning phase?
No, the laning phase will stay the same, I think, because you can't get the Sacred Beast when you're in XP, while the jungler is not present in the XP lane,
Yeah, that's
right?
why you jump around and look for him.
Yeah, but then you have to kind of like lose out on Prio in the lane, then Hilda does. Again, you get the Sacred Beast, you go back to lane, and then Hilda's already cleared the wave, so you can go into the enemy jungle again. So it's like, we gotta play another game of tag here.
Yeah, it's just an endless game of duck duck goops. There's no real winning to it, and there's no real benefit to it, especially if timing is wrong.
It's
and
just
worse
duck,
yet,
no goose.
It literally is just duck duck. And not to mention, there's also the possibility that Fabian just doesn't show up. It's just like, oh, you get priority in the lane. Guess what? I started on your side of the map anyways, and I'm not invading. I'm not giving you a free ult unless you come over to these neutral objectives like Turtle or Lord, in which case Aran still outpushes him. So the only adaptation will be, hey, Unicorn, show up in lane. Either Unicorn shows up in lane with Ares, or they do like a cheeky little lane swap after the bonuses from the lanes are gone.
Even then, I don't think it's enough, right? If let's say Unicorn rotates over to XP, Aran's just gonna walk in the bush, he gets healing again, and then he would just burn out the resources from Unicorn. Unicorn loses a lot of prio in mid, and it just becomes an endless cycle of who loses prio next.
So what's the main winning condition for YBN game now? Do they just play for Belexi? Allow Fish God to kind of struggle in that EXP lane?
Pray that there's a god above.
Play for neutral objectives. That's the best thing, right? I guess the best thing to play it with. The optimal route is still Fish God entering the team fights, getting the Sacred Beast while Fabian is on the turtle.
I think the only... Okay, sacrifice neutral objectives, go for structures. That's probably the only way I can think about it, especially for the early game. But that being said, it looks like we're going back into the game.
All right, let's get back in. Thank you so much, Gideon Q, for coming through. As we are resuming 1 minute in, we're looking at the rotations coming through, and we're just seeing Aran being a nuisance. He should be punished here.
Yeah. Oh, he walks back in the bush, gets out for a bit, but now it's going to be the punish coming in from Fabian. Not even on Sacred Beast form just yet. Ares, dodging away from the shot, but Lucas. Witty. Jikundo flicker, a bit awkward there. YBN game with a winning trade.
They are going to be able to get that 1-0 in the first few minutes. Oh, what's this? If they lose this match, it's so over.
It's not just over, it's so over.
Last chance for YBG if they want to keep playing. Wait, if they lose this, does that mean they're out for playoff contention? Is that what this means?
Yeah, I think it is. Ladies and gentlemen, YBG are going to be playing for their tournament lives here. A single game loss here, one more game loss will be the end of their tournament run.
That's it. This increases the stakes tenfold, and I think YBN game know this.
Yeah, they do, but what can they do against this Hilda? Fish God wanted to walk up again, playing for the neutral objective, setting up to get the Sacred Beast, but he gets cancelled, bonk in the face. Ares is next on the chopping block, doesn't have the Tsunami Slam, so gets poked by Aran again. Meanwhile, Fabian's not even concerned about this neutral objective.
And then, you know, even with the choice of emblems, even with the choice of the sub-emblems for Fish God as well, for the Valentina, it's not enough sustain to get him through the day against Aran. Look at him go once again. Fish God trying to do his best. Oh! Lexi!
Jikundo. That's the power of Kung Fu from Witty. Gets the kill with a punch. Or was that a kick?
Maybe a kick, but he disappears, ladies and gentlemen, and...
Tsunami Slam over to Witty, still able to save the Jikundo, no way! Shunpu out of the immobility field! Oh, it gets from bad to worse for YBN game.
Those are resources already burnt out for the side of YBG right before they go for the turtle. So that's information given over to TLID. Fabian now at level 6. We see that Lucas is actually also on level 6. So it's a 50-50 now.
Which Lucas?
I'm confused myself.
Okay. Fabian,
yeah.
Witty
that guy.
Walks up. That guy, Witty, is looking for a pick. Doesn't want to go on Fish God. Fish God, oh man. I know what Fabian's doing. He's not revealing himself. He doesn't want to give the Sacred Beast over to Fish God. They want to poke Fish God first before this happens.
Into the zoning. All right. Ares, what's the call?
Tsunami Slam is the call with the flicker forward. Witty should be taken out. No, whoa! Soul Snatch coming down. Lucas able to get the kill, but then Lucas on the other side. Flavor Fave is right there. Lucas shadow form back down and out to Aran again. Real world manipulation. Aran slammed down to the ground, but it's outside of the RWM. It's a win for Liquid ID as Lucas, Fabian on the Lucas, gets the green camp up top in Lucas's jungle.
Yeah.
You get it, right?
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, 1-for-1 trade there, and it looks like TLID will be able to pick up the neutral objective as well, plus the camp steals that you mentioned earlier on. Witty goes in for another kick.
Uh-oh, Unicorn with a flicker, but the Launcher Flare grants him back over to Fabian on the Lucas.
Yeah, Haskell seems a lot more comfortable on this Jushin, especially today, right? He's getting up in your face. It's very Rins-esque, I think, with the way that he's playing. It's good. It's a good.
Oh,
but this isn't good.
Oh my goodness, that damage! Oh my lord, Lucas! Able to escape, now goes back in. Aran will heal off of that damage.
Is Aran building damage? He's not. He's not, and he's dealing that much?
That's Hilda.
Is he ahead in gold?
Oh yeah, by a whole lot, I believe. Witty, we're gonna go up again. Level leaderboard, 2 levels ahead. Fabian against Lucas. Uh-oh. YBG. Fish God finally got that Sacred Beast.
Let's see what he can do with it. It looks like Lucas should be able to clear out those camps. We're seeing a lot more trade backs here in the mid lane. He has been able to clear out the lane as well. Still though, 2,000 gold lead being held in by TLID. And I guess the saving grace now is for Balexi, but he himself was also taken down in the early portion of the game. And look at the zoning. They're going to be able to pick up a turret in addition to everything else. TLID, 3,000 gold lead.
And a structure up top, taken down. Lancer Flare, Ares, Tsunami Slam over to Aran. Not the best choice. Aran's gonna run over again. Witty gonna be caught in the bad spot, still able to go for the shampoo, and flickers out of the immobility field once again. Now it's Flavor Fave, jumping in on the Lucas. That's Fish God with the Sacred Beast too. Flavor Fave dealing a bit too much damage. Lexi gunned down by Aaron Shiki. And Aran is still just regenning in that bush.
Witty is so sneaky, right?
Elusive.
He goes in, elusive, I like that word. He goes in, looks for an opening, and is still able to get out. Plus, he also is the one to, trigger all these resources coming out from YBN Game, just enough for the rest of the members of TLID to follow through. And the fact that he doesn't die is so tilting. YBN Game, again, losing structures left, right, and center. Tempo, they've lost control, Miracle.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, from the start, it didn't really look like YBN Game had the control. They haven't been able to really, force out anything proactively. They haven't been proactive at all. Look at the items. 2,000 gold lead for Fabian on the Lucas against Lucas on the Hanzo. Tsunami Slam coming down. There you go. That's Flavor Fave caught. Oh, white damage. Walks back in. But ladies and gentlemen, that was a 2v5. Now the rest of TLID walks in forward with the way the Dragon locking them down. Aaron Shiki is still up top. They lose 1, but it's a tier 2 traded in.
So who would you say it's worth it for?
If there was a shutdown, I would say YBN Game, but there's no shutdown on Fabian. It was only 2 kills, not even on a killing spree.
And technically, there's also no neutral objective on the map either. So YBN Game don't lose in timings. That's a structure, a permanent structure taken back. And though that does remind TLID, despite the lead that you have already been able to collect for yourself, 5,000, playing into the box of Unicorn still might not be the best of ideas, especially as the game progresses.
Let's see though, Witty wants to go in. Tsunami Slam coming down, but it's only on to Witty. Again, Shampoo out of there. That's going to be Aran walking him forward. Soul Snatch coming down as well with a Chrono Dash. Synchro Fission. Lucas picking up the kill. No trades for TLID. Crimson Beacon though goes in over to Belexi, forcing out that Purify, and now another tier 2 down below.
But they're giving things over to YBN Game now, right? It's been 2 times in a row that they've lost. I think earlier on it was, Fabian and now Aran?
Yep. 1 by 1. They are giving away
dangerous.
kills. But they've been trading with tier 2, so I don't think it's been that bad. They got a tier 2 up top, then earlier down below, and now they still have more tempo, way more than YBN Game.
Sure, but remember, Hanzo rather, is catching up, right? Already with the Corrosion Scythe, plus the DHS earlier on, like we saw. Oh, wait a second, Witty gets an opening!
No Purify to be used. Unicorn gunned down. Now, in the midst of it all, it's going to be Witty. Still able to survive for quite a bit. Fish God stealing with Sacred Beast. Fabian with his own. Jumping in up against the Valentina. But still, it's enough. Aran still staying alive. And now the Crimson Beacon to light that crazy bright light on Mr. Man.
Triple kill in the 9th minute of the game, ladies and gentlemen, for the untouchable. Still untouchable, still in this game. 402, Sky Piercer already built into his kit. And this seems like a very similar story as we saw in game number 1. Deja vu, maybe?
Look at Ezekiel. He's starting at 360. That's 360 Yezkiel right there. That is a scary mythical creature.
I'm scared.
You scared of 360 Yezkiel?
Yeah.
Just wait. There you go. Look at him. Look at him. Look at Yezkiel. All right, he's not going to go through for the 360 anymore. But you know, okay, we put in the Lantern Flare. Tsunami Slam onto the real world manipulation, but it's the Kalea who gets bursted down. 2 boxes placed down, but TLID, they know how to deal with boxes.
Who has the better box?
Vibe and Game have more boxes. They got
But it's quality over quantity.
They could have a box?
They have the Shaman.
No, that's Galaxy.
Oh yeah, you're right. So they don't have a box.
They don't. They got it. Hey, 360 Yezkiel.
There
That's
you
what they got.
go. That's another box.
No. Okay.
I like my boxes. 10,000 gold lead though, guys, in 10 minutes. Okay, Lucas went in for a little bit of damage. Is forced to actually get away. That's of course Flicker already as well. But that was a zone out away from Weedy.
Uh-oh. No Flicker on Unicorn. Forced out for sure there. Bottom lane, Baser are going to be threatened as well. Lucas gets a chomp down, but Yezkiel likes it. He's just like, oh, all right, sir. Goes back and clears the wave. Another shove into the Baser again. Look at that poke from Aaron Shiki. Witty still has the Flicker, goes in and he finds Fish God. No Sacred Beast to play with. That gives Fabian all the room to go in if he does. He's still playing it slow though. Doesn't want to go in just yet. He already used the Sacred Beast earlier. Witty, another G Kundo coming down. Aaron Shiki, godlike in this game.
Yeah, another kill given over to the side of TLID and in particular onto Aaron Shiki. That's a lot more.
Tsunami Slam does none. Aaron Shiki buys the Immortality in time. Now Soul Snatch coming down. Immortality's popped now as the Crimson Beacon walks in. Belexi against all of them, trying to go with Chrono Dashes. But in the end, it's the Usurper who takes him down. Lucas versus Fish God, who has Lucas's ult. That's going to be Lucas jumping in with the Hanzo. Soul Snatch over. Fish God still holding Lucas' ultimate, looking for the go for it. But Fabian will save his.
Oh, and they still are able to defend. Ladies and gentlemen, YBN game, they lose all 3 inhibitor turrets, but they're still able to prolong their life in the game. TLID, unfortunately, unable to close this. As Fish God, everyone else doing work here, that means TLID have to go back to the drawing board, and they have to wait on for the next Lord to spawn into the game. It looks like TLID are the first ones to it. Already... Yezkiel, stop.
That's 360 Yez, bro. He don't stop. He keep going. Witty.
Yeah, Ares is looking for an opportunity. Conceal play already utilized.
Get off. That's what Witty the Wise just said right there.
Lucas is still a level below Fabian though. Could this be a problem?
I think Belexi, we have to take a look at his items here. He has a Starlium Scythe, the Feather of Heaven, and the Holy Crystal. I think at this point he might need the Divine Glaive to really hit his power spike. There's some beefy boys again. Aran and Witty. Oh, you can see that. See Halbert already built up. Witty looking for the pick into the back line. Again, Fish God might just be caught. That's the way the Dragon not used up just yet right now. As Witty still holds on to it. Will be taken down. Fish God and Witty. Zaman Force for Belexi. He's trying to deal enough damage here. Shiki's still kind of away. Gets lifted up for Aaron to get that Rhapsody. That's Sonata. Flavor Fay from the side. That's a double for Flavor Fay.
Ladies and gentlemen, one member left standing. This is the tournament life of YBN game that we are looking at right now. Will Lucas be able to do this alone?
Win a crown, fool. Lucas forced back in the base. They might just go for this kill. Aaron Shiki is certainly hungry for it, but the rest of the team is not. They will get the game. 13 minutes, action-packed sweep. But unfortunately for YBN game, it is over for them.
That's the final stamp for YBN Gaming, taken over by the Cavalry, stampeded as their chances have been dashed away at Mobile Masters by none other than Team Liquid Indonesia. GG, well played. A 2-0 sweep coming in for this squad. Flavor Flav knowing that it doesn't matter how many bans, he's still got a deep, very deep hero pool.
Didn't work. It didn't work. At the end of the day, you know, they did it twice in a row. They looked for loopholes in TLID, and they heavily respected Fabian, but it did not work. But it's great to see them You know, a GG performance coming through. Very interesting picks as well. Something that we haven't seen in quite some time. So a huge breath of fresh air, I think, for YBG.
Definitely. 19-7. You can take a look at the items one more time here. And, oh, yeah, his kill. Is that an Immortality second item?
It is. It is. He wanted to bait him out. He wanted to make something happen. I was thinking whether or not he would rather the Winter Crown. Just something like, oh no, I'm gonna purify in your face.
Maybe if his Immortality got popped, he would probably sell all of it for a Winter Crown.
Probably. Even so, man, YBG, they've got mechanics for sure, but the flow of the game hasn't been gotten down or ingrained into them just yet. A lot to learn here from Mobile Masters, and honestly, a very important takeaway when they go back to their own individual region. Hopefully, this is going to bring up the region as a whole.
We still didn't see Freya, man.
No. I think for the Chinese teams, we will never see Freya. It'll be respected by every team.
Not until the Chinese teams have gotten to the level of play where they're kind of forced to be like, man, we got to ban something else here. We the Freya, whatever. We can't allow some other possibility to come through to the draft. If there's no threat, then I think that teams like TLID can get away with this, right? 417,000 worth of damage dealt. 221,000 of that coming in from TLID, and Favian was more than happy to brawl down with YBG.
So I guess at the very end, that Valentina last pick for Fishcott just wasn't it, right?
No.
It's not as simple as this is a counter to this. Because in the lane, it was so brutal against Iran as well.
It really was. With that being said, actually, we do have an interview with TLID's very own Favian down the road. But I think that YBG... they've got some... I was giving them credit for having some core concepts down, and then this comes through, and I'm like, I think this is a little out of the space, you know? Really grasping at certain ideas, but not understanding it fully.
It's just really tough, in my opinion. It really just feels like YBG are just... It feels like they're behind. They're really behind when it comes to the metagame, just rotation-wise. Because this game was certainly an improvement in the drafts compared to game number one. I think game number one, we could definitely take a look at the drafts and say, all right, they got outdrafted. But here, I think they had a pretty okay draft. It wasn't horrible by all means.
It wasn't unplayable.
It wasn't unplayable. It was certainly playable, and I think even Team Liquid ID felt that, right? It was more of a fight here in game number two as they were fighting for their tournament lives. But unfortunately, the rotations, it was always late. They always tried to match the Hilda, which is something that they just shouldn't do.
It's just real tough. Our MVP of this game going over to Aaron Shiki once again, doing a phenomenal job and even taking killing spree to ensure that he can do some pretty impressive plays, and not to mention kite out so that B-Lexi doesn't catch him off. With that being said, though, oh boy, I'm curious to know TLID's opinions on YBG, and maybe I actually could give them some tips that kind of help them out as a region as a whole, because I would like to see trying to rise up to be that competitor. With that being said, Favian on the line with us for an interview from none other than TLID. Hello, Favian. Great to see you once again.
Hello.
Hello, Bang.
Favian, Favian, how are you feeling after that game against YBG? You guys put a lot of respect on Freya. Why didn't you let it through?
Because we scared Freya UBG. So yeah, we win.
All right. Goodness gracious me. Couldn't get past
Still.
Mr. SDL.
You know, okay, we've been seeing the respect bans come through from you, Freya. We saw 5 bans in both games to you, Favian, by YBG. What do you think about that?
Jago dia Bang Mirko.
Ayo dong, jawab dong.
Jawab dong.
Apa
Gimana?
rasanya ada 5 band yang di-respect ke kamu 2 game berturut-turut?
Ya udah sih, tinggal bikin konten aja tuh.
He just wants to make content out of it. That's the response.
Karena di band 5.
A true businessman. True businessman. Playing professionally and making content at the same time. 2 birds with 1 stone. Fabian, do you have any tips for YBG to help them improve in their game so the next time you guys meet, it will be an epic challenge?
Maybe for me, they just spam ranked games and then in scrim too.
Okay. So it's all about that quantity, right? It's hard work.
Hard work. Spam.
What do you think was their main weakness?
Apa tuh?
Menurut Fabian, apa weakness? What's weakness in Indonesia?
Kekurangan mereka itu apa?
Yeah,
Yang bisa-
draft atau execution? Was it execution?
Maybe the execution.
He said maybe, so therefore
Maybe.
it is the execution. all right. Great to know. Good to have your opinions here, Fabian. Now, the whole world is watching within Southeast Asia and our international audience who love you guys in TLID. Do you have anything that you want to tell them?
Pakai bahasa aja ya, Pak.
Ya.
Nggak apa. Nah,
Boleh,
ya buat
boleh.
Kavaris, ya tetap dukung kita terus saja sampai akhir. Semoga kita bisa konsisten terus. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Fabian. We're gonna let it be. We're gonna leave it here. You've had a long day of games. Thank you so much, Fabian. See you later, my guy.
Congratulations. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, translation. What did he say? He's not here to listen anymore. You can tell us the real opinions.
He said that was easy. No, I'm joking. He said to the Cavalries, keep on supporting him. You know, the classic pro player end statement.
I completely forgot what weakness is in Indonesian. It's like, yeah, kekurangan.
Hey, now you know what? This is me at my everyday life in 2 different languages.
I told you my Indonesian's better.
Valid point.
One America, 0 Turkey.
Don't worry, there's
no one does that in
playoffs.
2025. I don't know why I just did that.
Yeah, but TLID's better on the ranking.
All right. Calm down, Gen Zers. All right. Okay. We've already
I'm Gen
experienced.
Z.
Yeah, of course.
Wait, when were you
They turned
born?
a 2.
When? What is
Yesterday.
Gen Z at this point? Is it?
You know what?
Because if you're Gen Z, he's Gen Z.
What are you talking? I've always been.
What?
I listen to top artists.
I listen to
Skibbity, Flint and Steel.
Sabrina Carpenter.
I listen to Linkin Park. Oh, look, let's pull up the standings here real quick before I show my age. Before anything else, we have to say goodbye to YBG. Unfortunately, they would not be making it over to the next set of the SPS Mobile Masters. But Group A currently dominated right now by Onyx, and man, Bigatron has jumped all the way up to 3rd place, which is why Mirko is very happy in his current position right now, shaking out of his chair. And Papara Supermassive, unfortunately, was not able to overtake them to steal that slot. What do you think of the group so far? We still have one more day of it, but the odds are not looking great.
How do we make Papara number 3? How does that work?
They got to win against BTR. That's a simple answer right there, man.
Oh, so
No, they just
BTR
played. They played against them.
Are they done?
They're done.
2-0?
Maybe.
To all them doubters, say what you want now.
Okay, you put you can put the scouts back in that bottle. We don't need to open that genie, all right? Look, I think the only way for Papara is if tomorrow's games, they play 4, so therefore they've only got 1 more match, and even if they do, they get... So unless BTR... Oh no, but the head-to-head, yeah, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. I think this is going to be it.
God.
3 Southeast Asian teams here, man. If BTR just lost a single game and didn't get all 3 points, it would have been different here. Why the sad face? Why the sad face here? Eterna, it's not that bad. It's not that bad.
He's gonna do this. I'm not gonna.
This is the same arc we went through in APAC, by the way.
Hey, if you were
Barely
also
made
an MPLID, you'd understand. Imagine being with this every single event.
Yeah, I'd be listening to like Lava Chicken every other second of my life, which we already do. Hey, that's a recent one. Shout out to Jack Black here. Let's look at Group B to see what exactly has been shaking up. We've been keeping up with Group A pretty often, but Group B on the other hand, ooh, wow. Okay, this is getting a little tight here. Very, very tight indeed. Aurora Turkey has a very good chance at actually making it over to be one of the few non-Southeast Asian teams to make it a Mobile Masters playoffs. But at the same time, the competition is tight.
Now that would be a huge upset, right? Because
I mean,
Onyx ID came in as one of the favorites.
I mean,
they were number 2.
Head-to-head wise,
season 6.
That's true. That's true. But it comes down to the head-to-head as well later on, right? Because this. Who did the Falcons? I think Falcons PH beat Aurora Turkey. That's why they're ahead. But I'm not too sure. I have to recheck again through the matches exactly what happened. But
Oh, that's zipper in our ears right now, and it looks like there is confirmation that Team Falcons Mina, I saw what you guys were trying to type in the chat already. I can see it live happening right now. Team Falcons Mina and as well as A7 confirmed not to make it to playoffs.
Unfortunate.
So their tournament run is basically done for. Any games played after this is for pure experience and live scrims essentially, but they need that important information bringing back to their own region.
Definitely.
Same goes for YBG. But at the same time here, and let's come back into the discussion because we don't have the numbers just yet of who exactly played against who and what those and what the head-to-head standings are looking like so far. But Aurora Turkey, very, very good chance. So far, perfect record coming in from RRQ.
Yeah, for RRQ, I kind of expected this start after seeing their matches. I expected them to go with 0 losses. What I didn't expect is for them to go and not lose a single game, right? I thought they would take a game loss against Onyx. Here, they're really just... Have they already qualified?
I mean, they basically qualified. The question is whether they maintain their top spot here.
Yeah.
It's really a battle of who gets that free bye for the playoffs to skip that best of 5. And not to mention, I'm surprised because even for me, I was thinking that like Team Falcons, they should have this in the bag. Maybe they drop a game, sure, but not like an entire series. But coming into second place here, they're still in the runnings. I got to double check whether they've already faced off against RRQ, which I'm not 100% sure. They haven't yet, right?
That's what we're waiting for.
That's the big one. That's the big game that we have to keep our eyes upon.
And I think the reason Onyx ID are stuck at 3rd or 4th place is because they just got 2-0. So they didn't get a single point out of that matchup against
RQ.
So, again, Group B looking so close for one representative from outside of Southeast Asia. And that's what we're hoping for. I don't know about you guys, whether you're hoping for that or not, but I definitely am. Because again, there's a lot of legacy players coming in from Aurora Turkey, right? I would love to see them play on the big stage all over again. Especially in Jakarta, because they got a lot of fans the last time they went to Jakarta.
We got an Indo Grand Finals last time we were in Jakarta. It was Onyx versus...
BTR. No. Yes. BTR.
But BTR got 4-0. 3-0 actually. Was still
Mukbang PH.
They did mukbang PH, but they couldn't mukbang Onyx.
Not after
Guys,
that.
help us make the show better by taking the survey at esl.gg/SPS viewer survey-EN. You can scan the QR code if that's too long. I totally understand. It's a modern era. Just scan the QR code and let us know how we can do as a production better, how we can make the show more entertaining for you guys, and of course, how we're doing here on Stream A because we're the best stream. And don't forget, go into all the other streams, spam that A, send it in, let them know. A stream, best stream. Now, quick shout out to ESL. I'm wearing their merch right now. You can follow us on their social media at ESL MLBB on X, the everything app. Of course, Instagram too, as well as Facebook. If you're, I don't know, 50 and above, jeez. You don't. You wouldn't. You couldn't. We don't.
So you use Facebook?
No. What? No.
But
she's not 50. She only has X the everything.
Most of the Filipinos are on Facebook.
That's true.
mean.
Oh yeah, you're right. I totally forgot about it. Sorry, Filipino fans out there. My bad.
It's Gideon Q. Fatal 5 ways underscore, I think.
Oh no.
I forgot.
At Fatal 5 Way.
At Fatal 5 Ways.
We're best friends, by the way. Ooh, she'll be at my. She'll be at my funeral. Boys and girls, that does mean that day 2 has been wrapped up. A lot of ups and downs for a lot of these teams, but Stream A will always provide you the best content possible. My name is Gideon Q. This is Eterna as well as Mirko here on Stream A to shout out goodbye to all of you, and also shout out from Leo in the back for being so awesome. We're going to have another day tomorrow, but until then, we're going to close out the show here at the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Masters. We'll see you tomorrow.
We're going to talk to the building.
What is the building?
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Yeah, we showing you the power. Make it loud. Don't waste a minute. Yeah, I'm moving automatic. See the top spot, but I move right past it. You're not number one, man. You thought you had it. I got what I want, now it's more than average. We are the masters. Now we back on the roll, headed back to the throne, cause we back what we on. Now we here to set the tone, got the spirit, got the soul, never question the power.
I believe it, I can see it. If it's in my sights, I achieve it. Ain't no leaving, no defeating. Show up, complete and repeat it. Every day, rule that game. I always go 100%. Start to the end, out or in. No between, you gotta go 100%. Click to win every single moment.